motions and try to go through each section and get it adopted.
Okay.
I think that's the best way for us to move forward. Looks like it is time to get going, and we've got Laura, Brent, and Jenny. Just Janet, there she is. Janet's on as well.
Yeah.
We ready, Jerry? Best way for us to move forward. Looks like
Yep, you're live.
Okay. 6 o'clock. So welcome everyone to our special edition of the Standards and Assessment Committee for January 26, 2022. We have one item on the agenda tonight, which is our gender guidance document. We've been working through this, and we have adopted a document up through the section just before facilities. So that's where we'll be starting tonight. This is more of a working meeting, and it is an extra meeting for us. We don't have public comment tonight. Members of the public who are interested in making comment, we will have our normal first of the month meeting for February. You're welcome to sign up for public comment there. Our board meeting also for the full board accepts public comment. And we will, when this document is completed to a certain degree, it will go out for written public comment. So we'll have those chances to make opinions and stances known, and to help in this editing process. Committee members, looks like we're all here, and I think we'll go ahead and just dig in. We're on facilities, and we have a document here that has some edits from committee members. The text that's in color has not been added to our document and would require discussion and a motion before anything is added to change that. We can also, the text in black is in draft form, and if anything needs to be changed there, or if committee members want to discuss or make motions on that, we can certainly do it. So we'll start then with facilities with that first paragraph. The committee members have anything on that first paragraph that they feel needs discussion, or that they'd like to propose changes? Not seeing any hands on that one. That moves us to the, and let me see, Member Earl. Yep, there we go. There's a hand, and I know you have some text that I think applies to that section. So please tell us.
I apologize. Yeah, I don't have audio. Video tonight, and I'm not sure why my computer's telling me it will not open up. So I don't know if I've got to reboot, not now, but in a future date. So I'm just letting you know, I'd normally click on the video so that my visual's there. So I apologize for that.
Okay.
Just two things. We do have in law currently under our anti-discrimination law, which is 34A 5-110. That's what it reads there. But also, and I guess I'm seeing this as kind of two choices. And the other one is where this is still being legislative, and it seems legislated, or at least in the courts, we're seeing movement in a variety of directions. Currently, it seems like the current administration, through executive order and otherwise, are interested in pursuing this different than the previous administration. So we're going, I guess my point is that 2014, we saw something different. 2018, right? These documents that came out, and now we're seeing something different again. So there's this continual fluctuation. And I think I'm kind of feeling like stating the position we're in, because who knows, in another 3 years, we could be in a different position again. So anyways, I don't know, thoughts on that? I kind of saw it as one of the other, but
yeah,
I know Brian.
Let me just ask a couple of questions if I can on those topics, and then if there are any other hands, we'll certainly discuss it, and then we can have our AAG, Brian Quisenberry, weigh in as well. So I know we have a disclaimer at the beginning, Jenny, that talks about, the law being in, transition, or the law rapidly changing in this area. And I would anticipate if there are big changes in the law that we will need to come back and revisit this document. So I think if we're going to give guidance, we kind of have to take a stance, is my opinion, and not just say the law is undecided, because it really, and I believe we need Brian to comment on this. I think in this area on facilities, it is fairly solid. The court cases have kind of coalesced in what we have written here.
Yes.
Maybe we can have Brian weigh in on that, and then if any other committee members have questions, this is on the
Yes.
that issue.
I'm happy to weigh in. Jenny and I did have a good meeting with the AG leadership earlier today. We had a similar discussion to this about kind of the current trend of cases, and is there anything Utah can do? And so some of the leadership folks are looking to that. So that's kind of a parallel thing that's going forward that just kind of started, and we'll see if that can bear any fruit. But as far as where we're at right now, the law, we have to, I think, make a decision based on the current status of the law, not necessarily what it might be with the next administration, or if OCR were to change. And as I've indicated previously, that the trend in the federal cases is definitely in favor of the plaintiff transgender student who requests to access the bathroom that they identify with. I've cited the Gavin Grimm case. You might remember that's a Virginia federal court case, went to Fourth Circuit, actually went up to the Supreme Court. They were going to hear it, but then Trump took office and changed the OCR. And so the Supreme Court had sent it back down. That ended up going to trial in favor of the student, and the school district there ended up paying $1.3 million in attorney fees. That's one example of the current trend of cases in favor in this facilities issue. One other piece here, and then I'll be quiet. I reached out to State Risk a couple of months ago and asked what guidance they are giving when they receive a question from an LEA with a facilities issue. And they indicated they had reached out to someone at the Civil Rights Division there in AG's office and asked for some guidance. Some AAGs over there did some research and basically came back to State Risk. So this would be Brian Nelson, who's their director, and then Dave Lund, who's their AAG, and said, if we go to court on this, we will likely lose. And this is specific to the facilities issue. Anyway, so all that tells me, so the trend in the cases, OCR guidance, and our own AG research and State Risk tells me that it's pretty solid. I would say that it is, the law is on the side of the student on this particular issue.
So that,
yeah.
Okay, Jenny, go ahead if you need to follow up.
Yeah, I guess to me, and I mean, what Brian is saying is completely accurate. That is where the leanings are currently. But I do think that to state that in LEAs, I mean, this is kind of letting people know do you know what I'm saying? It's not just a statement, a disclaimer, although I quantified it up above, but it is that, you know, local agencies are unable to guarantee privacy for students based solely on their, whatever term we use, biological sex, whatever we choose on that. I don't know when we're discussing that. I do think this is letting people know more so than just you know, that this could change, that kind of a thing. And it does kind of state that, but at the same time, it's a notice to me.
Okay. Any other discussion? Because we can, well, so you've got two things listed there, Jenny, I think. And I think you're saying
I think the one
would be one or the other, or
Well, originally, but I think in talking with Brian, I think that, and the fact we use federal funds, right? Schools do that we're obligated more to that, although that is what Utah law states as far as our anti-discrimination code. So I'm not sure, you know, currently there's nothing that's played out in that area. So I'm kind of
that's also
one that it's the other.
I think that's specific to employers. I don't know that it wouldn't be applied potentially, but I mean, that's employers' facilities, I believe.
That's exactly right, which we are, but
yeah, and employment law is, you know, coming over into Title IX in the federal setting. So Now that may happen as well, but that would, I mean, we're speculating there as well. Janet, you've got your hand up, please.
Thank you, Chair. I just wanted to say that I like that last sentence. The LEA's website should provide students and parents with instructions for requesting accommodations or reporting concerns. So just today, I heard about a young boy in middle school who was one of the main people in the play, and the teacher had excused them to all go back to change into their costumes. And so he was back there getting ready to change, and some girls came in and he said, you know, can you leave? I want to change. And they said, we're trans, so you just go ahead and we can just stay here if we want. And the long story short is, you know, he finally found a way to get his costume changed, and then endured kids calling him homophobic for a couple of weeks. So I think it's important to include in this document a way to have parents be able to report concerns. And that, you know, that would be a concern. That's not a request for accommodation so much as just reporting a concern of somebody trying to twist, you know, the scenario.
Okay. Do we have any comments specifically to, if we can scroll back up to what Board Member Earl is suggesting, if we, Jenny, I'm ready to entertain a motion if you'd like to, you know, have some other language in here, or, you know, not sure which direction you'd like to go. I personally feel like we have a disclaimer at the top. We've explained that, you know, OCR guidance is, you know, changing, and the courts, you know, this is evolving in the courts, and that outside counsel should be consulted. And we have an obligation, I think, to update this as things change with the law. But if you'd like to make a motion, please.
Yeah, I would make a motion that we take from Title IX there down to children. I'm trying to see it on that screen. It's kind of small. Yeah, that second section there. I don't know if the top part if it's usable. Does that make sense in the current legal atmosphere or whatever?
Okay.
So
the motion for the committee is that we add the paragraph that's highlighted in blue after concerns. Is that correct, Jenny? So it'd be a second
let me look
paragraph.
at my documents. Sorry. Yes, that would be accurate.
Okay. Any discussion to the motion? Laura's got her hand up. Please, Laura, and then Janet, you'll be next.
Thank you, Chair. I just want to make sure, I mean, we're adding it here, but there are some pieces below that may interject or interfere with it. So I'm trying to toggle between the two screens in alternative. Thank you.
And Chair Hansen,
Okay.
there's the part that is, Chair Hansen, sorry, I can't raise my hand, but
That's fine.
in talking about it, so it would be this piece, I'm just trying to figure out as we edit it, it would be this piece being in, correct?
As is, yes.
As is, and then the committee is talking about removing
So that
this piece.
that part
at
is
this-
not part of the document right now. I'm not sure how
Right,
it, you know,
it's
got
not
to be
part,
that
yeah,
color, but
I'm not
so
sure. how
that
it
would
did
not
either.
be there. And then the part that starts with Title IX, that paragraph, the motion is that would be added.
Okay, that's what I was trying to do because it changed colors. So
Yeah, I'm not sure what's happening there, but that part's not up for discussion right now. And I don't think that Jenny's including that in a motion.
okay, so that
No,
okay.
we haven't discussed that yet, but this, whether
Okay.
it's or arranged in another spot, I would
Okay,
encourage us.
so whether this piece right here that's highlighted in that salmon color is added to the document. Thank you.
Okay, and Jenny, can we just, for clarity, are you okay just to strike those?
Yeah,
Language
that's fine. We
above?
can remove those. Yep.
Okay, let's just get, if that's not on the table tonight, then let's get rid of it. There we go. Okay. Laura, do you have?
No, I'm fine. We'll work on the
Okay,
rest
you
of it.
voiced some concerns, but not specifics, so. Okay, we'll go to Janet then.
Yeah, so back to my previous comment, the last line saying that the LEA websites provides two things: instructions for requesting accommodations or reporting concerns. And then I think when we put in this Title IX paragraph, the last line says, parents should actively seek appropriate accommodations at their local schools in order to secure privacy for their children. It kind of puts the onus on the parents to have to be the activists in doing this. So I don't think I'm in favor of adding this, but I do like the paragraph in black at the top.
Okay,
Because it does both things. It provides a way to report concerns, and it gives a way to request accommodations.
all right. Any other discussion to the motion? Okay, the motion then before the committee is that we add the paragraph beginning with Title IX and ending in child/children as a second
Just real
paragraph.
quick.
I'm
Can
sorry.
can I just make a comment? I think there's some wisdom in what Janet's saying. And I don't know if I can make a change here. I think that what she's articulating, let me look real quick and see if there's corresponding. Is that okay real quick before we vote?
So are you talking about withdrawing the motion or?
No, just maybe altering it a little.
Okay,
Just 1 second, please. I'm just wondering about the last line where we've already stated up above, and I think that's accurate, about LEA guidance. So I wonder if so it would end at Title IX, start at Title IX and end at Title IX instead of parents should actively seek appropriate accommodations.
okay,
Privacy for their child or children.
that's your motion, and we don't require a second in committee, so
Okay.
You're welcome
So I
to
think
strike
from-
that, have that line stricken.
Holly,
then it
did you-
starts at parents?
Yeah.
Okay. So the motion then is to adopt this paragraph. Laura, you've got your hand up, please.
So Chair, are we, within this paragraph, are we doing some defining of sex, biological sex, that we have had a discussion on before? Help me if we're crossing over here.
Yeah, we are, and we need to be consistent through the document. I think we had left that as an open question regarding sex assigned at birth and biological sex. So we can certainly have that discussion now. It comes up just below in the document, I believe, but we do need to be consistent. It needs to be one of those terms needs to be consistent through the document.
Chair, I would move that we do a biological sex. Holly sent me some information, and their sex determined at birth may be different.
Okay, let's, I'm not sure how we're going to separate this out, but I think that issue is probably going to require some other discussion. So let's deal with this paragraph, and then Laura, if you'll raise that motion afterwards to be consistent throughout the document with either biological sex, and I think that'll make it clean so we can deal with it that way.
Thank you.
Okay. Janet, comment to this motion? Oh, Janet, you've got your mute on still.
Oh, thank you. And I was halfway through my comment. The third sentence, it is because of this current legal atmosphere that states and LEAs are unable to guarantee privacy for students based solely on their biological sex in bathrooming, locker rooms, and other historically legal separations of biological sex afforded under Title IX. I don't see that helps us, or that brings clarity to the gender guidance we're trying to give. And somewhere else in here, I made some notes on it, but there is somewhere in here where we talk about the school being responsible to provide accommodations for students even when they aren't in the school. And I think those things are at odds with one another. So I don't know how this adds clarity. It's
Okay, thank you, Janet.
Member Cannon, that's, I just wanted to point out to the committee that the part that is stricken out in pink has not been decided on by the committee to strike. And so the what you just referenced is actually in that area down there that has been struck out in pink that's up for consideration. So I just wanted to alert the committee that is up for discussion. That hasn't something that's been decided in the past.
Okay, thanks, Patty. I'll just make a quick comment before we vote that I agree with Member Cannon that I think this is a guidance document. We have to give the best guidance that we can and not cast doubt on what's happening. Also, I think that some of the language in this added paragraph is pretty charged, I think, and maybe creates controversy rather than provides clarity. So I'll be voting against the motion. Brent, do you have a comment to this motion?
Yeah, it's just real simply, I just want to keep in my mind that this is about providing a safe environment for all students. It's not a political statement. Yes, we all understand that politics change. Justice Breyer is leaving the Supreme Court. We currently have a president who will nominate someone that is in the guise of a more liberal judge versus what our previous president did. So I just think this too much politics for me. I like the document as it was. Thank you.
Okay. I think everyone's had a chance to talk, I believe. We'll go ahead and vote. The motion before the committee is to add the paragraph starting at Title IX and ending at Title IX as the second paragraph in the facilities section of this document. Committee members, please vote. And Nora Lee, I've got Jenny Earl as a yes, the other committee members as no.
That's correct, Chair.
Is that what you see? Okay. Thank you. We will move on then to the next one. I think, Laura, you've got your hand up. Let's do sorry. I've got a placeholder for you on the biological sex versus sex assigned at birth.
Well,
Please
I actually have an alternate motion before we even have to discuss that. And
Okay.
I'd like to make a motion that we continue to strike out everything in the pink and after the beginning paragraph where it says accommodations for reporting concerns, an alternate arrangement down to normal class breaks.
So strike the whole paragraph all the way down to breaks.
No. Yeah, thank you, Patty. You got it. Keeping that.
Okay, so your motion is that we strike everything that's shown as stricken in pink and keep an alternate arrangement down to the end of normal class breaks.
Yes, may I speak to that, Chair?
Please.
I don't believe that this gives us any additional guidance in the pink. I believe this gives our LEAs guidance as to finding reasonable alternate arrangements for students when and where. I don't believe the pink helps us in any manner here.
Okay. Any other comments from committee members? I have a quick comment and then a question for our AAG again. And Brian, we're going to keep you on the hot seat all night, so don't get too comfortable. I think that the law, as I understand it, has distilled into kind of those first two sentences. Students should have access to facilities that correspond to their consistently asserted gender identity. So I believe that that is legal guidance. And then a student who is transgender should not be compelled to use an alternate restroom. Those are kind of the two holdings that have come from the major cases that I see. But again, Brian's our expert on that, and I'll defer to him, but I'd like to hear his comments. Then the next part, I think we could say if any student desires increased privacy or feels uncomfortable using group facilities, schools should make every effort to provide the student with reasonable access to alternate facilities. And then the alternate facilities are laid out below. So I think there is the section about, student, and then laying out transgender, cisgender, any other consistently. I don't know that that part's necessary, but I do see value in those other pieces, because that is the guidance that I think we should be providing. Brian, can I ask you just to make sure that I'm not leading us down the wrong path with any kind of legal analysis? And then Jenny's got her hand up.
Or I think you're correct. Looking here at the facilities section, those two sentences are kind of the core of this facilities section. In other words, if you were to delete those two sentences, you're really kind of limiting the guidance here. I think that would be helpful for LEAs. So yeah, that does reflect the court's holdings, and does seem important.
Okay, thank you. Jenny, please.
If we're going to be consistent, and this is for anyone, I think that we strike the second sentence. A student who is transgender should not be compelled to use an alternative restroom, and we should put down as one of our may includes. So the fourth one, after additional time to use facilities outside of the normal class breaks, it should say no student should be compelled to use an alternative restroom.
Okay, I think I see where you're going, but does that fit under reasonable alternative arrangements may include? Is that part of that same set of things that are listed? I don't know that that's an alternative arrangement. That's a different kind of guidance than.
So maybe in place of that, it's in parentheses after may include, in parentheses, no student should be compelled to use an alternative restroom. So it does clarify that, but it's not, I understand what you're saying.
So Jenny, just looking just at structure, I guess,
yeah.
not content, but what if, where the sentence is now, what if it said no student should be compelled to use an alternative restroom, just in that place?
Oh yeah, that would be fine, because then that's consistent with any gender, not just a specific. But it addresses the same concern.
Because the gist of this is that students should be able to use the restroom with that's consistent with their asserted gender, and that accommodations should be for people who want them. People shouldn't be forced into, it's discrimination to force any student into an alternative arrangement. That should be per their request, as I understand the way that the law should work. Laura, you've got your hand up. Janet, you've got yours up. So Laura, then Janet.
Thank you, Chair. Okay, so I can appreciate this first sentence. Students should have access to facilities that correspond to their consistently asserted gender. Why do we need somewhere about and then no student should be compelled to use an alternative restroom? And then we're going to take are you saying that then we can take the rest out and go to an alternative arrangement for any students should be safe and accessible?
It's your motion, but if I was going to change it, I would say that if any student, and then strike everything up to desires increased privacy or feels uncomfortable using group facilities. So I would just strike whether transgender, cisgender, or any other consistently asserted gender identity.
So
I would
what-
strike just that part, because I think that the request for increased privacy needs to be part of this discussion, right? Our transgender kids need to be able to use the restroom that matches with their asserted gender. And if anyone is not comfortable with that, then they need to be able to choose an alternative facility. So that's what, I would suggest if you wanted to modify your motion to that.
I'm just making sure then, are we being redundant where we have the highlighted in salmon and then an alternative arrangement for any students should be safe? Or is that a totally different thought process and we should keep them both? I'll take your advice.
Again, my opinion that, so we've said that they should be able to have an alternative facility, and then it explains down below after that, what is a alternative arrangement?
Thank you. That would be my motion, Chair.
We shouldn't be forcing a kid to go, all the way to the portables on the other end of the high school every time they want to go to the bathroom. It needs to be accessible. It needs to be convenient and workable. So those are all, I think, just help in figuring out what those alternatives should be. Let's
I'm in
go to
on that,
Janet.
Chair. I'm in.
Are we okay, Laura? Okay.
Yep, I'm in on
Go
that
to
motion.
Janet, and then Brent, and then Jenny.
I was just going to make the exact amendment that Laura vocalized. And I think that amendment is just taking out the pink sentence and then having the first two sentences and then an alternative arrangement on through the end. Was that your motion, Laura? Did I get that right?
Yeah, it is what's on the board now.
Okay, well, then I'm just in favor of that because I was going to say the same thing.
Thank you, Chair.
I'm sorry. We've got something stricken on the board right now. Is that the motion that we have? Or no?
Yes.
Okay, so if any student desires increased privacy, we want to strike that whole sentence?
Yes, because we were already given them ability above to talk and make arrangements. And then we're talking about all students having this opportunity. And then what does that mean? And how do they do that?
Okay, Brent, did you have your hand up or? No. Jenny, your hand's down now?
Well, if we vote on this and it doesn't pass, then I do have a comment, so.
Okay. I'd just like to read through this quickly and see by striking that sentence what we lose. So students should have access to facilities that correspond to their consistently asserted gender identity. No student should be compelled to use the alternate restroom. And then I think the sentence that we're talking about striking, though, is providing an opportunity for students to request an alternative facility. So I see that as being important in here, and I'm not
Chair, I thought it was
personally
the other piece that was
comfortable.
out.
There was a piece inside that we struck that,
Yeah.
that had cisgender, transgender, and
Yes.
spelled out, the different. So help me, Laura, with what you want to do, and then
Okay,
I can
thought,
comment.
yeah, I thought that's what it included. I didn't have time to read through it. I'm toggling here.
Okay, so I think the strikeout is already done, and then this sentence that's being stricken is in addition to that. Do we want to remove the strikeout
Yes,
that's on there?
yes.
Okay, who's driving? Patty, is that you?
Yep, we can remove that strikeout.
Okay. And then, so I'm unconfused now. I understand what we're doing, Laura. Is this your motion then to, after that gets unstricken?
It seems cleaner now, Chair, because I thought we were doing transgender, cisgender, and all the other terminologies which we
Okay.
haven't used. So I appreciate, yes, I appreciate this.
Okay,
Okay,
so I think then, if I understand, the motion would be to accept the facilities down to examples, and then we'll talk about the examples. Is that right? Laura?
Oh, yes, I'm nodding. Sorry,
I-
Chair.
I can't,
So
sorry,
I
I
do
can't
have a-
see you. You dropped off my screen somehow.
Okay.
Okay, that's the motion that
have
we
a
have before the
question.
committee, is to accept the facilities section through additional time to use facilities outside of normal class breaks. Jenny, do you have a comment to that motion?
I do. Do any of our schools actually have group facilities? Or
I would think that most men's facilities would be probably considered group, where they're not, I mean, there's urinals instead of all closed stalls. I think that any of those are group facilities, though. Even just a women's bathroom with multiple stalls would be considered a group facility, as the way we've used it here, I believe.
okay, perhaps
And
you're right.
locker rooms, if you read the list up there, shower facilities, locker rooms. I mean, certainly we've got different situations in different schools, but many of those I would think would be called group facilities.
So large gatherings facilities, group facilities. Okay.
Well, as opposed to single stalls,
Right. Got it.
like you might see at a nurse's area, or, you know, the airport, the family restroom, where there's just one room with one set of facilities. Okay, any comment then, Jenny, to this?
No. That was, I just want
Okay.
clarification on that.
So we are ready to vote then on adopting the facility section through normal class breaks as it's written on the screen. Please go ahead and vote. Okay, looks like I've got 4 ayes and 1 nay. So Jenny is opposed on that one. Is that what you see?
That's
Norlaline?
correct, Chair.
Okay. We are down then to the examples of implementing facility usage policies. 3 examples there. I think that we had asked for examples to help clarify in these areas. Is there any discussion to any of those examples? Laura, please.
Thank you. I think this is where we're going to have to get definitions, Chair, because are we going to separate out, I forgot the term, the commonly, what is it when, I don't want to be insensitive.
Consistently
Thank you.
asserted.
Consistently asserted. Thank you so much. And thank you for highlighting that, Jeff. Are we separating that out from transgender? Are we separating that out from cisgender? Are we going to make them all separate terms? And if we are, we probably need to define those.
So I think we've used through the document that consistently asserted gender identity. I think that's a consistent term. We've consistently asserted that term through the document. And we talked about definitions being in our other document that we're moving through and approving. So I think that it'll be appropriate when we have this document done to add all the terms that we feel like need to be defined to that other document and work through all those.
So could we share on example 1, a student who wants to use a restroom that aligns with their consistently asserted gender identity, rather than necessarily pointing out that they are a transgender student? I'm just asking the question here.
Yeah, maybe someone else can help us from staff. I don't see that there's anything wrong in my mind with that statement, because that's what we've said through the document, that, you know, a transgender student is entitled to use facilities that align with their consistently asserted gender identity. They're assigned to accommodations as long as they've consistently asserted this gender identity. So I think that's consistent through the document, but maybe someone can help us. Is there anyone who's ready to comment on that? I don't know, Laura, maybe I just don't understand the concern.
I don't know, I'm not sure that I can voice it correctly. Not that I'm afraid to voice it, but I'm trying to figure out, when do we determine if a student is transgender, or are they using a consistently asserted gender identity? I think they're very different things.
Okay, my understanding, if I can articulate it, is that a transgender student would be a student who consistently asserts a gender identity that does not match their biological sex, or their sex on school records, or their sex assigned at birth, whichever of those terms we use. But that would be a transgender student, the way that we're working with it in this document. And we may have, when this goes out for public comment, we may have people help us to refine our understanding of some of that. But that's the way I understand it, and as we've used it in the document.
Could they have a consistently asserted gender identity and not be transgendered? I guess that's my question here, because we're only putting that out that it's a transgender student. So
It's certainly a cisgender student who consistently asserts the gender identity that matches their biological sex would not be transgender, but would consistently assert a gender identity. I think the case where we need the accommodations, though, is where the asserted identity doesn't match with the school records or the biological sex. That's where we need to, those are the students who we need to have the accommodations for.
we do need to have the accommodations. And maybe Holly can help me. So Holly, can a student have a consistently asserted Chair, if you would be willing?
No, that's fine. Please go ahead and
Okay.
ask the question of staff, and we'll have staff decide who's the best qualified to answer, and then
Thank
we'll
you,
go from there.
Chair. I'll go to you then, Chair. Can a student assert a gender identity and not necessarily be transgender?
Okay. Patty, Holly, is there someone who would field that question for us?
I'm
Holly.
happy to answer.
Okay, thank you.
Because I think I'm on your wavelength here, Board Member Belknap. I think I know where you're going. So a transgender student or a transgender person, a transgender is an umbrella. So any person whose gender identity does not strictly align with their sex assigned at birth is transgender. So you'll find, though, that there's variations within the transgender community. So you'll have individuals who will identify as non-binary or as gender fluid or gender queer and some other gender identities, but they fall under transgender because their gender identity does not strictly align with their sex assigned at birth. And that's where you were going with this, right?
Thank you.
Okay.
I needed that clarity. Thank you so much.
Yeah. And so I guess the question is, what I've heard you asking is what is consistently asserted, because, if they're choosing to use a bathroom that aligns with their gender identity, what's that? How do you define consistently asserted? And that's what I hear you asking.
I got that. I think I got that from the definition from what Scott talked about before. So I just would maybe just needed to know it was an umbrella catch for us. Thank you.
Okay, thanks, Laura. Thank you,
Chair.
Holly. Janet, please.
Well, so this discussion makes me wonder, is there somewhere in this document that for guidance that we will have a list of definitions to maybe help people discern what some of this language is? I know I've been learning a whole new vocabulary than what I was. Oh, there you go. Somebody's on top of it. Thank you so much.
So I think our discussion was that we wanted to have a place we could go for definitions related to these documents that we've been dealing with the last little while, and have those be consistently used through all of our documents. We already have a definitions rule. This would be a definitions document that applies to these guidance documents and other things that we're dealing with. If we're okay to move to example 2, I have a question on that one, on whether we need the term cisgender there or if we could just say a student, if a student or a student is uncomfortable, the student should be allowed to use an alternative restroom. I don't know if that needs to be there or not. I think it's fine as it is. I just don't know if that's too limiting. We cut that out up above is the reason I'm asking. We took out the whether cisgender, transgender, or otherwise. Jenny, are we on?
Yeah, this
same
goes back
point?
to your definition. Yeah. Are we
Okay.
doing, I mean, I maybe we've got to address this eventually, but the biological sex, or what is the term we're using? Because that's what we're saying here with cisgender. If we're choosing to add more verbiage or wordage, right, to it, that would be, or it would be just a student is uncomfortable, right?
Mm-hmm.
So I agree. I think it needs to be stricken, but
Okay, and yeah, we do. Somebody is going to raise our terminology issue that we need to address on the biological sex assigned at birth. So thank you for that comment then. And Brent, you've got your hand up.
Well, I'm just going to throw out an alternate view, not because I hold on to it strongly, but for me, using cisgender and transgender in the example before, it does keep it consistent with terminology. Transgender is someone who does not associate with their gender by birth, and for cisgender, then you do. So, heck, I didn't even know that 6 months ago. But anyway, I don't feel strongly, but I do think it's consistent.
Okay. I guess we can hit this one right now. Jenny, I see your hand's still up, but this does include the sex assigned at birth wording in there. We had some discussion about whether that should remain as is or should be changed throughout the document to biological sex. The information that I've seen says that those are used almost interchangeably, but that's evolving as well as things go forward. And it sounds like Laura has had some discussions on that and maybe learned a few things as well. Do you want to comment on that one, Laura, and make a motion or a suggestion?
I have, and thanks to Miss Holly for digging a little more for me, that really there are non-binary sex given at birth. So I think biological sex would be a determination here that we should probably use.
Okay.
But
Jenny, is your
someone may have
comment?
somebody else, something else.
Yep. Jenny, is your comment to that issue?
yeah, I'm fine with that if that's the way we choose to go. There's also another term that's used, which is natal sex, which is a medical term more or less, that the birth sex. But
yeah, I haven't seen, and sorry for just jumping in, but I really haven't seen that in any of the documents that we've reviewed or the literature. I mean, I think it is more of a specialized medical term. Again, not an expert on any of that, but the things I see are biological or assigned at birth. So if, Laura, do we have a motion then to adjust this one and throughout the document to biological sex?
I think so, unless any of our AAGs or anyone else thinks I'm off, totally off here.
Okay, any comments from staff that'll help us here? Okay, Brent, is your hand up for this one?
Yes. So
Okay.
I'm thinking that I would like to leave it as is, but we're going to be getting feedback from people, but I don't feel like I'm an expert. So I don't feel like I can say, no, we should change that. But I also feel like, no, I feel both ways. So if we left it the same, would that give us an opportunity to fill things out a little bit differently when we get feedback from other individuals?
No, and I appreciate that. I think that we're going to have a chance to revise whichever way we go. I think what we'll do is just we'll put the motion on the before the committee, and we'll go ahead and vote. Whichever way it goes, there'll be a chance to look at this again after comment comes in, so we can move things forward. I don't know that our discussion is going to be any more productive if we keep having it now. We've kind of laid out all the information we have at the time. So the motion then before the committee is to change example 2 and throughout the document to replace the word sex assigned at birth with biological sex. Is that correct, Laura?
Yes, Chair.
Okay. Any comments to that or any discussion to the motion? If not, go ahead and vote. And looks like we're unanimous on that one. Is that what you see, Norley?
That's correct, Chair.
Okay, thank you. Anything else on example 2? I'm fine to let it stand the way it is. I won't make a motion there.
Chair, I have a motion on number 2.
Okay, please.
I'd like to have it read, a student is uncomfortable because a transgender student, or would we say a student who is transgender, has been using the restroom and locker room, should be allowed to use an alternative restroom and locker room.
So the student should be allowed to use.
A student is uncomfortable because and I'm not sure the right terminology. I don't know that you call them a transgender student or a student who is transgender.
So whatever we use through the document there.
Yeah.
Maybe staff can help us with that one. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
On that one, we're trying to make sure we use student first language.
Yep.
So it would be a student who is
Okay.
transgender.
Has been using the restroom and locker room, has been using the locker room, should be allowed to use an alternative restroom and locker room. Student, I just need to make sure I had that right.
So that last sentence then would be the student should be allowed to use an alternative restroom and locker room, I guess. So
But if
yeah, if we're gonna, it can't just be the student. So
I
I see what you're trying to do. Yeah.
Because I don't think if we're saying transgender, we don't need to say that's not,
Cisgender.
that doesn't align to their sex at birth. We don't need to say that because we've already identified what a transgender student is, that they are someone who has consistently asserted gender different.
Okay, let's make sure they have that the way that you want to present it for the motion, and we'll
A student is uncomfortable.
get it there.
A student who's transgender has been using a restroom or should be allowed to use an alternative restroom and locker room. Yeah,
But we've changed sex assigned at birth now to biological.
I didn't,
sex.
I don't even have it in there this time.
Oh, okay.
so
I'm sorry,
I-
that's not,
It's just saying a student twice, so it's kind of cumbersome, but a
yeah,
student is uncomfortable because a student who is transgender has been using a certain bathroom or
Mhm.
locker room, should be allowed to use an alternative restroom and locker room.
so a student who is uncomfortable.
Uh-huh.
So we need a who up there at the beginning. A student who's uncomfortable because a student who's transgender has been using a certain restroom or locker room should be allowed to use an alternative restroom and locker room,
Period.
period. Okay. Any comments from committee members on that one? Brenda, is your comment on this?
Yeah, I like the changing terminology because it's more inclusive. It goes to the heart of all students, so makes sense to me.
Okay. Okay, any other comments to this? We're ready to take this to a vote. The motion before the committee is that example 2 be revised to say a student who's uncomfortable because a student who is transgender has been using a certain restroom or locker room should be allowed to use an alternative restroom and locker room.
Should be and or at the end. And or locker room.
An alternative restroom and or locker room.
Thank you.
Okay. We'll have them change that on the screen. So restroom and or locker room. Okay, committee members, please vote.
Okay, should there be a comma after a student who is transgender has been using a certain restroom or locker room, comma, should be allowed to use an alternative restroom? Where are our grammarians?
I
The
think,
flow just seems a little awkward to me.
yeah,
That would be you, Janet.
let's, I think it reads okay the way it is, but I think that we'll have a
Okay.
chance to make technical edits and, you know,
Okay, there's
fix-
somebody who knows better
unless
than I am.
it changes the meaning. Would a comma change the meaning of the sentence, Janet?
No.
Okay, we'll leave it then if you're okay with that, and then we'll come back and let
But I
our
don't know,
staff.
it may not even need a comment. It just seems like it's a little wordy to me.
Okay,
So Chair, with that,
Um,
I show that that passed unanimously,
okay.
that
thank
last
you.
change, sorry.
Yep. So now we're down to example 3. Any comment to example 3 or motions to change that one?
Yes, Chair.
Okay, please, Laura.
Okay, first of all, a girl who is transgender, it would be a transgender girl. A transgender girl is uncomfortable using the girls' restroom and locker room, but does not want to use the boys' restroom and or locker room. That student should be allowed to use an alternative restroom and or locker room. I don't think we need to qualify the reason. They may feel unsafe. They may be just nervous. They might not. I just don't know that I want to qualify why they want to use someplace else. But I think a transgender girl, is that how you would say it?
How about a
Because-
student? To start with the student again.
A female transgender student, a female student who is transgender. Is that what you're trying to do to
Well,
wordsmith
if-
it?
Well, I know it says girl and then girls later, so that wouldn't be consistent, but yeah, yeah.
who is transgender is comfortable
don't know.
using girls. I'm
How's that?
good.
Is that okay? I put it in student first language.
Okay. Okay, Jenny, you've got your hand up, please.
So, based on the theoretical framework here, could a boy who feels uncomfortable, not a transgender boy, feels uncomfortable using the boys' bathroom because it's consistently held that he is feeling uncomfortable and is safe there, can he use a girl's bathroom? I'm not asking that facetiously. I'm asking that seriously. Can a boy say, I don't feel comfortable using a boy's bathroom, I'd like to use the girl's bathroom? Can a girl?
Under our guidance, I would say no.
Why?
So because he doesn't consistently assert a gender that's different from his biological sex. So he could ask for an accommodation to use another restroom, a single stall restroom, or, you know, an alternative restroom, but he couldn't, under our framework, he couldn't go to a girl's restroom just because he wanted to, or said
No,
he
I'm
didn't
not
feel
because
safe.
he wanted to. Maybe he didn't feel safe in the boys' restroom.
Yeah, he would be offered an alternative facility, which would not be the girls' restroom. Am I reading this consistently?
I don't know. I'm feeling
No,
somewhat.
I'm asking staff, we've been over
discombobulated
this many times, and I think that the request for an alternative doesn't get you into the other restroom unless you consistently assert a gender identity different from your biological sex.
And remind me, what did we have for definition again for consistently assert?
It's up at the top of the document. It comes right from the DM5, I think. So it says,
Okay.
you know, there could be medical documentation or a long-term. It's
That's
in one of the
right. That's right.
footnotes.
I'm remembering
It's
now.
in one of the
Thank you.
footnotes at the top, the DSM-5. Go down below, there's a footnote on it. Keep going down below.
Page 3.
There we go.
There you go.
So, yeah, consistent and unit. So DSM-5 right there. So, and again, every definition is going to require some interpretation, but this is a standard that's out there in the literature and has been interpreted and used in many different settings. Okay, Jenny?
Sure, yeah.
Okay. We've got Janet with her hand up then.
Yeah, I'm not loving this amendment. I believe that I like the example the way it was originally. It seems to me like our language is getting stilted and harder to understand. It seemed previously to me to be rather straightforward. Also, this is an example. And in my mind, it makes perfect sense that a transgender girl may not feel comfortable using the boys' restroom and locker room because of a safety issue. And I think that's what our example is. Our example is a safety issue, and it makes sense. So I don't think it's necessary to take that out. It becomes less of an example in my mind. So I'm in favor of the example 3 the way it was originally.
Okay.
Maybe
Laura,
not completely though, because the first sentence was also changed, Janet.
no, Janet.
Put it back the way it was. It made better sense.
Oh, but wait,
Okay.
wait.
So
Made
Janet's saying,
I should say it made better
yeah.
sense to me.
But you can't
Janet's
say a girl who-
speaking against changing it, then it looks like. Hey, Brent,
Yeah, I'm leaning that way as well.
okay. Is there anything else that needs to be said, or we just need to put this to a vote so that we can get it
No.
decided? Anything else, Laura?
I think,
I'd like to have some discussion. You cannot say a girl who is transgender because this girl, this once biological male is now a female. So we're separating the two, and yet they're one and the same at this point. So I'm not talking about putting back since she feels unsafe in that environment. I'm just talking about the first sentence. A student who is a transgender girl.
Okay.
So
And maybe I can ask staff, as far as the source of this example, we pulled some of these from other documents. I know we've pulled them from others. Is this one that we put together the verbiage here at USB, or is this one that came from another? I don't know that matters, but.
I'm going to move to Holly or Brian to be able to answer that one.
Okay.
I know we pulled some from Hawaii because Hawaii's document had
a lot of examples.
concrete examples.
Yeah.
And so I don't remember exactly which ones. We added just a few of our own.
Okay. And then let me ask then, Holly, if that, so the way it was written, is that, I think Laura's concern is that that's offensive, or that's not an accurate way in the LGBTQIA community to refer to a transgender girl, who would be a girl who's asserting a male sexual identity, right?
So Board Member Belknap, do I understand you to say that some might take offense to being called a transgender girl rather than just a girl if they were their sex assigned to birth as was male? Is that what you're saying?
no, I thought it was kind of offensive to begin with, the way it was written, but I'm okay to have this voted down, and then we'll go again.
Okay. Okay, it looks like Jenny's got something on this. Go ahead, Jenny.
Yeah, I think I agree with Laura. To me, it's unclear, given that other language, exactly what we're talking about and what kind of accommodation we're making there. But, I guess you would have to define girl, and maybe we can't even do that. I don't know. So that's, it depends on what we're looking at. So.
Okay, so let's make it clear in the example, I guess, and then make sure that we're saying what we want. So this is a biological girl who is asserting as a male, is that right? Consistently as a male who doesn't want to use the girls' restroom, but also doesn't want to use the boys' restroom, or do I have that wrong? Is it a biological male or biological female?
Is a student who was assigned male at birth.
Okay.
And so they identify as a transgender girl.
Right.
And
Okay.
so they're uncomfortable using the girls' restroom and locker room. So it's a little different where you would expect that a transgender girl would want to use the girls' restroom and locker room.
Mm-hmm.
Or that they are uncomfortable using that, but they also don't want to use the boys. So they're not uncomfortable with either.
Right.
So that's what this situation is saying.
Okay. So this is the example of not the normal accommodation, which would be for a transgender girl to use the girls' restroom. That doesn't work. They don't feel safe there, don't feel comfortable. Also, the boys' restroom is not a safe environment for them, don't feel like it. And so they want the alternative.
Correct.
Okay, are we clear?
A single stall or something like that. Yeah.
Yeah, is the verbiage that we have there now clear that this is a biological male transgender girl in the reading? Because I think that's what Laura's talking about, right? Is that we need this to be clear as to the student that we're speaking of in the example. Okay, Holly, can you help there? And then I've got Brent and Jenny.
Well, and I remember actually at first we had in parentheses a transgender girl. And then I think in parentheses, we did originally have assigned male at birth and then took that out. So if that would add more clarity, we could put that parenthetical back.
Okay, would that help, Laura? Would that help you?
No, I'm fine, Chair. I can even sense she feels unsafe in that environment. She feels safe in either one of those environments, actually.
Mm-hmm. Okay, but the language on the transgender girl now, with the parentheses assigned male at birth, does that help?
Oh, no, I knew it was a transgender girl.
Oh, okay. I thought that we were playing with that language because we didn't feel like it was clear.
No, I knew
Okay.
it was clear. I just was trying to.
All right, so you don't need that. You don't need that ad.
No.
Okay, Brent, please go ahead.
So how about we start with a student who is transgender does not feel comfortable in either the restroom and locker room of their assigned birth. In other words, be consistent where it starts. A student who is transgender, doesn't matter if it's a girl or boy. The bottom line is they don't feel comfortable in either restroom, and that needs to be accommodated. That's the concept. So restroom and locker room.
Comments to that? Jenny? Oh, hands down.
I actually so like this, Chair, but make sure that we have restroom / locker room.
Yeah.
Restroom and or locker room.
And at the end, I really like that. Maybe Janet doesn't now, but.
And or locker room. Janet, have we circled around to where you're okay with this one?
Okay, let me read it again. A student who is a transgender girl, or are we doing Brent's?
Right
A
here.
student
No,
who is
right there at the bottom.
transgender does not feel comfortable using the girls' or boys' restroom and or locker room.
Mhm.
The students should be allowed to use an alternative restroom and locker room. I'm fine with that.
Okay. that's still an example that's meaningful, but it does, I think, clarify things. Brent's celebrating. If you got Janet on your side and Laura, and things are good. Jenny, any other comments on this?
No, I don't
Okay,
think so.
Laura, are you okay if I use this as an alternative motion? Okay.
Yes, sir.
The motion then before the committee is that we adopt the language as, for example, 3 of a student who is transgender does not feel comfortable using the girls' or the boys' restroom and or locker room. The student should be allowed to use an alternative restroom and locker room. Any comments, any discussion to that motion? Please go ahead and vote.
Scott, real quick, are we voting all 3 of these examples or that bottom one? I'm sorry, you just read
Yeah,
through
I'm sorry. We should have actually voted in all of the examples. I don't know if we did.
Is
the
it just
one
the bottom?
above this? I just called, the motion I just called was just for the bottom one.
Okay,
But I'm
that's
gonna
what
have
I was
to-
thinking, but yeah.
Okay. So Jenny, we're just missing your vote on that motion. Okay, it looks like we're unanimous on that. Is that what you see, Nora Lee?
Yes, that's correct, Chair.
Okay, and then I think just to finish this off, we need to, I will entertain a motion to accept the facilities section of the document as amended
So moved,
to
Chair.
go out for comment. Okay. We have a motion from Member Cannon to adopt the facilities section of this document as amended to be sent out for comment when we complete everything. Please go ahead. Oh, Jenny, discussion of
Hey,
that
hey,
motion?
wait. Yeah,
Discussion?
I have an addition, unless we're adding this somewhere else, but I think it's appropriate here. I think there's got to be a way that public and parents are aware. So I would just recommend we added something like any changes to facilities usage policies, and maybe there's a better way to state that, should go through an open public meeting so that there is any, as districts make changes to their facility usage policies, that the public is aware of it. Would you like me to state that again? I don't know if that's best at the bottom or.
Yeah, I think I understand it. And I think, let me just ask a question, then I'll let you raise the motion. So up above, we say that the LEA's website should provide students and parents with instructions, and it should be, the policies and procedures should be available. That's certainly not the same as running it through.
No,
a
it's not
public
the
meeting
same.
and having it adopted. But you know, personally, I feel like that's enough, but you're saying we should go that one step further.
Well, I do, especially if we're not going to make note to make anybody aware, because often things come before meetings and it's not, you know, they'll have 5 or 6 policies locally that they'll vote on. And I just think it's that if they're changing to facilities, any changes to facilities should make sure that not just they should have a notice for parents, and it should be sent for an open public meeting. So.
Okay, we've got a comment from Laura. Go ahead, Laura.
I'm sorry, Chair. I actually agree with this, that it really needs to be in a public meeting. And the reason being is this shouldn't be in an internal change inside of a just arbitrarily. If there's going to be a change, it should be publicly noticed.
Okay, I appreciate the comments. I'm thinking about this as a guideline document, a guidance document that we're putting out. And it seems to me we're getting pretty prescriptive about, you know, how we do that. But, you know, we can say should be adopted in a public meeting.
Yeah, I did say should. And the other thing is we're talking about transparency in this area. I just feel like this is just a wise thing to do. It's just wise for communities to do this.
Okay, but what are changes to facilities? What changes would have to go through this public meeting? Changes to this.
Changes a district makes. So whatever.
So give me an
they make a
example of what a
change.
policy change would be. So they adopt a policy that says basically what we have listed here with regard to transgender students. And then any change to that policy would need to go through a public
You're
meeting?
saying if they've already, so I'm sorry, let me just ask clarification. You're saying if they already have this policy in place and they made additional change, anytime they make a change to the facility policies, I think it's a wise thing. So moving forward, that would be a transparency thing. So, and I don't know if the districts have
Is
this
that,
policy.
and
in
again, I'm
place.
just asking questions, but would that be to
Sure.
only to facilities, or what about the other things that we've got in our guidance
So
document?
that's why I did ask the question, whether we do it here or at the closing of the document. So, or if somewhere else, if it's better, if it's a broader issue, or if it's done just here at facilities. So that's, I'm fine with it at another location. So,
And is the concern for any policies related to this guidance document, or is it only to facilities?
I think you're going to draw attention on facilities. So that may be one of the key pieces, and that's why I brought it up here, but there may be other areas that.
Okay. I'm going to go
particularly for
to
public.
Member Straight, and I got a reminder about our time. We really have a goal to get something out tonight. We've got an hour and 45 left, and we've gotten through one section. It was fairly short, so we've got a lot of discussion still to come. So I'll try and move things along, but we do need to make sure that we've thoroughly, addressed this. Go ahead, Member Straight.
So these are recommendations to LEAs. LEAs have a process through the local board where policies are adopted. Those require more than one reading, and they have to be formally adopted in a public meeting by the board. I can't think of a single instance where I've seen a policy change that did not get approved by the board in a public meeting. In fact, the whole process was public. Anyway, I'm all for that, absolutely, but I think it's required anyway. We never change policy, whether it's employee policy as a city. We have to follow the Open and Public Meetings Act as well.
So Brent, if I hear what you're saying, you're looking up to that top line, adopt formal policies and procedures. You're saying it's covered in that?
Yeah, because
Okay.
they all have their policies and procedures, and they're always updating them when necessary.
Okay. Jenny, I'll come back to you and make sure that we have the right motion before the committee. We have a sentence highlighted in blue here. Is that what you'd like to add, or does that need to be changed?
No, I think that's appropriate.
Okay, so we have a motion before the committee that we add a sentence, any changes to policy regarding facilities should be approved in an open and public meeting. Committee members, please go ahead and vote.
Chair, I need a clarifying, any policy?
This says any changes to policy regarding facilities.
Well, that is broader than this document.
I mean, we've got this motion up. If we want to make another motion, we can do that or change it. I'm sorry. I thought we had all the discussion to it. Maybe I didn't leave time for discussion.
Chair, could I make a motion to table this topic, that it may be more appropriate even at the end of this document?
You can make the motion. I'd prefer that we dealt with it here, and then if we want to raise it as a blanket statement at the end of the document, we raise it there.
Facility is just too big. They could change a doorknob, and then we have to have them have a public meeting on it.
Okay. I'm just trying to move things along. We have this motion before us.
Okay.
If the motion passes, then it'll go in here. If it doesn't, then it won't be added here, but that doesn't preclude us from adding some kind of a blanket statement at the end that talks about, how policies should be handled. Is that you can make, I'll entertain whatever motion we want to make. I just need to keep us going. So is there an alternative motion or something, Laura, that you want to make right here, or can we deal with this and then move on to another motion if we want to do that, or looking at something at the end?
Maybe at the end, maybe here, but I can't vote for this the way it's.
Okay. I will state the motion again then. We have a motion before the committee that we add this sentence: any changes to policy regarding facilities should be approved in an open and public meeting. Committee members, please vote. And it looks like we have Jenny, Member Earl in favor, and the other committee members opposed. Is that what you have, Nora Lee, for the record?
If I am correct on this, we are defining facilities in here as very specific things, but.
Okay. We will have a comment on this and a chance to come back to it. And I hate to keep saying that, but if we don't get a document out, we won't be able to get the comment, and then we won't be able to come back to it. So we will move ahead to school records and student privacy. And we'll follow the same process that we have so far. So we're looking at paragraph 1 on school records. The text that's in pink has been, that's a suggestion from board member Earl, I believe. And so we'll let Jenny, if you want to address.
Let me see if I can quickly go down several of these. So hopefully we can go through these quickly.
If you want to address those, if they're similar, let me see how far we go here. We can take the whole section on school records if we, all at once, if we feel comfortable doing that. So that's 1, 2, 3, 4 paragraphs. But if you want to talk to us about the changes that you'd like to make, if there's a certain area where we've got a lot of debate, we can break that out separately. Otherwise, let's try and handle the school records section.
Okay, so I have just adding in accordance with FERPA and parent consent. I don't know if we need to spell FERPA out at some point. You know what I mean? Articulate what it is. I'm just making a note of that. But local education agencies should adopt formal policies and procedures regarding requests for name changes on official records and unofficial school records in accordance with FERPA and parental consent. And then the LEA's, dropping this, the LEA's website should provide student and parent with information about name change requests. So it does say that right in the sentence before, an LEA should make the policies and procedures publicly available on its website and school and district policy manuals. Then it says it almost like we're duplicating. Okay, and then we're, okay, biological, okay. Next section, let's see, schools should eliminate gender markers from their forms, documents, and records when feasible. So I'm not sure why we would want to remove gender markers. Maybe someone could provide, anyways.
Yeah, I can just give you my quick understanding of why that's there. It's if it's not necessary on the document, if there's not a reason for it, and we've included gender markers traditionally just as part of student data, but there's not always a reason for that to be in the data on certain forms and documents. If it's not necessary or isn't pertinent to whatever we're using that document for, then the recommendation or the guidance would be just not to have it there, because then that's another document we don't have to control with regard to gender privacy.
Worded a little different if that's what the intent is. It just says they should eliminate gender markers from their documents. And I do understand at the end it says when feasible. So maybe if something were to come before, let's see, let me think real quick. Maybe it's schools should eliminate unnecessary gender markers from forms, documents, and records when feasible, something like that. So that it's when, do you know what I mean? There's more of a, instead of just insisting that they move those, to me, it sounds like take these off.
Yeah, and let me ask staff and make sure that I'm not headed again in a wrong direction. But my understanding is that if there's not a reason to have a gender marker in a given document, then the guidance would be to pull it. so that we don't have to deal with the privacy issues related to gender with that document. Is that right?
That was the intent.
Okay, thank you. Okay.
So the
Keep
next
going.
part, we're
keep
simplifying
going.
it on this last line, but then we're complicating it, saying, but now you have to have this, and pronouns too. Why can't it be just the name and the sex? Why are we having to add the third item? Which to me sounds like we're maybe complicating it. Anyway, we're removing from the one, trying to simplify them. We're adding additional to the other. Okay, so that's my thought there. And then requested by parent, student and or student who is over 18 years of age or any other requested accommodation. Why am I, sorry, I have to go back and read the whole thing. Oh, well, having to do with their records, I guess, is what the accommodation would be. In other words, reference to the accommodation on that one.
So that's an add, Jenny, that you would add the words any other requested accommodation.
Yes.
And what's an example of that? What would another accommodation be?
Just a second, let me read back through it.
Okay.
I don't know, I guess if they wanted anything else added to it would be the request on that.
I think that was their chair. I don't think Jenny added that.
No, that's an add. That the underlined part is added.
Yeah, I did add the underlined part. So I guess if there is another legal accommodation of some kind that they want or name or whatever. But if it doesn't make sense, maybe it doesn't need to be there. So.
Okay, do you want to have that as part of the discussion, or do you want to strike that, or how do?
Yeah, we can strike that, actually.
Okay.
And then unofficial records such as yearbook, schools, let's see. Are we doing, and I guess the question is here, are we doing on unofficial records? Are we allowing students to change and provide what they want? I guess that's my question there, because in other areas we're not allowing that to happen. But an unofficial record, but then the listing, that is entered into the LEA students' information system. So are we allowing students to change things into their information system? I guess this is my question here. Are we needing parent approval? And I would think you would need, because you've got a privacy issue here too. If you're entering into an information system, you're going to be having someone access that who might not always be, and also will be revealing information. Someone's going to have to tell me if that's incorrect. If they're in a class and they're changing names or pronouns or something, then that would be a public forum when that would be.
So let me ask a question maybe of staff. Is the word preferred, where it says preferred name and sex, are we using that as synonymous to requested in the sentence above?
I think so.
Because if so, then I think that we could address Jenny's concern by just changing preferred to requested right there. And then that would kind of make it clear what the procedure is, or the way that.
Okay.
Would that?
I think that would clear it up.
Okay, so we're on the line that says daily assignments may reflect the preferred name and sex. We're talking about changing that from preferred to requested to match the verbiage in the one above.
Yeah, I think that would clear that up. I just think I just wasn't clear exactly whether we were allowing it to happen here, but not in other places, or exactly what we're doing. But in that case, you can remove following parent approval, and then leave the other context in there, because it would be referencing the accommodation or requested by student parent,
Okay.
or a student that's
So-
over 8 years of age.
So you're saying strike that, and then that last piece that's stricken, is that?
Well, if parent has knowledge of it, then it's not necessary to strike that. Does that make sense? But if we're allowing students to change
Okay.
information systems,
Got
then there
it.
has to be
Okay, I just want to make sure that we're the way that you want it, Jenny, here, and then we're gonna have some discussion all the way through. And maybe we can only take 2 paragraphs at a time right here.
okay, well, whatever you
we're
want to
down-
do. I do feel like the next paragraph is just duplication of what we've already said about official and unofficial records.
Okay,
So
let's break right here if we can, and
Okay.
then see if we can sort out those first 3 paragraphs. So come back up to what we have. I think we understand the amendments that you're proposing. Janet, have you got comment to those on the first 3 paragraphs?
Yes, I'd like to
Okay.
shake things up a little bit and
All right,
and to throw something out. As I read through this, I thought, this seems fuzzy to me. And I would like to get some input from our AG if possible. Do we treat official records differently than we treat unofficial records? If so, I think it would add clarity to have 1 paragraph on official records that includes legal name and sex as shown on the birth certificate, and that required documentation when requesting a change and so forth. And then have another paragraph on unofficial records, which are things like the name in the yearbook and so on and so forth. So I would like our AG's comment on, is there a legal aspect to official records that is not present on unofficial records? Are there things we need to do with official records that we aren't required to do for unofficial records? And is parent consent required for unofficial records? So could I
okay.
get some
We'll ask Brian or anybody else. We probably need a FERPA primer here on how records are treated. I think Janet's the main question is there a distinction between official and unofficial records, or all of them student records? Is that right?
Yeah, I don't have a good answer. I apologize. Member Cannon, I'm not sure. I'd have to look into that. I haven't had the opportunity to look into that previously. I don't know if Patty has some experience as being a school administrator, a practical experience. Otherwise, let me see if I can just do some real quick searching around for that and answer. So
Here,
yeah, not sure.
Okay.
Brian, you have the records law, the statute. We get a lot of questions on this because there's the
You're talking the state,
the data,
Utah.
what the transfer to the state office. You know what I'm talking about?
You're talking about the Utah
U-Tracks.
Data Privacy Records Act?
No.
You're talking about U-Tracks?
Yeah, it's what their pupil accounting. So R277419, the pupil accounting goes into what districts are required to submit to the state on official record. So it's in the relevant state of Utah law section, page 20.
Of that statute.
Okay, and there's also FERPA has a distinction, I think, as to what's included in the students' records that we need to consider here to answer Janet's question fully. Janet, we're going to let these folks do some behind the scenes work for just a second, and
Okay.
address other issues, I guess, that are here.
May I just
I don't
reiterate-
think we created, yeah, let me just say, I don't know that we created this portion from, this isn't entirely created from the USB. I think this came from other documents, but I don't, and there is, I mean, they've broken it out this way, but I don't know that I could cite where it came from or, you know, any authority. But go ahead, Janet. Do you have other questions?
I just wanted to reiterate, it seems to me like we could maybe put some clarity around official records and laws that are incumbent upon us to follow when we're dealing with official records. And if those laws don't apply to unofficial records, then we can be a little more lenient with how we treat those. And I think that's good guidance, you know, to say, if you're doing an official record, you have to abide by these laws. If it's an unofficial record and the kid wants to be called Chip, you know, you call him Chip. So I'd like to have the clarity of some kind of distinction between the two, if it is legally feasible to do that. Thank you.
Okay, let me clarify. So this part right here is about what goes into records. The pronouns and the names that are called, that's down below where we talk about that, about nicknames and that sort of thing. But basically, I think what's written here is that any changes to school records for a student under 18 would require parental involvement, informal or formal records. And if a student's over 18, then under FERPA, they have rights to their records. I know that that's clear. And so parental involvement would not be involved if the student's, you know, considered an adult by FERPA, which is 18. Then parents can't access student records, is my understanding. When the child hits 18, they age out of the FERPA requirement that parents can access. So would we make changes to this based on any distinction between formal and informal? Would you be proposing then, Janet, that students are able to change pronouns, sex, names in a yearbook without the parent being involved? Is that where you're going with this, or?
Well, I just am trying to get some feel for what's legally required. And I think we've got legal issues around all the official records. And so the question is, do those same rules apply to unofficial records? If so, we're probably moving ahead correctly. If the laws are different for unofficial records, then I think maybe we could separate the two out for clarity.
Okay. Chair, I would just add here, just doing some fast research, FERPA doesn't seem to designate or differentiate between official and unofficial. It just defines what a covered document is.
So it's just student records, which is anything in the student's file.
Yeah,
is that
yeah.
what you're saying for FERPA?
Discipline, that.
I know it doesn't cover potentially teachers' notes or things like that aren't kept in a student record file, but yeah, my understanding is that everything that's in the student's file would be a FERPA record. So you're saying that would probably include then things like school IDs and things like that?
Yeah, it's a written record. I think that's kind of the parameter. Is it in writing or in a computer database? Then I think that's covered. There's unofficial transcripts that FERPA is talking about, but they're still protected just as official transcripts would be protected.
Okay. Janet, I'm not sure, in the interest of time, I mean, we have a partial explanation here. And I don't know if you don't have a concrete motion, I guess, on that. If we're not able to answer the question, I'd like to move ahead and then come back to this either later today or, potentially after we have public comment, we'll be able to have some comment from staff as well.
Thank you, Chair. I did make some notes. I did break out things that went for official records and then unofficial records, but I can bring them back at another point in time. I did want to get the question answered about whether there were legal implications for unofficial records that might apply differently than to official records. So I think we've gotten input on that. I thank you for your time.
Okay. Yeah, thanks. So any other, I'm just going to move through these first three paragraphs now with what's on the board. We have a suggestion that will soon be a motion, I think, to add in accordance with FERPA and parental consent. Any thoughts on that? I think that FERPA should be understood, but I have a hard time understanding what the parental consent is. That would be part of the policy. I don't know that that's well defined, what that would mean. So personally don't know about adding that one in. Any other comment to that or any help, Jenny, on that? Go ahead, Janet.
We do have FERPA spelled out in student privacy. It says exactly what it means. And then I think Jenny's added a definition of FERPA underneath there. So it may be redundant to have it up here.
Okay.
If we
Jenny,
go for the part, yeah.
Are you okay with it just being referenced down below? Or do you feel like it needs to be included here?
I feel like that was a good argument.
Okay, so you're okay with pulling that?
Yeah,
pulling
we're
that section. Okay.
Down below.
Let's
Yep.
pull that then. And then the next piece is the LEA's website should provide students and parents with information about name change requests. You're saying that that's redundant with the policies and procedures that are going to be publicly available.
Well, I'm just saying it's a duplication of the next line. I feel like we're almost saying the same thing. Am I wrong in saying that?
I wonder if we said policies and procedures regarding school records, including name change requests publicly available. What if we just combined it to add a little clarity? Would that?
That sounds great. I just felt like sentences need to be tightened up. We kind of duplicate things over and over again. So
yeah, this group editing doesn't get us to be quite as concise as we could be.
Sure, Hanson, can you restate that? So policies and procedures regarding
so
school
LEA
records.
should make its policies and procedures regarding school records, including name change requests, publicly available on its website and school and district policy manuals. And I guess it could just be including change requests. Is that, because we're talking about more than just names? Would that be all right? If we take name out of that? Okay, is there any comment from the committee on that line? Or I think I'm just going to take these first three paragraphs when we get done wordsmithing them and see if we can adopt them. So if there's no more discussion, we'll move down to the next one. I see that staff has changed to say biological sex, which we adopted throughout the document. And then the next paragraph, to the extent the school is not legally required, the school should use the name and sex, including pronouns requested by the student and parents. And Jenny, you have that stricken, including pronouns?
Yeah, we're saying we don't have to use, I'm just trying to understand where some of these things, and we're trying to kind of simplify things, and then we're adding more on.
Mm-hmm. So this, I don't know where pronouns would show up in any of these. I guess in a yearbook, it could refer to a student by pronouns.
Would that be a parent request or accommodation? It seems like it would fit under that. And I think that's maybe why I had that accommodation there originally. That would be a request there, right?
Mm-hmm.
But otherwise it wouldn't be automatic, right? Unless it has the request there.
Yeah, use the name and sex, including pronouns requested by the student and parents. This is talking about documents. The legal name or biological sex on school records. Yeah, maybe staff can help me with that one. It looks like that's expanding because we're saying at the top that the school is not legally required to use the name or biological sex in documents. The school should use and then we've added pronouns, but we've only talked about name and sex up above.
Chair,
Yeah.
am I making a big assumption that if we change the name and the sex, that the pronoun would go with it?
Not necessarily, because we have pronouns that don't necessarily, I mean, they, for example, which we'll discuss down further, that wouldn't be a given if the sex was female. She, her isn't a given for that.
I'm not sure our school records can hold all of the choices.
Well, and I wonder if we can take it out here without really, because we address pronouns down below. Holly, you've got your hand up. Please help us.
Well, I'm trying to process through why this might be here. And I'm thinking, as I'm reading through the different options, daily assignments is the only one that really pops out as where you would see like if you had a teacher responding about a child in a piece of writing, that you would want to make sure they use the correct pronoun in whatever written feedback or something like that. Because I've been sitting here trying to think how this would apply when it comes to records. That's the only thing, I guess it's a guidance just to say, be consistent across the board with what is requested.
So maybe, sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt.
No, that's fine. Go ahead, Jenny.
Maybe it's, once again, I think accommodation maybe instead of actually, so the school should use any name, or I don't know how you want to phrase it, any record accommodations requested by student parent. So it would be, those would all three fit under a record accommodation versus having to try to list it out and assume one thing or another so that it's consistent there.
Okay. So record accommodations, I don't know if that adds clarity or not. Brent, go ahead, help us please on this one. We've got to
Hopefully I'm not shooting past the meeting with this, but for me, nothing's worse than when an accommodation is requested and you're waiting for the results and you're waiting to be told what the proper course is, that not everyone is told, not everyone is communicated with. I've had situations where I had to go back to the administrator and find out, so what's our status, what accommodations have been granted. I know on the EP system, and in regards to that when accommodations are made, an email goes out to all of the teachers of that student and to those in that have contact with that, to make certain that everyone understands exactly what the accommodations are. And that's not just for transgender issues, but that's for everything. I mentioned IEPs as a good example of that. So I think this is about communication, I think, and making certain that we don't confuse substitute teachers or anyone in the system. Hopefully I'm understanding that.
So you're making the case to keep the including pronouns in there because, and I appreciate you reminding us that this is not only because the students requested it, but also because once it's requested by the student and parent, then there's an obligation on the school to honor those requests. And I think if it's not included in records, then we may be spotty in our compliance, which wouldn't be honoring the student's request or fulfilling our legal obligation, which I think is, I mean, that's also fairly clear that students are to be referred to by the pronouns that match their consistently asserted sex as part of an accommodation there. So I think after hearing that I would say that we could keep that language in. Do we have any other comments? Jenny, is that persuasive to you? Do we need to put this up for a motion? And go ahead, Laura.
I just hope we don't blow it as educators, because we're going to try, but we are going to fail on many fronts.
There is some language that deals with that down lower
I
in the
know that.
document that talks about it. And this is about respect, and respect is, I mean, there's a difference between bullying and inadvertent mistakes, right? And that's the lines that we have to make sure we don't cross. But let's, Jenny.
Just put it to a vote.
Let's put it to a vote. Okay, so
Yeah.
we're going to vote on the first 3 paragraphs to, how should we do this?
Well, I think for the most part, we all pretty much agreed on everything up until that one piece, right? So there's that one piece that we have and I think we
Yeah, let's do 2 motions. So we'll
Yep.
just have a motion on striking the words including pronouns right now, and then we'll come back and adopt all of those whichever way we go. So Jenny, I understand your motion to be to strike the words including pronouns from paragraph 3 of this section of the school records section of the document. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay, that's the motion for the committee. If you'd please vote. Looks like that motion will fail. 2 in favor, Jenny and Laura, 3 opposed. Nora Lee, do you have that recorded?
I do, Chair. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. So then we're down to the first 3 paragraphs, and I will entertain a motion to adopt those first 3 paragraphs as revised on the screen.
So moved.
Motion from member Belknap. Board members, any discussion of that motion? Oh,
Yeah, sorry, I should put my
yeah,
hand up.
it's okay.
Clarity on this are we going to be doing this for all students or only requested? That's my question.
Let's go back up and look, Jenny. And if you have a
That's the
specific,
part I'm having a hang up with. If the student wants to request it, that's one thing, but to be deliberately doing it, I don't think that's a necessary thing. It would be more of a request.
so I think
Want to make sure I'm
think
right
it-
on that. If I'm not right,
I
then-
believe the language says that they have to request a change, right? Requested by the student and parents. So this is a formal process where they need to go in and
Okay.
make the request and then receive the accommodation.
Okay, just making sure.
Okay.
Yeah.
Again, the motion then from member Belknap is that we adopt these first 3 paragraphs of school records as they've been revised on the screen. Please go ahead and vote.
That passed unanimously.
Okay,
Chair.
thank you. Appreciate that. And we'll move now to the next one. We've got some pink on paragraph 4. This is the last paragraph in the student records
Yeah.
section.
I'll try to be quick. This is a duplication. We say the same thing down below again. So
Where below? Can you point?
I'll show you. So go down to the pronouns section. Preferred pronouns. Should a student make a request to a teacher to be referred to by an alternative name or nickname that is not, anyways, right there, we say that.
Mhm.
And I don't know if we need to add more to that or something, but we say it right there. So,
Okay, I think the pronouns is not necessarily the same issue as the records. And maybe maybe it is. We're dealing with them separately. This is the hard records, and then there's a request for pronouns. I don't know if it may just be redundant, Jenny, but for purposes of time right now, maybe safe to err on the side of having it in there twice and then seeing if we can clean it up later. Is that?
Yeah, that's fine.
Would that be okay? I don't want to leave anything out that's important, but we certainly, if we have it in there twice, we can deal with that, I think. Laura, please.
Yeah, I think we have that up above if they request it. And that was the thing that Brent was talking about. But once it's requested and including pronouns, that it's now on the official record. So it would go to every substitute. It would go to every person. Third paragraph down. The student should use the name, sex, including pronouns requested by the student and parents. And here we're saying it should be used by all of them again.
So I read this to say that it should be communicated to everyone in the school. So it's changed on the records. Now we've got to have a process to get it out to the classrooms. That's why I think it's there. I don't see it as redundant because there's the change of the records and then the communication part, but maybe others are seeing that differently.
Well, I would as a practitioner here, because the records are what we have on those students. That is how we look up students. And just because someone sends me out an email that says, try this or do this, or this is what has happened, that is not where I'm going to live. I'm going to live in the school record. So I don't know.
So Laura, help me understand, because I'm not a practitioner in this area. So a change is made, student and parents come in and say, we want to request that the name of the student be changed on the records. That change is made where it can be made, or if they have the documentation that it's changed all the way through. But then, for example, this talks about an IEP or something like that. So that doesn't automatically get changed unless the school has a process to go through and say, okay, now we've got to change to the records. What other records are linked to this? What needs to be updated? I think that's the part that this is talking about, because without that link that says, okay, now there's a change, we've got to make other changes, then we could have mismatched records in the school. So I think that's what this is trying to address, but you tell me if that doesn't happen.
Well, I don't know, because I would say that when we change our goal, when we change our information, it would change also and update us in Goldview, which is our SPED records. So I'm okay to leave it for now, Chair, and then we can reconnoiter after we get more voices on that later. When it comes back in 10 days or whatever.
Yeah, no, it'll come back. If we can get it out, it'll come back. So, okay.
Scott, we just removed that next section. I have it down further.
So that no school official part?
Yeah. Yep.
Okay.
That needs to be in there somewhere, but.
Take that one out. I think we have a section down further that deals more directly with that. Okay. Yeah. If you'll just scroll up, whoever's got the screen. I think that we're ready to take a motion on the school records portion of this document. Entertain a motion to adopt school records as revised on the screen.
So moved, Chair.
Okay, motion by member Belknap. Any discussion? Committee members, please vote. And unanimous there, it looks like. You okay, Norley?
That's correct, Chair.
All right. We will keep moving forward. We are down to the student privacy section. This is specifically dealing with FERPA. And let me see what we've got. Let's go through this. That first paragraph, we've got a lot of pink there, which is Jenny's suggested edits. So let's see what discussion we have on that and see if we can get that one squared
This
away
is
by
just
the
simply,
committee.
yeah, this is just
Go
simply
ahead, Jenny.
taken from I've indicated the website there. This is the language that's used there. I think that's I think that's maybe a more accurate statement of what FERPA does. And so I'm just recommending that.
May I just make a quick comment? I read
Certainly.
through this and I tried to go to the website and the link was a bad link. So I think the information there is correct. We just need to update the link.
Okay.
And for clarity, throughout the document, we've had that be in those footnotes, the definitions.
Oh, yeah.
So that would be pulled down into a footnote. We'd have another footnote here, I guess. We've got FERPA's footnoted down below with the actual federal code. Looks like Brian's able to make that link work. But
the stricken part is the previous definition. It's just so on that next line, just so you know.
okay. Any discussion on that one from committee members? Does that look like a good change? I think accurately defines what FERPA is. Certainly doesn't take away from what was there before. Are we okay with that? The only thing I guess it's not there is which includes a student's gender identity. Is that right? I'm just looking at that, and that would be a takeaway from what was.
I just had one question. It's on the paragraph in black below. So we start with the telling them what FERPA does. They have a right, parents have a right to inspect and review their child's education records and the right to seek to amend records. So on that second paragraph in black, we are repeating that exact same verbiage.
It depends on how you're going to define it. So if you're defining FERPA as this pink that's stricken, I don't think it's an accurate representation, although you can include additional language or information into it. Because FERPA gives the parents right to access their records. It's not just a student's record privacy. Does that make sense? Those are two different things. Correlated.
Okay, Jenny, do you see the paragraph that Janet's referring to?
I do. All I'm saying is if we're going to define FERPA, and that's what I think the intent was with the language here. It needs to be accurately defined.
And
yeah, I like the words. I like the definition. I just wonder if we need it twice, or if there's some way to clean that up a little.
Well, if I can speak to this, the second part is the pieces of FERPA that parents have a right to. The one is the parents' rights to access the records, and then and you're right, is specifically it spells out that these are the pieces to FERPA, each of those pieces. So I feel like those do need to be in there for that reason.
okay, I don't think the proposed amendment does anything to, I mean, it's a clear definition of FERPA. I was okay with the way it was written because I think that the key points of FERPA are explained. These are the rights parents have. This is when a child has rights when they turn 18. All that's written out. So I think probably the best way to do this is just to get a motion out there for the first two paragraphs of this to amend it as is shown on the screen, and we'll see how that goes. unless there's other comment here.
I have a
Yep.
question.
Go ahead, Patty.
On this part. So as it reads, it says, the Family Educational Rights and Privacy Act serves to protect, or is that pink that is struck out?
No, that would, so
be
that,
in?
so Jenny's motion is to include the language that she had in there. So
to
she
not
had the
put it in
definition.
footnote. We have it
She
in the
had-
footnote now.
Okay,
So that footnote is the consistency within the document when defining terms. So we pulled that down to the footnote. And so if we pull that down to this footnote, then this is what's left. That was the clarification I was seeking.
okay, but that's not that reference. That's not 34 CFR, doesn't say that. Right. 34 CFR is the actual FERPA code. And then that federal law, that's an explanation from the FERPA website. So we'd have to somehow footnote that properly. But Jenny, are you okay with it that way?
And you mean moving it down below?
So
Well, yeah.
what we've done is we've pulled references to and explanations as footnotes consistently through the document. So I think what Patty's suggesting is that we put all that into the
Yeah, that's
footnote
fine. I don't have a problem with that.
from FERPA. And then if that was the case, then would we keep in the stricken language on serves to protect? Or we can't just cut it out, because then that leaves us
Yeah.
with no sentence there. We've got to do something.
So now the question is, we're defining it again. You're saying family, you're defining it. And if that's the case, then you should leave the definition up there. Although I do agree with it going down, but then does that make sense? Then you're seeking to try to define it again.
Okay, give me a suggestion, someone. Brent, go ahead.
The way I look at it, it's being defined here in relationship to the document, which is gender identity guidance. It's defining it in terms of that, which I don't see the problem.
In keeping that in there, not as a definition, but with relation to gender identity, it protects student privacy.
Yeah, that's what
Okay.
it does for this document in this instance.
Okay. Where are we sitting, committee members? Any other comment to this? Jenny, is that persuasive for you?
No, not really. But I don't mind that wording, but I don't think it's more than just serving as a protection for the student. It allows parents to have access to those records as well. So it does serve as a protection, but it's accessible by parents. That's the purpose of FERPA in the first place. Not
So
just
you're saying FERPA serves
privacy of
to
students.
protect the confidentiality of student records?
Yes.
So
Well, it
just
does-
take out student privacy and say the privacy and confidentiality of student records instead of student privacy?
I would be better at that.
Okay, and then we have it down below. What if we just strike the word student there and put the?
Yeah, I think so. That sits better.
The privacy, and I guess take the out before confidentiality, just trying to make this read better. Serves to protect the privacy and confidentiality of student records, which includes the student's gender identity. Student information must be kept confidential. Permission of student parents. Okay, and then we footnote down to CFR, and we have that definition and the code referenced. Okay. We okay there? Okay, if no further comment, we'll go to the next paragraph. Parents have a right to inspect and review, the right to seek to amend records, the right to consent to disclosure, except when a child's over 18 or in other special circumstances that, as outlined in law, That's your ad, Jenny, just to make that more clear.
Yeah, I just think it needs
Okay.
to be clear. I don't know what special circumstances is, if that makes any sense. And I think the law, and also I don't know if it's his law or policies or something like that, would outline special circumstances. I don't think we want to just open it up to someone's specially unique situation without having some basis for doing it.
Yeah, I think those circumstances have to do with emergency situations having to do with, violence or health and things like that. That's
Sure, which would be outlined in law. It would
that's
be clear.
fine. Okay.
Yeah.
And the right to file a complaint. Schools must abide by legal custody orders when working with parents of students who are transgender and or gender non-conforming. Okay, and then you've added some language there.
I did. I don't know that there were places to add this before, but this children who are desisting or detransitioning also should have that same confidentiality in their records as well. So if they choose to identify a certain way and then they either desist or they are no longer transitioning, they should also have access to change those records and the confidentiality associated with that.
Okay. Any comments to that? Because it looks like that's the change to the next paragraph as well. On desist.
You would have to
detransition.
Sorry. Yeah, I was going to say we'd have to remove the and or put it later instead of at the location up above. I think I did it down below.
Chair, I think that this conversation was had previously, and I'll have to go back and look, and it doesn't matter, it can change at any time, but it was at that time meant to be a guidance document for what is for transgender students. And that was just a part of what I was trying to remember. So I went back and was looking that there was an agreement of what language should be used so that it wasn't having a list. And I think at that time, last time, it was agreed that transgender and or gender non-conforming. But it can be changed at this point, but just as a
I
reminder.
appreciate that, Patty. Thank you for helping us remember that. I think that we did talk about, there was a discussion about gender dysphoria that I think led to that discussion, but please go ahead, Laura.
I'm looking for clarity too here, Chair. So gender non-conforming, would that be a child who is detransitioning? I'm not even sure that's the correct term, but would that also, so if it's a transgender and a gender non-conforming who was there, it was their consistent gender, and now they are moving. Holly may have an answer, Chair. I don't know.
Okay. Yeah, we'll ask staff. Holly, if you're comfortable responding to that, please help us.
Yeah, and based on the conversation that we've been having as far as transgender being that umbrella, and when we're looking at it in regards to records, I don't know, gender nonconforming, we're typically using that term more when we were talking about dress codes, how a person might not be presenting with typical, with gender norms that we would expect. And so I don't know that the gender nonconforming is even necessary here in this spot. I think just transgender would be fine when we're talking about school records. It's that umbrella term.
Okay. So based on that, you'd say that we could strike everything back to transgender there. I don't see the necessity to add in the desisting and detransitioning, and I also think that affects the integrity of our document because we haven't used that anywhere else. I think that we're, defined transgender and the rights there to, I guess, once there was a change and then a change back, that would still be in the transgender envelope or under that umbrella, I would guess. So any discussion as to that? Jenny, you've still got your hand up. So
yeah, I don't necessarily agree with that. I mean, you're having people that are agreeing with their biological sex. And there is some research out there, and maybe it's appropriate, maybe even down further, but just about the privacy because of bullying and different things that are happening to them specifically as they're changing their decision that they've made before, or what they had previously thought. So I do think there is room for this dialogue, and there should be room here somewhere. If this isn't the right spot for that, and let's see, I still think privacy of records may be the right spot for some of this. So, but there is a need to acknowledge that as well. And I don't ever remember us talking about that gender dysphoria, which we haven't addressed anywhere here, and that too needs to be addressed in some capacity. So.
Okay, whoever's driving, can you just go down to the bottom of the next paragraph so I can see kind of a break point here? So right here yeah, that's okay. Go back up, please. So I think questions is the word that's left off of this line. We'll try and address these first paragraphs. It looks like we have some consensus on the first paragraph. On the second paragraph, we have the suggestion to add desisting and detransitioning there. Laura?
Scott, I think it's maybe more appropriate down in the next section.
Okay, do you want to pull that from that paragraph?
Yeah, I'll pull
then?
that one. Yep.
Okay, and then Laura, you had the idea about striking and/or gender non-conforming.
Yes,
Okay.
and did you see what AAG wrote? That we probably don't even need this whole sentence because schools must abide by the legal custody orders. They already have to. So we may not need that sentence at all, according to AAG Quisenberry. That we would stop right after FERPA.
Yeah, I'm uncomfortable with that because this situation comes up. Okay, a student and one parent come in and say, I want names changed on the records. The custody order, the school would have to look specifically there and say, does this parent have legal custody? The ability to do that. I know they would have to anyway, but this is a guidance document that would have them put that on their check sheet, I guess, for, or their policies and procedures. So I think it's important to remind them of that. This could be an area where it's likely that parents may disagree.
Even
yeah.
couples who are married and having a great life together, they're not divorced. Yeah,
I understand. So that's, I think, why that needs to be there. But so let's look back to that. Schools must abide by legal custody orders when working with parents of students who are transgender. Okay, does that suit? Jenny, you've got your hand up on this one.
Yeah,
Go
Scott,
ahead.
I'm in agreement with that because they really need to stick with that custody order. I know of some situations that have happened when one parent was asking schools to do one thing and another parent was asking to do another, and they were kind of caught in the middle. So that custody order is so key on this. So yeah, I would agree with that. Okay.
Do we have any other discussion on this one? So paragraph 2, it sounds like we're through paragraph 1, 2. Paragraph 3, I don't see any markup there. Is there any discussion to that? That's school personnel. Okay, if not, we'll go ahead and I'll entertain a motion to adopt those 3 paragraphs of student privacy, first 3 paragraphs as they've been revised on the screen.
So moved.
Motion from member Cannon. Any discussion? Go ahead and vote, please. And I see 5 green check marks, Norlie.
That's correct, Chair.
Okay, thank you. So now we're down to the paragraph that begins with privacy and confidentiality concerns for students who are transgender and or gender nonconforming. And Jenny, do you want to talk to your suggested edits there? And then we need to get that up on the screen so we can see the whole paragraph, please. Thank you. Right there somewhere. Okay.
Well, I just think we have students that don't fit exact narrative in it, especially if children have previously begun a transition and they're individuals that they're calling by a different name or pronouns or whatever, and then they change or they're changing their appearance again, and you've got questions. I think this is an area where those questions would pop up just the same as the other areas. So.
Okay, so you've got the addition of the desisting and detransitioning, but then you've also got the strikeout of who do not have supportive families.
Oh, sorry. I need to get down on the right. Sorry, I need to go down a bit. So is the criteria, if you don't have a supportive family, who's making that judgment, I guess, here is what I'm wondering.
Well, at this stage, the student would have issues, right? And raise those issues with someone at the school. And then this is providing a process to deal with that. If that's the way I would assume this would work. So the student would say, hey, my family doesn't support this and I want to keep certain things private. So then the process as laid out here would be that the student will be referred to a designated contact person or an administrator or counselor, and then handled on a case-by-case basis, considering the parents' rights and the concerns raised by the student.
Okay.
So I think that I mean, the information would come from the student just naturally. That's the only place it could come from, I guess, in the school. And then, so then if the student requests accommodations, this says the presumption should be to work with the student to appropriately inform parents. And then that last sentence is, that's actually one that I had added, and I think it probably needs to be adjusted a little bit. But if no accommodations are requested, the student's privacy should be respected and no information should be disclosed. I think it probably should say something like affirmatively disclosed. The school shouldn't act on suppositions or say, hey, I've noticed this about your child and be calling parents. But we also don't want a school to be at odds with parents if parents ask about their student in a parent-teacher conference or something. I don't think we want to put teachers in a situation, this is me personally, where they would be withholding information or not being honest with parents if they ask questions. So those are the issues I guess we have to deal with in this paragraph. Any discussion to those?
So I, once again, back to the who do not have supportive families, we're referencing something here. So sorry, I'm having a hard time maybe following exactly. We're referencing this, that's the qualifier, so to speak, but then yeah, let me look down. We're saying we're handling us on a case-by-case basis, and then we're saying, but we're no accommodations are requested, but I don't know, we're analyzing safety concerns, all these things for something that, so what you're saying is a student's coming before someone is saying, I have safety concerns, and that's why we're doing it? I'm trying to understand maybe.
So this is about privacy. That's the section that we're in. And I can foresee a situation where a student says, hey, I want to be referred to as a name that doesn't align or pronouns that don't align with my biological sex. But my parents aren't here with me to make that request. And so then because the guideline says that parents need to make that request with them, then they would get referred to someone who deals with these situations so that the advice and the counseling could be consistent. And they would say, you know, here's the way FERPA works. Here's the way this works in the school. This isn't something that happens just in one class. I mean, if we want to change a name, then it needs to be consistent. How can we work with your parents on this? How can we help you to do that? If the student raises, safety concerns that would rise to the level where reporting is required, then the counselor would have to work through that. But it would just take this out of a classroom situation and not an office staff, and put it with someone who could help and be sensitive and appropriate in dealing with those things. I think that's how I see it. And it says the presumption should be to work with the student to inform parents. But if the student isn't requesting anything that we've defined as an accommodation, then the school shouldn't be calling the student's parents and saying that they had observed something about a student or something like that, just like we wouldn't make those calls on other students for other behavior that doesn't rise to the level of discipline or something like that. Is that, I don't know if I'm articulating this well, but that's how I understand this portion. I've got, Brent, you've got your hand up on this one.
So, as a parent, I understand the concern. And as I've read through what is here, and as I've thought about it and contemplated, I can think of circumstances that would fall into the categories described here. But I think this document does an exceptional job of protecting the rights of parents and balancing that with the rights of students, and coming to an understanding case by case. We're going to deal with each one of these situations professionally. Administrators and teachers, they deal with this. It's nice to have an outline of things. But if I ask my question, is there never a time where a student doesn't need protection? Well, those, and I hope I said that right. I think you know what I meant. There are times where a student may need extra protections. And I know that firsthand. But absolutely, 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 we need to keep parents and respect their rights. And I think this document does that.
Okay, so Jenny, you've got your hand up. Are there further comments?
Yeah, this doesn't align with other things in here. So I'm just going down to the pronoun section. When a student requests a pronoun that does not align with the commonly used pronoun associated with their sex listed on the official school records. Anyways, we have a process outlined there. And we have other processes outlined further, but I don't understand what we're saying here. Somehow we're keeping something confidential. I'm not sure what that is. And we're saying we're going to be supportive, but I'm not sure what we're supportive of. Because throughout the other pieces of the document, yeah. So what is it we're keeping private and confidential? What is it we're keeping private and confidential? Because we have other pieces we're addressing throughout here that we are keeping private and confidential, but we're also allowing that dialogue to take place in a way that, we're not keeping information from parents. And we also have that risk element built into there. So I don't understand even this piece right here at all. So, and that's just it's for some reason, it's just not, I'm not understanding. And I think Board Member Hanson, you probably have a clearer vision of that. And for some reason, it's not jiving with me because it doesn't correspond to the other elements in our document.
I don't know that I'm the expert here we're talking about records and student privacy. And, the student wants to make a change to records. So it parallels the pronoun section that's down below and basically should be the same process. If the student wants to go in and make changes to records, then If the parents aren't there to support them, then the student is referred to someone who's had some training and is more expert in this, and can provide consistency. And then that person at the school, that designated person, counsels the student and works through these issues to see if the student wants to proceed with the accommodations and involve the parents, or if there's a concern that needs to be addressed that the students raised. So I don't think I think it's the same process. It's just a different request for accommodation. Yeah, I don't know if that helps, Jenny, but
No.
we do need to get things moving forward on this. We have, am I missing a section? There was a section about policies related to former students and changes to records. Oh, that's all stricken out below. Is that right?
Yes, that is what's struck right here is about the former records right here.
Okay, I think that one's kind of a separate issue. So let's deal with these here.
Okay.
We have two changes, I believe, if we scroll up. One is the addition of the language desisting and detransitioning. And then the other is the addition of that last sentence. Is that correct? If you'll just scroll up to the top of this section again.
Yes, the changes that are here right now would be the desisting, adding in desisting or detransitioning, striking who do not have supportive families, adding desisting and or detransitioning, and then adding in the blue language as well.
Okay, let's vote on those separately so that we can move things forward. So the first motion, I believe, Jenny, that would be from you is to add the language desisting and or detransitioning in the places that are shown in these paragraphs. Is that right, Jenny? Is that your motion?
That would be accurate. Yeah,
Okay.
and the more we read this paragraph, I would just go for striking the whole paragraph, to be honest with you. We address it in other places, but actually that's my motion. I'm just gonna make a motion, we strike this particular paragraph.
Which paragraph is that?
Areas. Starting with privacy and confidentiality, and then ending with affirmatively disclosed. So,
Okay, so we have a motion for the committee to strike the paragraph that is highlighted in blue, starting with privacy and confidentiality. Any discussion to that motion? Laura?
I'm sorry, Chair, I would be more apt to readjust this. But in this case, I am probably going to vote for it to be taken out since it's the only thing on the table.
Okay, well, we can raise other motions, but we'll go ahead with this one. Any other discussion to that motion? Okay, please vote. Looks like the motion fails 3-2. So we have board members Earl and Belknap voting in favor.
That's correct, Chair.
Thanks, Norley. So we have the paragraph still. Then, Jenny, do we have a motion then on desisting and detransitioning?
yep.
Okay. So the motion would be to add the words desisting and or detransitioning in two places as shown on the screen. Any discussion to that motion? Okay, please go ahead and vote. And we have board member Earl in favor, others voting against, so that motion fails. We okay, Nora Lee, on the vote?
That's correct, Chair.
Okay, thank you. The next motion would be, Jenny, and I'm just going from what's on the screen, to strike the words who do not have supportive families. Is that correct? Oh, Jenny?
Yeah, sorry, I had to get back over to my
Okay.
screen. Yeah, that would
No
be
problem. Okay,
mainly
that's the
because I don't
motion.
understand why we're doing this and why this is referenced here. So
Okay. Laura, comment to this?
Is there another way to put this? You know what, we can come back to it, but I don't, if just because they don't have supporting families doesn't mean they don't have families who aren't going to come in and have this discussion. So it's very subjective on the supportive part of this. And then also, Chair, could we just assume everywhere where we have transgender and non-conforming that we can go back and fix that throughout the document? Just wanted to have clarity on that.
I think that's the terminology that we have right now is transgender and or gender non-conforming. So if we want to change that, we'll have to make a motion to change it at some point.
I thought we already did that on the other one and just said transgender incorporates all of that.
Okay. I don't know if we did that across the board. I think we did in that specific instance.
Okay, so
I'll
sorry,
defer.
Chair.
We can ask staff about that and make sure that we're clear for doing it clear through. But do we have other comments to this supportive families who do not have supportive families strike through? So Brent?
Yeah, I could support a change of verbiage there because I think Laura has a good point, because there's all kinds of different levels of support. And it doesn't necessarily mean, I mean, there's been tons of things my kids have done that I didn't like, but it didn't mean that I wasn't there for them still and helpful and wanting to work through this situation. So yeah, I think that phrase could be better, but I don't know. I don't have a suggestion on what that is. Think about it.
So let's look at this
I
privacy
like
and
that. Patty has
confidentiality
something.
concerns. I
Chair,
don't,
Patty has something in there.
oh, okay, please. Sorry, go ahead, Patty.
I just put instead who need additional support.
Okay. I'm just trying to think through why this is in the privacy and confidentiality. And I guess my assumption, and maybe it's not clear, is the student comes and asks for an accommodation, right? Wants their name changed on the records. They don't have a parent who's coming in with them to do that. So that's the definition for this area of a non-supportive family, is that they don't have, parents that are coming in to say, hey, let's go ahead and change the records. And so
Well, we
then they
could-
get referred. So I don't know.
we address
'cause
this later.
We address it with regard to pronouns. But I don't know about school records. So I guess we'll just have to, does someone want to make a motion to change the verbiage to who need additional support?
Chair, what about something along the lines who, without a parent in attendance, without a parent, I'm trying to, somebody's got to have a better verbiage, because these kids need to have a place to talk, but we just don't just send them anywhere if their parents want to be there. So
if you'll read down below, the presumption is that the parents are going to get involved. We're just helping the student to involve the parents appropriately and do that. But so without a parent, a concurring parent, I guess.
Chair, in the chat, Patty recommends parents, what about who need additional support? Students who need it without a concurring parent who need additional support.
Okay, you want to make that motion to
Sure, I'll
do
make that
this?
motion.
Jenny, are you okay with that change?
No, this whole section is confusing for me. It's making my mind melt.
Okay. Well,
Just because we have it in other areas. So I will,
we're just going to try and move ahead then with this.
I know.
Then. So I guess the motion then, Janet, I'll try and read this as a motion that your motion is that we add the words without a concurring parent who need additional support, and strike the words that said without who do not have supportive families.
Mhm.
Okay, so to amend that paragraph with those words, that's the motion before. Excuse me?
If we take a look at Ashley's comment, maybe that would be helpful. It says, and I've seen it referred to as gender affirming parent.
Okay, without a gender conferring parent, gender
Gender
affirming.
affirming.
No.
I don't think that
I think
fits.
Okay.
a parent doesn't have to agree to be part of a dialogue. I don't maybe agree with who my daughter's dating, right? To be part of a dialogue of their life. There's lots of things we don't agree with that we still want to be part of.
Okay, so student comes in, this is in the records and privacy. They want to make some change to the records. They don't have a parent who's required under the process that's laid out. So they don't have a concurring parent who they can bring in. They need additional support. Does this reflect the situation the way we have it written now? Or do we need to do something else?
It's good for now. It gets us going. Yeah.
Okay,
Maybe we'll
I'm going
change
to put
it
this
later.
before the committee then as a motion. The motion, I believe, can we call it your motion, Janet?
Sure.
Is that we adopt the language that's highlighted in blue with regard to paragraph 4. Is that it? No, 3 of this section.
It's
1, 2, 3, 4.
4. Yeah, 4.
Fourth paragraph of this section. Committee members, please go ahead and vote. Looks like we have a motion passes with Board Member Earl opposed.
That's correct, Chair.
Okay, thanks, Norley. Next one is the section at the bottom, just that sentence in blue. And I guess I can make a motion. I usually don't, but I think this is my language. So can I do that, Laura?
Yeah.
Okay, I think in committee I can. So my motion is that we add this sentence: if no accommodations are requested, let's add by the student. A student's privacy should be respected and no information should be affirmatively disclosed. And I think I've already explained why I think that's appropriate. Any discussion to this one, Laura, please?
We're only talking about transgender students here. We're not talking about other things. Is that?
So this is a student who's requesting accommodations, which would be changes to the school records, right?
Okay, so it has to do with school records.
Well, that's the section we're in.
Okay, so it's only about records, okay?
Yeah, that's right here. That's what it is. Yes. Okay, Jenny?
So are we talking about records or confidential privacy? Privacy of, okay. I can see Laura mouthing. Thanks, Laura, for being on.
So
Okay.
I guess the intent, as I say this, is if the student doesn't ask to be treated differently than a student who has the records that they have at school, so differently than a student with their sex, name, gender assigned, as written on the school records, then the school should not be reporting anything to parents about that. If the student asks about, what would it take to change my records, the school doesn't have any obligation to go to the parents and say, hey, your kid asked about changing his records. If the student does, oh, excuse me, I didn't say that right. So if he does, not just ask about the process, I want to change my records, then there's this process where he's referred to a counselor and the counselor helps him to figure out how to work through that. But just asking for information or anything like that would not trigger a reporting requirement by the school.
So
I'm
are
not
you
saying that,
okay,
well,
Chair,
it's
with
getting a little
that?
bit late.
Are you okay with that record, the word record there, or requested to a record by a student
No accommodations,
for a record, or
no records accommodations
maybe?
are requested? Yeah, that's fine. We're in the records section, so. Okay, that'll be my motion then, that we adopt that last, or that we add that sentence to this paragraph. Any other discussion to the motion?
Chair, I just have
Yeah, go ahead,
the
Patty.
wording, the grammar on that sentence. I'm just trying to do a little work on it. If a student does not request an accommodation, instead of if no records accommodate, does that make sense?
Yeah, that's fine.
Okay.
We can change that. Does not request
And accommodation.
records accommodation.
Yeah. And then,
Okay.
yeah,
While you're fixing that, we're gonna go ahead and vote.
perfect.
Please go ahead, committee members. Okay, the motion passes with member Earl opposed.
That's correct, Chair.
Okay. And then this last section, Jenny, the last paragraph, you've just stricken the whole thing there.
Well, I just want to know, what is our
About
current
changes for former
process?
students.
Yeah, what's our current process for I mean, if someone had it, for example, if someone was adopted in high school years, maybe the senior year, I have a family member that was, changed their name that senior year, what is the current process for that? Or right after graduation, that kind of a thing. What is the current process? That's what I'm asking. And then the other question that's related to this is, do we put how far back are we asking people to go? What kind of obligation are we obligating individuals to make in regards to this? That's a broader question, but
Yeah,
we
Jenny,
follow what we already do.
let me just ask you, I mean, I'm looking at the guidance that we're providing that says that LEAs should consider some kind of policy on how to deal with that. And then it says, you know, that people may come if they've made a transition after high school and want to have records changed. And then it says that a court order or amended birth certificate is typically required for a change. So, I mean, that's the guidance that we're providing. Is there something that I'm missing? I think that's pretty clear and just says the LEA needs to look at this and come up with the way they're going to handle it. Go ahead, Laura.
Chair, I know she has written this, but I'd like to make a motion that we keep the first paragraph, that LEAs should consider policies relating to the request by former students for changes to records, and then add the last part, a court order or amended birth certificate is typically required for any retroactive changes to school records.
So
And take
strike,
the standard part out.
so strike those 3 or 2 sentences in the middle.
Yes,
Okay, so starting at a former student
yes,
and going down to there.
yes. And then I'm hoping that we'll get comments and maybe get more clarity as to really what this might entail for us moving forward.
Okay, I could go
Okay.
with that. I just don't know whatever the policy is now, we have a policy in place, I'm sure. That's what we should be adhering to. I don't know what that is. And if that's what it is, that there's a court order or amended birth certificate, we ought to be clear on what can and cannot be changed with it for our staff, for the people that work in our districts, for educators, so that we know what that is and what the boundaries are. That's all I'm asking. I'm fine with the way this is right now. We need further clarification on it.
Okay, so we have a motion to strike the 2 sentences that are outlined in blue or highlighted in blue on our screen. Is there any further discussion to that motion? That's your motion, Laura, right? Okay, Janet, please.
Don't we say that in the section on school records?
This is former students. So this is students who have graduated.
Right.
So it's a little bit different case where they're coming back after the fact and wanting to change them retroactively and not prospectively.
Okay, will look to where it is, but I think we say the verbiage in unofficial school records is a court order amended birth certificate is typically required for any retroactive changes to official school records.
Okay.
And that's up in this section on school records. So I'm just thinking this may be redundant.
Might be.
Okay. Let's look at that. Which paragraph is it in? Which paragraph, Janet? Do you
Yeah,
have it
I
there?
know. Well, I thought it was very fuzzy. So in my notes, I have reorganized it all so that it makes sense to me. And so I just copied and pasted it. And now I have to go to the fuzzy document and find where it is.
Kara, is this where it's at, where I have it highlighted?
Should adopt formal policies. Oh, I'm looking at a different thing. Should adopt formal policies.
Patty, it's on page 6 if you do a search for retroactive.
That's where we are now.
We didn't take it out of there, did we?
I'm not seeing it up above, Janet, but I'm just looking at a paper copy.
The last sentence before the header, participation in education programs and activities on page 6. I'll highlight it here.
Yeah, that's the paragraph that we're in, Brian, and Janet's saying that we had already referenced that
I thought
previously.
we'd already referenced it previously.
Oh, man, that's the only reference to retroactive in the document.
Okay, maybe something got removed when we were redoing this and where I was cutting and pasting.
Okay. So I think we have a motion then before the committee to remove those 2 sentences that are highlighted in blue. Go ahead and vote. Looks like we're unanimous on that. And I'll entertain a quick motion then to adopt the school records and student privacy section as amended.
So moved.
Okay, motion from member Straight to adopt the school records and student privacy section as amended. Any discussion to that motion? Please vote. We have motion passes with board member Earl opposed. Okay.
That's correct, Chair.
Yep. Thank you, everyone, for getting us that far. We are knocking on the 9 o'clock hour. I understand that we can continue this meeting if committee members are able to continue. See if we can get this done. I see you holding your head, Laura, but the alternative is scheduling another meeting. So,
Chair, to frame the conversation, we've gone through 2 sections and we have about 3 hours on the clock, and we have 2 more sections to go through and then the applicable law. A suggestion might be to, if you wanted to go through these sections, and if there were things that were not highly controversial, to maybe put it out after, as long as you want. Jerry said we could stay on as long as we wanted. We do have Sarah Young on here who is able to take anything that's been done tonight and put it into a survey, and the committee can look at that survey and any narrative and then be able to bring it out. So, yeah.
Yeah, we're going to get a document out that I think we could keep the applicable law maybe and deal with that separately, but I don't want to send this out in pieces for comment because we've already had some issues raised by committee members about the integrity of the document and references within the document. So I think we have to get it out as a whole document.
So there are 2 sections left, then the law.
Committee members, we will look at this on the fly right now, but if you're able to continue, we have participation in education programs and activities, and we have preferred names and pronouns to discuss. Let me hear whatever comments you have on that proposal, and we will decide. I can certainly give you a break. I see the comments, and we could certainly take a quick break. I know everyone could use that, myself included. Brent, comments?
I'll hold off. Your suggestion's fine.
Okay. Are we okay to continue then with a short break? I can't see Jenny's facial expression, so I'm hoping that she's okay. Let's take a 10-minute break then, back here at, that'd be 9:05. And then we'll dig into the next section. Thanks, everyone. And I hope everyone is back and refreshed. If committee members can just give me a thumbs up or turn on your camera for a second, let me know that you're here. We'll go ahead and get started as soon as we have everyone back. Thanks, Jenny. I miss seeing you with your camera.
I'm here, but I'm eating dinner, so
Okay,
I'll be
as long
gone
as you
for a
can,
minute.
as long as you can multitask. Looks like Laura gave us a check mark. Have we got Brent back with us? Okay, I think we do have a quorum. We'll go ahead and get started. Hopefully Brent will be able to join us in just a minute. But we are on the next section, which is participation in education programs and activities. If we can get that up on the screen, please. We will take a look and see what we can do with that. So again, we have a couple of suggestions here. It looks like we can tackle those first two paragraphs, I think, together. And Jenny, you have some suggestions as far as edits. If you'd like to explain those on the first two paragraphs, then
Yeah,
we
so
can
we have
discuss
school should
those.
limit, sorry.
Mhm,
School should
go ahead.
limit gender-based programs or activities, but then we go down to explain what that is down below. It already spells out exactly what can and can't happen. There's no need for that. So any single sex classes anyway, so Title I is applicable. It talks about what that would look like. There's no need for that particular sentence.
Okay, if I understand the comment then in the intent, it's the details down there about what Title IX says should happen with single sex activities is enough, and that doesn't need to be there.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. Location.
And then the other one is the edit that we had up above with desisting and detransitioning.
Yeah, I don't think these are
Okay.
the same as a transgender student who's transgender. I think these are different things, and there is a reality that these individuals are out there. We just want to make sure that there's safety and precautions in any programs that they're participating in as well.
Okay. And then there is the issue that Laura raised where we had transgender and gender non-conforming.
I think
and
there
whether
it needs to be.
So you think
So what did we
that,
decide on that?
needs to be transgender and or gender non-conforming,
In
or
this section, because it might be about attire. Isn't that what Holly said? Holly, isn't that what you kind of?
okay, maybe we can just go quickly to staff and ask Holly if you can help us to remember your explanation from before about this and help us to apply it here in context.
I think what Board Member Belknap is saying is wise. I think this is one of those contextual situations with gender nonconforming. If you've got uniforms and if they're presenting their gender, they're presenting in a non-traditional gender conforming way, I think it could be applicable in this area.
So if we were to leave the document then as is, I know previously I think we've used transgender and or gender nonconforming pretty uniformly. I think we took it out in one place. For the purposes of the document going out to comment, are we making any grave errors by leaving it that way? And then we could clean that up maybe afterwards. It sounds like it's kind of a case by case determination.
Well, and if you define it, if you put what gender nonconforming is considered in your definitions, then that will simplify it. Then they'll know according to the context what you're talking about.
Okay. Okay, thank you. That's helpful. So we have two motions then, Jenny, I think, to make here. Is there any comment from anyone else on these two suggestions? The strikeout of that sentence, schools should limit gender-based programs or activities, and then the addition of the desisting and detransitioning. Okay, I'll go ahead and just take those as motions, Jenny. If I understand it, your first motion would be that we strike the word or the sentence, schools should limit gender-based programs or activities. Is that right?
Yes, that's accurate.
Okay, any discussion to that motion? Okay, committee members, go ahead and vote, please. Looks like we have board member Cannon opposed and other committee members voting for that motion, so the motion passes. We got that one logged, Nora Lee?
Yes, Chair, that's correct.
Okay, thank you. Then the next motion, Jenny, would be to add, well, strike and add desisting and detransitioning in paragraph 2. Any discussion to that motion? Okay, we'll go ahead. Committee members vote, please. Looks like we have board member Earl in favor, others opposed. So the motion fails.
That's correct, Chair.
Okay, thanks, Nora Lee. That takes us, well, I guess we should adopt that. We'll have a quick motion just to adopt the section on. No, we're okay, aren't we? We've got those two paragraphs as is, I think. And then we'll adopt the whole section on participation afterwards. Let's go to clubs. Again, Jenny, you had some suggestions here. If you'd like to explain on those. First,
I think we can.
Just the first paragraph, I guess, on clubs specifically. Let's deal with that one, and then we'll go to the travel afterwards.
I just think we can just reference right what the law says, rules say, and I think we're good to do that. I don't think we had to add the narrative up above. So a school may establish and maintain limited open forum student clubs pursuant to 53G77, which could be referenced down below. Oh, it is already. So it's already down there. Let's see, state board rules and LEA governing board policies. And then that same sentence there, regardless, let's see, I added, regardless of purpose and activities, the school must obtain prior written parental consent, including the activity disclosure statement before attending or participating in any curricular or non-curricular clubs. Only curricular clubs may be authorized for elementary schools. So there's just information from the law itself. A school governing body may limit or permit a secondary school to limit the authorization of clubs at the secondary school to any curricular clubs. Clubs shall not engage in or conduct mental health therapy, counseling, or psychological services for which a license would be required under state law. And as stated in Utah code, clubs should protect, and it just listed there what it is. And then I have the law there, which it looks like we referenced it a little bit up there. This is 705, but you've got 708 and 79 listed. I don't know if it, no, not listed below. So.
Okay. Oh, I don't know what I just. So maybe we can go to our AG to help us with that section of code on clubs. It looks like we're referencing it and we're highlighting different provisions from that. The one thing that would be stricken up above, as I see it, is there was a Utah case that dealt specifically with GSAs. And that's referenced down below. So that is, the law here in Utah. That was Utah District Court case. Brian, can you help us maybe with some commentary on 53G7?
There's no -7, it's a 700 series. So
yeah,
if anything, you might have it say 53G-7-701 at SEC, which would include everything in that 700 series. So that's one little technical issue. You're right, there is the case. There's Salt Lake, 1998. In generally though, I should say in general, the section is more just general club information. I'm not sure it ties in yet to transgender students. Was this the one thought I had here, one observation?
okay. Yeah, so I guess what I'm hearing you say is the guidance document is for transgender students or gender guidance policy. So how much of the general information about clubs do we put in? Is that?
That's correct.
That's okay. Comments from committee members. Laura, you've got your hand up.
It may not particularly pertain to this document. However, it does have applicability in that many schools have gone away from anything that is not a curricular club, either for many reasons, for, a supervisor or whatever. And if the school has that policy of only curricular clubs, then they wouldn't create an additional club for the LGBTQI plus group.
Okay. So, and I think that was spelled out in that first line, right? If a school allows any student clubs, which would be non-curricular, is that right?
Well, it would have to say non-curricular, not allows any student clubs, because Brian can give us more clarity.
Yeah, and maybe you can help us, Brian, on that first line, because I think, I guess personally, to reference the section on student clubs is a good idea. And maybe we can pull out the particular points from that code that relate to gender, because that's what this document is about.
Yeah, that first sentence, that seems accurate to me, an accurate statement of the current law.
Okay, so any student clubs, or what Laura's talking about is curricular clubs versus general student clubs, I guess.
Non-curricular.
Non-curricular.
You're not discriminating. So if it's all non-curricular or all curricular or all,
and it does say, sorry, if you read down there further under the Equal Access Act, secondary schools that allow meetings of other non-curricular student clubs are prohibited from discriminating against any student group,
right,
based on its viewpoint.
Chair, that's why the first sentence isn't actually accurate then.
Okay.
That's what I'm saying.
So,
okay, any other discussion here? We'll get to some motions, but I want to hear what everyone has to say or what you're thinking about this.
well, the point in articulating the law is the fact that it addresses what can and can't be. If you open it for one, you open it for all. You can limit, and elementary schools are limited, so that's clear. And I think it's important that they're also addressed as a limited open forum, which is different than just an open forum too, which is what the law states.
Okay, so I'm down to the sentence at the bottom that says secondary schools to only curricular clubs. And to that point, I think we're saying, these are the rules. If you're going to limit clubs, you can limit them to only curricular. If you're not going to do that, then you need to open them up to all kinds of clubs. It needs to be even-handed in the way that you do that. And then from there, then we're putting in some other.
That other comes right from the law.
I'm not saying it's not in the law. I'm just wondering about relevance or applicability to this specific subject, I guess.
Okay. I guess it depends on what's going on in a club, which would have to be clearly spelled out. So we're listing up here that we're affirming. I'm not sure what all that entails, how you affirm, and anyways, I guess that depends on the activity. We for sure don't want to be engaging in these other activities, mental health therapies, counseling, psychological services, right? So we don't want that boundary to be crossed. So maybe Patty can talk specifically how you affirm in these clubs.
Well, and maybe that part could be stricken. So it just says if a school allows any student clubs, clubs such as GSAs, students have the right to form clubs such as GSAs on the same terms as any other student group. I mean, maybe we could do that, but Brent, what do you have to say?
Well, we could get down to all the details. This is a guidance document, so, but I imagine every LEA has a policy on clubs. I mean, I remember when this came down in the late 1990s, and we had to work through those issues, and each school district works through them in a way that they can adjust. And so maybe we're getting too down in the weeds on this one.
So what would you suggest then, Brent?
Well, my suggestion is that the LEAs need to have policies regarding clubs that coincide with the law. And I didn't have trouble with the way it was written when I looked at it. So,
well, one thing that Laura raised that probably needs to be addressed. So is it accurate that if a school allows any student clubs, then they need to have the right for GSAs, or is it if the school allows any non-curricular student clubs?
Well, the law outlines that.
Yeah, I know. I'm just asking for a refresher on the law. It sounds to me like
so
if it's that they can limit. Oh, go ahead, Brent.
I would say that, for example, this is where you get into such things as Latinos in Action. That's a club that exists on different levels, but it's also a place where they can get ELL language services for these English language learners. But you don't have to be an English language learner to be part of LIA, but you have certain. And so some people have said, well, we want the Caucasian club, we want the African American club. Well, so it really gets murky once you go down that road. But if the LEA has a policy that's in line with the law, then they work through it. And so this is really complex in my brain, and so I don't want to say anymore. But I think each LEA has to determine the extent that they have clubs.
Okay, so help me. We have Board Member Earl has put some suggested edits out here, going to a more detailed description of what clubs might be allowed. I'm hearing some comments about maybe back off from that and say, follow the law and do these things. What needs to be in this document? What do we need to address in a document that's gender guidance?
Chair, I have an idea. Are you ready?
Okay, please.
Okay. I would like to start at the bottom where it's in pink. I just want to make sure that that's in the law, that only curricular clubs may be authorized for elementary schools, and a school governing board may limit or permit secondary schools to limit the authorization of clubs to a secondary school to only curricular clubs. Then I'd like to include all student clubs, which is up above, must, wait a minute, a school must obtain written prior parental consent, including with the activity disclosure statement before attending or participating in curricular or non-curricular clubs. Or we could ask the LEA to make sure they have that in there. I just need to know if that is in the law. And if it is, I think that's probably what we should state here and put the law there.
Okay. We'll go to our AAG. I think the question is, the statement, only curricular clubs may be authorized for elementary schools. First, is that proper?
Yeah,
Is that correct?
I'm trying to check right now through the statutes here in the 700 series. Jenny added that language.
I think it's 705.
Yeah, 705 has some limitations. I don't see, let's see where it's.
Okay, give me just 1 second. I'll look as well. Oh,
And then the second question is going to be, a school governing body may limit or permit a secondary school to limit the authorization of clubs to only curricular clubs. So I think Laura just wants to make sure both of those are legally sound.
Yeah, I'm checking. Yeah, so 705 doesn't refer to secondary or elementary. The words.
Tamara put that in the chat. So it is in code, so I would keep that.
It's 3.
Oh,
And then I would-
703.
And then I
Okay,
would
so
up above,
Okay.
a school must obtain prior written parental. Is that also in code? And if it is, I think that's an appropriate piece to have here.
There's a number by it.
What is the state? Which sentence are we talking about? Can someone highlight it?
Parental
Yeah.
approval or parental approval,
Prior, okay, there it is.
consent.
Yeah, 708 and 709. Parental consent is 709.
Okay.
Yeah, subsection 1 is school shall require written parental consent for student participation in all curricular and non-curricular clubs at the school.
Okay, so we can footnote each of those and have those in there. Okay, Laura?
And those are the two, so we're gonna flip those slightly.
So that's
Okay.
709.
Then while we're doing the editing on the board, what about the court case on the GSAs? You feel like we need to reference that or no?
I would say no, only because we have statute on it here in the state.
Yeah, and that case actually is more focused on the Equal Access Act rather than a GSA. So it doesn't fit attached to that very first sentence.
Okay, well, let's get this the way that you want it, Laura, and then let's take a look. We'll wordsmith anything else we need to do, and we'll get a vote going. Brent, you've got comments as well?
Oh, I'm sorry, I didn't take down, but I like the direction. It's all
Okay.
backed up. Get her done.
Seriously, Chair, I am taking everything out except only curricular clubs may be authorized for elementary schools, and then the governing board down to the pink. And
Okay,
then back
let's-
up to, okay,
Yeah, let's ask whoever's driving here just to move this section down and put in a new paragraph there with what you want. I think the editing's a little bit too complicated, so just,
So Chair Hansen, we have
Yep.
highlighted the part that I think right now that Board Member Belknap would like in gray that should be removed, and then down to here is inserted. Is that correct, Board Member Belknap?
Yep, and it might not be the cleanest beginning, but that is
It's
the,
okay. So we're
essence.
going to delete this.
well, that's
And-
up to chair.
Well, for this motion.
Yeah, that's fine, as long as you can get back to where you were if we need to. So I would just move this down and copy and paste and get the paragraph that Laura wants in there above,
Yeah.
so that we can see that. And then if we need to go back, we can go back.
Thanks for reading my mind, Patty.
Got it.
Okay. So that would be the first paragraph on clubs, or would your motion be that that would be the only, that would be the section on clubs then?
Under the heading of clubs, yes,
Yep, that would be it.
with the
okay.
footnotes.
Okay, any comments to that? Any discussion before we have a motion? Jenny?
I don't know. I guess it does kind of have a clunky start, so to speak. I wonder if we could add the sentence, a school may establish and maintain a limited for just that sentence that's in pink there, and add it as the start of this and then lead into what it is. Does that make sense? And I also wonder if just at the very end of it, and we could add something like other provisions according to law, just something like that. So it's
Well, I take the first part as a friendly amendment.
Okay,
and I'd have to, let me look at the bottom again. Let's see. I guess it doesn't really, though, adding, that doesn't maybe make a lot of sense. Clubs. And not the club shall, yeah. But I just would maybe somewhere, something about other provisions according to law or within the law.
I just think that's unnecessary because it already is stated there.
Okay, that's fine. Those other items are just what is listed in law. That's the only reason why those are included.
okay, what, just let me ask a question. We have a sentence in there now that says that the school must treat all the clubs the same or something. What does it say? All student clubs must be treated the same regardless of purpose. Does that add anything to what we're doing, or is that not necessary?
I think it's, we've opened that. I mean, we've said if any here already. I don't know that it adds.
Okay. Is that your motion then, Laura?
I'm good with that.
Okay, we have a motion for the committee to revise the paragraph on clubs to read as is shown in the blue highlighted paragraph that's on your screen. Any discussion to that motion? Committee members, go ahead and vote, please. Okay, we've got a unanimous vote on that one, Norley.
That's correct, Chair.
Okay, thank you. Okay. We'll move now to overnight trips.
Chair Hansen, does that mean that this part in pink is deleted?
Yes,
Okay.
that's the
and
way I
that-
understood. That's the way I understood the motion, is that that would
Okay.
be the section on clubs. So everything but the paragraph that was in blue would be deleted. Is
Okay.
that, Laura, the way, well, is that the way everyone understood that motion? If someone didn't, we'll have some more discussion. I don't
No,
want
no, no,
to.
no, that right there.
Okay,
That,
yeah, I'll try to be more clear when I read those out, but that was the understanding. Janet, please go ahead.
I just
Oh.
wanted to make sure, because I think the verbiage that was there about you can't have a club that would require mental health counseling, that kind of thing. I think that's in the law, isn't it?
All of those pieces were in the law.
Yeah, so I think it would be repetitious to have them in there, and we've referenced the law, so I think we're good.
Okay, sounds good. We'll move on then to overnight trips. And I think, again, member Earl, you've got some suggested revisions, some pretty extensive ones on this portion.
Well, I just say simplify. As is the case, this is the wording I'd add, as is the case for any student requesting accommodation for an overnight trip, an administrator should meet with the student's parent to discuss accommodations. A formalized method for travel consent forms should be established in a local board meeting. I just think it needs to just be simple. And I think we address meetings with parents down further, and what those accommodation meetings would look like. So.
Okay. I think, yeah, it looks like extensive. It's fairly simple what you're proposing. Let's look at
And
the
then we can
language
add
that-
whatever to it, but I just feel like that just simplifies it. And so we're not just over doing it.
Okay, well, let's look at the language that we have there, and then we can understand, I think, what that amendment would do. So first paragraph, the same guidance that is provided with respect to using facilities applies to room arrangements. So schools must allow students who are transgender to access overnight lodging accommodations that are consistent with their consistently asserted gender identity. That, I believe, is the state of the law right now. Is that right, Brian? Okay.
Yes.
As with facilities, students seeking more privacy should be provided privacy. Schools must not require a student who's transgender to stay in single occupancy accommodations. That's the same as the restrooms and locker room facilities that we talked about before. Or to disclose personal information when not required of other students. A school is not prohibited from honoring any student's voluntary request for single occupancy accommodations. And then on the considerations, there are some suggestions for how this might be implemented in a school. First, to send a general notification out to all students or parents that say that describe the method for requesting accommodations, reference the policy that we've already discussed, and those would be sent out in disclosure documents at the beginning of the term or semester for the class that would be having the overnight trip. Personal identifying information regarding specific students or transgender can't be disclosed, so those would have to be general notifications, which would notify both the transgender student and their parents, and also the other students who may have privacy concerns. Add a section to the activity disclosure to request the names of peers to room with, and include options for the students to select their preference for single or double occupancy. Work with students who are transgender and their parents to discuss what type of arrangements will make the student feel safe, supported, and included. Set clear expectations for all students, I think, about respecting privacy and boundaries, and then apply the school policies for facilities use that allow for privacy. So that's Jenny's suggestion, is to boil that down into just that one or two sentences that she has. Any comments to that? Oh, go ahead, Jenny, and then we'll hear from other
part of the
members.
reason is in our examples, if there is just a formalized method for travel consent forms, I just think it allows for, and we have a number of examples here that kind of say, this is what it might look like. You need to have this information, formalized in a method within your district. So I don't think we have to get crazy about it, but.
Okay. Other committee members? Comments? Discussion?
Chair? So
Yes.
are we making the assumption that schools must allow students who are transgender to access overnight lodging that are consistent with the students? Would that also be the same reciprocation for those who are not transgender? And what if we end up with everybody wanting their own rooms?
That, I think as we discuss this, that would be a possibility. If everyone said, hey, I'm not comfortable, I have safety concerns or privacy concerns, they could put in a request. The school would have to decide, how to address those accommodations. But yeah, that possibility. And if we're not going to discriminate against anyone, then I think everyone, if they raised what the school considered to be a valid reason, then they would be able to be in a single occupancy room. That's the way I understand it. Is it different than that? Or am I missing
Bless our
something there?
children's hearts. Bless their hearts.
Okay.
And
Patty?
Chair, just as a
Yeah.
reminder, we have Tammy Daly on that can help us with any of the questions that are in regards to this, in regards to fees or things like that, just as a reminder.
Okay, yeah, I understand she's here, and that would maybe be the question that Laura's going to, is that would get expensive if all the kids requested a single occupancy room.
They may have to make that plan on their spend plans. So go ahead. Sorry.
Yeah, well, and the school does have some latitude as far as what their policies would be. But, what are legitimate reasons and what kind of requests, how they would honor those, how they would work things out. But yeah, I think if everybody raised a valid request for privacy, they'd get their room. And maybe Tamara, can you help us? I know you've stuck with us this long. If you could just give us a quick 5-minute kind of discussion on what would the fees would look like, or would they be waivable, or how would those be worked in that situation?
Yes, I think the ruling and the permanent injunction, which AG Quisenberry could probably speak to a little more, but it does talk about having discretionary projects, not accommodations overnight, but it talks about discretionary purchases, discretionary items, which I think if there was a need for a single occupancy was, kind of out of the norm, that would be a discretionary item that the school is not required to pay for as a waiver or as, additional fee. But as Board Member Belknap brought, that should be brought up in the school fees and be approved in the school fee and in the spend plan, which a lot of the schools have gone to. They say up to, so they give themselves some leeway in what they're currently approving with many of the school fees. But I would agree this could be very expensive, but I think there is the out, if you will, for the LEAs not have to provide that, is that personal discretionary item can be charged and not waived. So.
Okay. Any other questions about this, or how, anything else, Laura, or anyone else on this? How do we move ahead in this area? The basic premise is that if the accommodations are granted within a school, then the same kind of accommodations need to be granted when you take the kids outside the school for a school activity. Jenny, please.
Yeah, I would move the language I have forward. That's what I would ask, simplify it and do that. And we give examples down below of what that might look like. So
okay, so your motion then would be that we have the first paragraph be deleted and substituted with, as is the case for any student requesting accommodations for an overnight trip. An administrator should meet with the student's parent to discuss accommodations. Formalized methods for travel consent forms should be established in a local board meeting. And then keep the considerations for overnight trips, which are written down below.
I wasn't really, no, not necessarily.
Okay, so
At least that
that's your
language
motion.
there.
That's your
Yep.
motion then, is
That's
that
it.
overnight trips
Yep.
would be reduced to this, and then we do have examples down below, but those are athletics, so. Right, so that would be everything we have under overnight trips.
No, the consent.
Sorry, is that right, Jenny? Is that your motion, that we substitute, well,
Sorry, example 4 does speak to those accommodation items there and gives an example of that. So I'm just,
down on athletics?
yeah, it speaks to the accommodation when they're traveling. It shows how that might look, some elements of it. So
Okay,
I don't know if we want to spell that out more, we can, but I just think we can keep it pretty simple.
okay. Let's go back up then to the motion. Brent, you started with something. I didn't mean to cut you off. Do you have,
No,
is there
I,
any? So the motion is that we delete everything under overnight trips that's not highlighted in blue, including the considerations for overnight trips, and that we adopt the sentences starting with as is and ending at local board meeting as the verbiage for overnight trips. Jenny, do you have more to add to that motion or discussion?
I don't think so. Sorry, I forgot to.
Okay, that's okay. I just saw your hand up and I can't see
Yeah.
your face. So just want to make sure that we have all the discussion we need to. Let's go ahead and vote then on that. So the motion does not pass. We have Board Member Earl and Board Member Belknap voting in favor and the others opposed.
That's correct, Chair.
Okay, thanks, Norley. So that then would come out on the screen. Do we have another motion for this? Jenny, I see your hand up.
Yeah, and maybe I'm curious what the others want to add to it, but if we need to do some overnight accommodations, I just don't think it needs to be overly done. And maybe people can speak to what they would like in that.
Okay, yeah, I'm certainly open for discussion and a motion. Member Straight.
as someone who has taken students on these trips, I want as much guidance as possible. You know, because there's a lot of things to think about and there's a lot of responsibility, and coaches, teachers, music teachers, for example, they feel that pressure to make certain they get things right, and things can go south very quickly, especially, you know. So anyway, I appreciate these. I appreciate the considerations. I really like how that's listed out. It's easy for me to go through. And so I move that we adopt overnight trips and considerations for overnight trips as now constituted.
Okay, we have a motion then before the committee that we adopt overnight trips and considerations for overnight trips as shown on your screen and highlighted in blue. Is there any discussion to that motion? Jenny, please. Oh, Jenny, we're not hearing you.
Sorry. So sorry. We had a little accident here, so a little water accident. I just think the previous simplified wording and the considerations for overnight trip, I still feel like okay, the very argument used on some of the previous ones was not to overregulate. We know what this looks like. We've been doing this, and now this is what you got to do. And this is what, in this area, there's quite a bit of training on what that needs to look like. People have a lot of documentation already going on. I just think it needs to state the obvious that if you need an accommodation, then let's make the accommodations and meet those accommodations. So I don't think it's necessary to do all this.
Okay. Thank you. Any other discussion to the motion? Seeing none, we'll go ahead and vote. Go ahead, committee. And that motion passes with Board Member Earl voting against.
That's correct, Chair.
Brent, I've got your hand up. Is that a affirmative vote, or is that getting ready for the next part?
Yeah, we had a suggestion here, so I'm just waiting.
Okay. We'll move ahead then to the next portion, which is athletics. And go ahead, Member Straight.
Yes, I know Board Member Hymas chimed in on this, and I asked before our last meeting to get a statement from the Utah High School Activities Association, since I serve on that board. They provided that. Is that in here? Or is that Board Member Hymas's?
Okay, I think Board Member Hymas's verbiage is shown over on the right.
Well, I would like
So if you wanted to bring that in, you could make a motion to adopt that language.
Yeah, I'd like to adopt the language from the Utah High School Activities Association, since that's who we're referencing here. Is that
Okay, so help us with that language then. Is that, do we have that language?
Yeah, I send it
Okay.
to you, and I sent it to Holly.
I think I can pull it out of an email here.
I sent it to you last month. But let's
Sure, I
see.
think it's already there.
That might be it.
Is that the language, Brent?
Is that I'm looking it up, but I think it is. So for interscholastic, Utah High School Activities Association guidelines apply for Utah High School Activities Association member schools, including Utah High School Activities Association member charter schools. Is that the same?
That's not what that says. I mean, the meaning's close, but that's not what it says word for word.
Brent, don't they all in interscholastic all fall under the UHSAA?
There is a small number of charter schools that don't, but most charter schools do fall under Utah High School Activities Association.
Could these be in conflict? Could these two rules be in conflict ever? Guides?
Well, that's why the verbiage from Rob is useful. I sent it to Holly.
Vice Chair Straight.
Yes.
Could you put it, copy it and put it in the chat? We enabled the chat. If you have that language, you could just copy and paste it in this chat.
Let's see here. You're asking me to do something electronic here. I did send it to Holly.
Okay. Well, okay.
And I thought Holly had mentioned that she had that, but
I've been trying to unmute. Yes, and I've got the email and I will paste the language in here.
So while we're getting that up there, if I understand correctly, We have most of the schools in the state would be involved with the Utah High School Athletics High School Activities Association. And so they would go by their rules. There are some schools that are involved in other organizations, mostly small schools, that have other athletic or activities associations, and they would abide by their rules for participation in athletics. Is that what we're saying? Just whatever organization you're affiliated with, follow their rules, and they have policies that would direct what needs to happen.
Yes.
Okay. Laura.
Chair, I think that could be a real problem. And if we required everyone to go under the guidelines for this consideration under the UHSAA guidelines for our transgender students, then that is, I think that keeps it cleaner, because if they are at odds, then what? Okay, that would be one. And the other one is
Yeah, let's address that one first, Laura. Keep your other one, but
well, this is easy. It's not just athletics. It's the High School Activities Association.
yeah, I get it, but how would they be at odds if the school would only be involved in one association?
Okay, so let's say they go and play another school that is under UHSAA rules and the other school is under another rule.
They abide by the rules of the association they're affiliated with. I mean,
Okay,
I think, but I don't know. Brent's involved with this with UHSA, maybe HSAA. Maybe he can comment more.
Yeah, Board Member Belknap, she's been involved in that as well. So one thing to keep in mind is there's current legislation even that is pretty much in alignment, or is in alignment with Utah High School Activities Association. I think it's going to pass the charter schools. The only thing with these few charter schools that are not under the umbrella of Utah High School Activities is I see the point where what if shouldn't they be consistent with each other? I'm not certain that's our concern. They are dealing with it. They are dealing with it effectively at the High School Activities Association. I can tell you that they've had 4 applications for the current year, and that's where we're at. But I just think it's better that we stay. We don't want to contradict the High School Activities Association either. I think that's something that's important that we not conflict there. But as pointed out in the chat, Brian Quisenberry pointed out that the charter schools website, he can't find a substantive rule regarding LGBTQ students, whereas Utah High School Activities has a very detailed policy, and they've had it for several years now, as Board Member Belknap knows. So I see there could be an issue because should there be a difference? Well, there won't be if it becomes law, will it? So I'm not certain where to go from here. Do I see a potential problem? Yes.
Let's hear from Member Cannon.
Well, people, mentioning charter schools and stuff got me thinking about club sports in high schools. So things that are not covered under the Utah High School Activities Association, like rugby and lacrosse, some of those club sports. I don't know, do we need to have concerns about them, or are they just independently doing their own thing? Maybe Laura knows because of her background at high school activities.
Brent may know better, but they are subject to the same rules that would be at the school where the club is from.
So yeah, I would think that we'd be back to clubs, right? And it wouldn't be under if they're not a member of the any athletics association for that particular activity or activities association, then we're back to the clubs where it wouldn't be regulated as far as, hormone levels and things like that, like some of the other organizations are.
That sounds right to me.
Chair, may I make a motion that we keep both the interscholastic UHASA and Utah Charter School, and then if people give us bigger feedback, but at least that can get us moving right now.
Okay.
Chair, I'm not sure
Yeah.
which of those 3 paragraphs, they all have portions of that. So
I would say the third one.
Yeah, that leaves out one of the groups though, Laura, I think.
Which one?
So there's the Utah Charter and Small School League, but then there's also the Utah School Sports Association, which isn't included in that third one. So I
Okay,
think maybe
maybe
we're on the second paragraph.
Great, I'm fine with that. I just want to
Okay.
get something out so we can
That sounds good. You're
move.
thinking
And then,
about getting to bed sometime tonight?
yes, before I have to get up.
Okay. I
And
know
then the other thing is, it's not just athletics, it's also, it is
Activities.
activities.
So should we, in the heading, you mean, change that to athletics and activities?
Yeah, / activities, because that would include drama and debate, and they all come under the UHSAA.
Yeah, we have that spelled out down below. We just, in the heading, we don't have it. Okay, so if I understand the motion, it would be that we change the heading to athletics and activities, and we adopt the paragraph highlighted in blue as the lead-in paragraph, and we'll discuss the examples separately. Okay. That's the motion? Okay, any discussion to that motion? Okay, go ahead and vote, please. Okay, that one's unanimous. Motion passes.
Holly gave us clarity that the whole section is called.
Yeah. I think that helps. We just hear where we spell out
Okay.
activities and the rules. I think it makes sense to have that. We did it right.
Okay,
So now we're on the examples. And we have a couple of suggestions from member Earl. Do you want to, we'll just do example 1, Jenny, and then we'll go through. So let's do example 1 right now.
Okay, so example 1 is just a statement more than anything, and maybe rhetorical. It's can we or should we be removing gender from our documents, all of our documents and activities? I guess we could do a prom royalty. Should we be removing king and queen? If someone wants to run for queen, then I guess that's, they can do that. But should we just be erasing all gender from our, language and practices and such? And I guess in general, I disagree with that. I just think, a district can decide that, I suppose, but I don't think we should be necessarily saying scrub the language, scrub this kind of a thing. Let people, if they want to run for that, that's fine. But
so you have an objection.
So that would be, I'm
second.
speaking to one, but also there's not really anything there except just asking the question. And on 2, it would be, it's just using other methods. We don't need to articulate gender neutral. We can clearly see that with boys and girls.
Okay, let's stick to example 1 for a second, and
Okay,
we'll move
all
through
right.
that, and then we'll
Sure.
go. So is there a motion, or there's an objection to the second sentence? Is that right, being in there, or?
Let's see. Well, yeah, she shouldn't be compelled to run for prom, for the prom king.
I'm sorry, the third sentence, is that the one where we have
Yeah.
the objection? Sorry.
Yeah, that's,
Third
I do. So I guess that would be the motion, is to strike that.
Okay. Have a motion before the committee then to strike the third sentence from example 1. Is there any discussion to the motion?
It does say may consider. It's not a,
Okay,
I mean,
okay, any further discussion? We'll go ahead and vote. And looks like the motion fails with member Earl in favor and
That-
other members opposed. Is that right?
That's correct, Chair.
All right, thank you. Example 2. Then
I
Jenny.
just would
you've got a-
remove, yep, just remove gender neutral, that's use some other method. It doesn't have to, it doesn't matter if it's, just use some other method. I don't. Once
Okay.
again, this, are we trying to create a neutrality to where we're erasing things? It states what, what may be a problem. So use another method. So scratch it.
Okay. The motion then before the committee from member Earl is to strike the word gender neutral from example 2. Any discussion to that motion? Seeing none, please go ahead and vote. The motion fails with members Earl and Belknap in favor. Straight, Cannon, and Hanson opposed.
That's correct, Chair.
Okay, thank you. Example 3, we didn't have anything there. Is there any discussion that we need to have to number 3? Not seeing any. We're down on example 4 then. And looks like member Earl had some while everyone else is reading that. Jenny, can you explain? Oh, Jenny?
Sorry, and you can't see my mouth moving either. So you
No, I
couldn't-
can't even tell you you're muted.
Yeah.
I don't know if
so-
you're off in the kitchen getting a sandwich.
Yeah, all kinds of fun things here. That's why I
Okay.
knocked over my water. They simply just need to make other arrangements. I don't know why we have to put in the other components to this, to feel safe, supported, included. It's just make arrangements that work with the parents and students.
Okay. So we have a motion to make the changes to the last sentence of example 4 that are shown on the board, which would be to make other arrangements, period, with the rest of that sentence stricken. Any discussion to that motion? Okay, committee members, please vote. No, I'm not seeing, there we go. Looks like we're unanimous on that one in favor. Motion passes.
That's correct, Chair.
Okay. And example 5, any discussion needed there? I guess I have a question. This assumes that the school is part of UHSAA. I guess follows the appropriate association guidelines or something like that. Okay, is there any discussion about that change? If not, we're going to go ahead and vote on all the examples right now.
Oh, I think we made, okay.
Jenny,
My
go ahead.
question was, but I think we changed the wording. Is that what just happened to transgender girl? So that we can. 'cause
Yeah, I
was gonna
think
say
that
on
was,
end.
I think that was consistent with what we've done before. So
Yeah,
I believe
I just-
staff was just
Yep.
helping us with that.
I'm just gonna say that just helps clarify. Thank you.
Okay. I'll entertain a motion then to adopt all of the section on, let's see.
Before we adopt it, can we just go back to that very bottom part? You were
Yeah.
saying the appropriate association, one's an association, one's a league. And I don't know what the third one was, but could we say the administrator follows the appropriate
Organization?
association, or organization, or I was going to say association / league, or whatever the other one is, just so we're referring back to what we
Okay.
put at the beginning of athletics and activities.
You could just do organizational guidelines.
Yeah, that would work too.
Okay. Is that okay, Janet, with what we have
Yeah.
there? Do you want it to be organization or?
What is the
Laura?
third one? Is it an association or a league?
Yeah, I don't remember. So we have a league,
It's an association.
two
associations
associations.
and one league.
So yeah, we can leave it just as.
So association or league
Or league, yeah.
guidelines?
Yeah,
Okay.
that's fine. Thank you.
Okay.
Throw a wrench
Um,
in. Maybe we don't need that one since we've already assigned responsibility to those associations. But I do appreciate the examples, but I don't know. Let's move on. Let's take a
Okay. I'll entertain a motion then to adopt the participation in education programs and activities section as amended or as revised on the screen. I've got Brent and Janet. We'll even have a second on this one, even though we don't need it. Any discussion to that motion? Okay, committee members, please vote. Looks like we're all in favor of that one. That's unanimous. Okay.
That's correct, Chair.
We've got one more section to go. We can do this. Preferred names and pronouns. And it looks like right off the bat on this one, we have a strike through on this. So this paragraph reads, students may ask teachers and other school staff to refer to them by an alternative name or pronoun that does not align with those listed on their official school records. Students have the right to be addressed by names and pronouns that correspond to their consistently asserted gender identities. And that one, I believe there's a suggestion from Jenny that we strike that. Is that correct, Jenny?
Yeah, we duplicate the information down below.
Okay.
Just restate it in that next paragraph and others as well, but
So should a student make a request that is not a derivation, the student will be referred to by the teacher to designate this process includes. So you're saying that's redundant? That first paragraph?
yeah.
Okay.
You've got
So-
students making requests of teachers for a change in their name. And that's, both paragraphs state that. You've got a student making a request. And then we just go right to the process of how to go about doing it.
Okay, on that second paragraph, I don't know that we address pronoun. Should a student make a request to a teacher to be referred to by any alternative name or nickname? But I don't think that has anything about pronouns there, and it probably should, right?
The third paragraph talks about pronouns. So one's like an introduction, and then paragraphs 2 and 3 are additional details regarding paragraph 1. That's how I see it.
Okay.
That makes sense to me.
Okay. Maybe the way to do this then is just to get that out as a motion and have whatever discussion that we need on this one. Jenny, do you have further clarification on that?
On paragraph 1?
Yeah, the motion that we entertain right now is about striking paragraph 1. I think
no,
that's your motion, right?
It is my motion.
Okay. The motion before the committee is that we strike paragraph 1 under preferred names and pronouns as shown in blue on the screen. Any discussion to that? There's no further discussion. We'll go ahead and vote. Oh, wait, Jenny, you still got your hand up. Is that? Oh. Member Earl? Okay. We'll go ahead and vote then on deleting that first paragraph. And Jenny, I believe, okay, there we go. So I've got, I don't have a vote for Laura right now.
That's because, are we talking about the blue?
Just striking the first paragraph, that's the motion. So the motion is to strike that paragraph that's in blue. Okay, I've got a motion fails with members Earl and Belknap in favor.
That's correct, Chair.
Okay, thank you. So now we're down to the second paragraph. I don't see any comments there, but we do have Jenny and add. So this third paragraph that's shown in pink or red. Tell us about that one.
Yeah, can I ask a question of Brian on as far as the pronouns?
Sure.
So what is if there's not discrimination, is there legal precedence for either requiring or not requiring pronouns? Is there law that requires it or doesn't require it? Or legal, do you see what I'm saying? If there's no discrimination, usually the case is.
Yeah, Brian, go ahead.
So there's not any law that requires. The best I can answer, and I'm trying to pull up here, is there is a statute. I've quoted a couple of times. Let me see if I can find it real quick. It's in that legal.rev. Here it is. And it says school personnel may, so it's discretionary, may provide information and observations to a student's parents regarding behavior. That's the closest we have to any kind of law that requires, you're talking about informing a parent of a student's choice. I should have clarified that first.
No, I'm just talking pronouns in general. Is there anything that requires that? And I'm just saying there's maybe a courtesy
no law touches on
or
pronouns
whatever.
What? No, there's if I'm not mistaken though, there's OCR guidance that says.
All right.
That
I thought we were talking Utah law. Yes.
Okay.
If you go
no Utah
OCR,
law, but there's pretty strong OCR guidance that says that students are to be referred to by their preferred pronouns.
Yep, I thought Jenny was talking about Utah law. Yeah, that's right.
So let me ask one more question with that. So OCR guidance is law? I thought I didn't know they wrote law. I guess I'm just trying to get to the understanding that. I thought they were applying law and they enforced the applicable laws. I didn't realize they wrote law.
No, so OCR guidance it's definitely guidance, but it's strongly considered by federal courts. It's very persuasive. And so some people say it has the effect of law, although it's not a case that has been decided by a judge. So it's just very persuasive in a federal court.
Okay. Okay. All right.
And
of course,
and excuse me, but my understanding also, if OCR puts out the guidance and then if people raise OCR complaints, OCR will investigate under their guidance.
That was my second point. Yeah.
So one other clarification then, isn't OCR's responsibility to adhere to law?
Right, but it interprets the law, and that's how it comes out with its guidance.
What law is it interpreting? Sorry, I need this clear in my mind. What law is it interpreting that would require?
We just have to pull up the actual OCR guidance document, and there's often footnotes and references to cases that they're relying on.
Okay. Okay. usually these cases are based on discrimination. That's why I was wondering versus pronouns, but anyways, it feels like we're kind of going further down a path, but.
And I don't know, I'd have to pull up the latest OCR guidance. When I read it, I believe they are basing it on sexual discrimination, sex discrimination.
Yeah, I'm looking at it right now. There's a 2-page OCR guidance that came out. I think this is the most recent one, and it has some examples. This one does not actually cite to or drop any footnotes referencing cases, but previous OCR guidance that I've seen does.
Okay, I just wanted some clarification on that, see where Utah law has that or federal law has that. So
It's, as I understand it, OCR's interpretation of federal law.
That's correct.
so would you mind posting, or can we get that where it specifically gives guidance on just specific pronouns, just so we're aware in what law it's referencing, just somewhere? So, and maybe that's the document for below.
Maybe
I
we
just
can
think-
add a footnote or add it to the legal part of it. Yeah.
Yeah, so that we know what law they're actually citing that requires pronouns, because I'm not finding exactly that location. So,
I'm
I've got it. It's in the chat. Actually, you know what? That's a link to my C drive. Let me see if I can find it online. Sorry.
yeah, you don't want to do that.
and we need to put
Okay.
it in the document so it's public can see it, not just in a chat too, so we don't have, anyways, so.
Yeah, I think that's, we can direct staff to, we're not going to do the legal background, all of that tonight. So we can direct staff to add it there. And then we could also bring a footnote into this document on the pronouns.
Chair,
Okay.
are we good on the first two paragraphs of
Yeah,
the?
let's get back up there and get engaged again here on this one. We got a little bit.
Yeah,
we're
I'll make a
back-
motion that
back
we
on track.
approve the first two paragraphs.
Okay, we have a motion before the committee. The first two paragraphs be approved as shown on the screen highlighted in blue. Any discussion to that motion?
Oops.
Okay, Brent, is that a hand or no? Okay. Seeing no discussion, please vote. Okay, we have motion passes with 3 in favor and board members Earl and Belknap opposed.
That's correct, Chair.
Okay, then Jenny, you've got 2 added paragraphs, it looks like
I
here.
do.
Okay,
Yeah, in no situation should a teacher participate in explorative or therapeutic conversations with students about gender issues, whether as a class or as an individual student. Teachers should be well-trained in the ability to refer such students to administrators, counselors, and LCSWs.
okay. Any
Read the other one
questions
too?
or discussion to that? Let's talk about that one first, because it looks like these are different. They're on different kind of subjects. So,
Yeah.
okay. And
Right.
Jenny, just my question, if we
Yeah.
look up above, so if the student comes with a request, then the teacher is to refer them out to a designated administrator or someone. And I think, I'm sorry, maybe staff can remind me, didn't we adjust that language to where it was designated administrator we shortened that up or made it consistent, I think, up above. Did we do that?
We can go back and check that and
We
align
can
it
check that and
as a
see. It
technical
should just be
change.
the
Yeah.
same reference, but
That's fine if we
other-
wanted to do that for the last sentence. I do think we need to put something in here that teachers need to, they need to not stretch beyond what their expertise is and not interpret things or counsel or any of that. I think that's just a respectful thing for teachers, first of all, to keep them out of legal problems. So,
okay.
The first sentence on paragraph 4, doesn't that accomplish that?
no, that's two different things. The one soliciting information, the other one would be actually counseling about their gender identity. Two separate things.
Mhm. I have a question about putting words like well-trained in there, because then that suggests that there ought to be some
Scott?
training that's required.
I did suggest we could remove that last sentence.
Okay,
So I would just move the first sentence, the last sentence, because I do think you're right. It does articulate it. We need to keep that consistent throughout. So.
Mhm.
So Jenny, looking ahead, we have the preferred names and pronouns, then we have the process, which is based on where we're at now. Will we have to completely rewrite that section in order to have that process?
I'm sorry, I don't understand what you're asking.
Well, isn't the process on page 9, where it goes A through F, isn't that basically a compilation of this other section that clarifies, and then we get the examples to back it up? It seems like it's a very fluid document. It seems organized to me, and I'm worried that we're losing that organization.
By adding something in there about teachers, making sure they're not participating in explorative or therapeutic conversations.
Well,
I don't think that takes away from it.
that's a violation of professional practices.
So I think that would be clear. We would want to make sure we articulate that.
Okay, let me ask about the words explorative or therapeutic. In layman's terms, what would that be? Counseling a student?
Well, I think it could be more than that explorative. It just depending on what they're asking or.
Yeah, I'm just, so if I'm a teacher and I have this guidance document, what kind of, what is prohibited, or what is, what are we counseling against, or what are we guiding them not to engage in? And I don't know that I understand what an explorative or therapeutic conversation is. Counseling a student with regard to gender issues might be more clear for me. I mean, we want.
Okay, well, if you want to switch it to that, I think it's the premise of that, right? Where you're helping a child in some way.
I agree that the intent of this whole section is to take those kind of conversations out of the classroom and put them with someone who has been given guidance and has resources and, is able to handle those things consistently for the school. So I think that's what.
So the section up above just addresses names, unless I'm wrong.
Mm-hmm.
So a teacher that may want to go further, where's the limitations on that, right? That's what I guess that's the intent here, is to clarify that. So where are the limitations on that.
So
Are there
what if it said, Jenny, something like a teacher should not engage in counseling regarding gender issues with a student or a class, something like that?
Yeah, that's the general idea, if you prefer a different language for that. But I do think it needs to be clear, because it's not, we're talking about names up above, and then just if a child asks for that, it shouldn't be delving deeper into issues associated with that, right?
Yeah, I think that matches, for me, that matches with the intent of what this section is trying to do. It's just putting in words that could be understood.
Sure.
As far as what a teacher shouldn't be doing or where the boundary is. Let me go to Member Straight. He's had his hand up for a minute. Go ahead, please, Brent.
So as I'm looking at paragraph 4, if I look at it, school employees should not survey students to ascertain their gender identity. So I should not have students stand up and declare their pronouns or what. Okay, and if I do, I shouldn't hand out a survey and ask for their gender identity. It's not my position. Teachers in schools were in power position, soliciting information from students. There's state and federal laws that protect that. We went through that this fall. We had these in just a couple schools. We had this taking place, and we had to send Superintendent Dixon send out the letter. I know specifically of schools in my area that engaged in this, and I had several calls. So I absolutely agree. A teacher, it's outside of their professional responsibility to do several of the things that you mentioned. So would it fit in there somewhere? I would like it to incorporate it if we can, to where it free flows. Because yeah, I agree that teachers need to know their boundaries, and I do want that information as a teacher. This is a guideline. This is the rules, but I think we're fighting too much against what's in the document already. But I agree with the point that, yeah, we need to be clear. So let's put some of that stuff in paragraph 4 in a way that makes sense. And I think I could support that.
So I see Janet's hand up. I'm wondering if that sentence that we have that's being formed right now, if that was just added after removes individual teachers from the decision-making process, if that wouldn't fit and flow correctly with the document. I think the portion, as I read it, Brent, that paragraph 4 is really about soliciting information from students. And I see this as being a little bit different, where this is with teachers, engaging in counseling or conversations that would probably violate be a boundary violation when we look at the rules of professional conduct for the teachers or professional conduct standards. So I think that's what we're doing, is just saying, hey, recognize where the boundaries are. Your job is to teach, and this sort of conversation we're going to put on to a designated administrator or other professional.
Yeah, I agree with that. So where do you think it fits best?
So if that sentence just went right behind removes individual teachers from the decision-making process, that's where Jenny's got it, is, so we're saying, we're taking the decisions, moving them to the designated administrator. And then it cautions teachers that they shouldn't be providing that counseling. Let's go to Janet.
Yeah.
Then we'll come back. Go ahead, Janet.
Well, you may not love where I'm taking you, but I'm looking at the third paragraph, and I feel okay about the third paragraph with the exception of one sentence. And it is the sentence, second from the bottom. It says, teachers can refer to any student using the pronouns they, them, since they, them may be used as a singular non-binary pronoun.
Okay, Janet,
yeah.
Can I ask you to hold that thought, and we'll deal with this one above and make sure we've got it handled. And then I think they're two separate issues. Am I right? The one that you're raising?
Well, I'm just thinking that some of the things we are saying sound pretty prescriptive to teachers. And I don't know that that's within the bounds of the laws we're trying to work with, the prescriptive kind of
Okay,
teacher.
that being understood, I'd like to deal with this first one that we've been working through on that first or second paragraph, the should a student paragraph. And we'll get a motion there, and then I'll come right back to you, Janet, to deal with paragraph 3. Okay.
Chair Hansen,
Yes.
the last sentence that we were just working with, it was never completed. So a teacher should not engage in counseling regarding gender. And then this part is not what was stated, but I'm not sure how that sentence ends.
Gender identity, I think, was it issues or gender identity? Help me here, someone, regarding regarding just gender identity or gender identity issues, gender identity. I don't know. I don't have a.
Holly, do you have a word for us?
Well, issues isn't my personal favorite. It's kind
No,
of
I don't particularly like that either. It's just,
I'm trying to think of something. Yeah.
Yeah. Related
I
to
think
gender
that
identity.
Gender identity is sufficient.
Okay, so should not engage in, does it need to be personal counseling? Jenny, you raised this as well. Please chime in.
I do think it, just in general, counseling regarding gender identity, and just as an individual or class, I do think that there's that broader, because if a child brings something up in class, then, you know, does a person go off onto that, or do we refer to, you know,
For individuals or or classes, something like that.
Or in a classroom set, I don't know, classroom setting.
Or make it a subject of classroom instruction.
Yeah, classroom discussion, or make it a subject,
Yeah.
of classroom
So-
instruction.
I'm trying to think if those are two different things, and I'm not sure, because I'm going
Oh.
back to word 328. So is gender
Yeah.
identity a classroom discussion? So I
Yeah,
think what
so-
we're trying to say is
So there
individual
are,
group.
there are appropriate discussions about gender identity. You're right. It's
True.
counseling. Can we just keep it to the individual part, Jenny? Because there are appropriate discussions about gender identity, certainly in classes.
well, I'm thinking of a couple of different situations. I'm thinking of a situation when a student would ask, we've got examples of that, asks in middle class, and you may have a situation where someone may be counseling in a negative way about gender identity for the whole class. You may have it the opposite way too, where someone is going to bring in their personal beliefs in counseling or providing narrative. So I'm looking at it both directions there. And I'm thinking of the situation we're addressing here specifically. So I don't know exactly what the phrase needs to be, but do you see what I'm maybe articulating there? And not as an assignment or something, I guess, if that's what Patty's suggesting there, but more as I don't know. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah, I'm trying to.
I guess
What if we
counseling
said
the
a
class
teacher-
about gender issues instead of,
What about a teacher should not engage in counseling students regarding gender identity? Does that help at all?
I like that. I think counseling is different than having a classroom discussion about
Yeah.
gender identity or instructing about gender identity. That works for me, I think. Thank you, Janet. Okay, are we ready then for a motion on the first 2 paragraphs?
I move approval of the first 2 paragraphs under preferred names and pronouns.
Okay, we have a motion for the committee. Any discussion to that? Seeing none, please vote. Member Earl, I don't see a vote yet.
Sorry, I was reading back over it.
Oh, okay. Sorry. Don't mean to rush you.
You're right, I forgot that first sentence.
Okay, so we have motion passes with member Earl opposed.
That's correct,
Okay.
Chair.
Thank you. So now we are down to this section, and Jenny, you can help us with what we have there. So we have this in red. This is an additional paragraph, Jenny.
Someone's gonna have to help me. I'm not sure that was a paragraph I added. I might have added some words to it, but
No, I think that this is the paragraph I was referring to.
Okay,
And
so the
I
paragraph that
wanna
was in the
just strike-
document was an educator refusing to refer. So, school employees should not survey. Go up. Yeah, this, I don't see this paragraph. When a student
added
requests.
some words in, but I didn't add the middle.
Okay,
That's
so yeah, previously it
Yeah.
said should a student make a request? So we had that, and then it goes to when a student. So some of that that's in red was part of the original document. When a student requests a pronoun that does not align with the commonly,
So
that's
the
the
first-
paragraph that we have.
yeah, the first part of that would be, so it would be striking that bottom section and then just adding, because you're right, that seems like a duplication there. Teachers and other staff may also use the student's full name in place of a pronoun. That would be
Okay.
my recommended there.
Help
I just
us-
think there's a duplication there of some of that wording.
Yeah, help us, Jenny, to wordsmith this and get it to where you want it so we
So
can
strike
understand.
strike all down to teachers and other staff may also use, but that may need to be connected to another section and possibly that section above. So it just is cohesive. Because aren't we already addressing that up above?
Let's see, were we talking about names up above and pronouns here?
Yeah, that's what I'm seeing, is that we've got names in that other paragraph, nicknames and names. And then down here, we're talking about commonly used pronouns. And while we're looking at this, let me call out the note that Holly made at 10:30 over on the right that says that we had, everywhere that it says designated administrator or their designee and then lists out counselor, social worker, we approved referred to designated administrators or counselors. So I think that change should flow through the whole document, just as an aside.
I agree.
Okay. I think that we already did that. We just didn't catch up to it on this. Holly, you've got your hand up, please. Go
May I
ahead.
just ask for clarification on that, so that you're referring just to school counselors, so it would be just an administrator or a school counselor, so not any of the other social workers or school psychologists, or it's just school counselors and administrators. Just want to make sure I'm clear.
I'm not sure that we did that much with it. I think that we thought that counselors encompass those other folks who could act as counselors, but that's just my interpretation of it. And maybe we'll need to come back to that. But I thought that counselors was more broad than just a school counselor.
I don't know that they'd be able to interpret it that way. I was
Oh.
a school counselor for 10 years and I probably would not interpret it. I would have read it as just the school counselor responsibility and not the other roles.
Okay. We're gonna have to make a note on that one then and come back to it. Let's work through the pronoun issue and then we can come back to that one. So we're on the third paragraph, and I think, Jenny, where we are is wondering, this one seems to deal with pronouns. If we strike all that, we don't have the reference to pronouns. Up above, we're dealing with nicknames and names.
Yeah, this was the one where I had a comment. Is it
Okay,
appropriate
please.
to go ahead now?
Yeah, go ahead, Janet. We'll talk about this paragraph and then.
Okay, so my opinion is that the next to the last sentence here, teachers can refer to any student using the pronouns they, them, since they, them may be used as a singular non-binary program.
Mhm.
In my thought is that is a little prescriptive, telling teachers what to do about the pronouns. So I'm okay with the rest of the paragraph, but I'd like to strike that sentence. Teachers can refer to any student, that one.
Yeah, any discussion to that? Any other comments? I believe as this was being drafted that we had talked about they, them being now adopted even by Webster's, and there's a footnote down there as a neutral pronoun. And so I don't know, I don't see it as being prescriptive. It's just giving teachers an option. If they want to, they can refer to all their students as they, them. And I personally have not adopted that usage in my general, the way that I address people. But, as you look out at various documents and the way Webster's has adopted that, that is accepted usage now.
I think it's used in an example somewhere, and maybe it's just that my penchant for grammar just cringes every time I hear they, them used as a singular pronoun.
I actually just listened to a
predetermined, adversity to it.
I just listened to a continuing legal education thing today during my lunch hour, and they were commenting on this very subject and saying that this is being moving more and more into the mainstream, and it's correct usage to use they, them. But there are still some senior judges that feel the same way you do, Janet. And so they say, look at your audience and decide what to do. But I think I see this as being an option for teachers and not prescriptive. But let's hear what other people have to say. Jenny, please go ahead.
I just don't, I don't see a need to do, for example, male, and we'll change that to biological sex, commonly uses he, him. I don't know why we have to spell that out. And then they, them. So what you're saying is if we're allowing a teacher to do this, as a parent could go in though and request that no teachers, I'm just saying, if right, an accommodation could be that no teachers refer to them as they, them. I don't see this as necessary. If a teacher chooses that, I suppose they could choose that, but I'm not sure why we're, once again, the prescriptive thing or whatever. I think what we're asking is for those that don't want they, them to be used, they're going to come in and ask for accommodation. I'm not sure we want to be using our time on that. So I'm not maybe someone could articulate why it's necessary. I'm not sure. Anyways.
Okay. Yeah. And again, as you know, I read through this, I saw two options for teachers that would not be, I guess, considered to be offensive to someone who wanted to refer to by pronouns other than those that match their biological sex would be they, them, or else using the student's name in place of pronouns. So those are just options for teachers that may be easier for them to comply with than trying to remember a pronoun that they don't naturally, wouldn't naturally use for a student. But anyway, anything else here?
Yeah, I just want to think.
We need to get a concrete, edit this, get someone working on the screen so that we can.
So I would I would move that we strike from, for example, down to non-binary pronouns. Those couple of sentences there.
I'll take a vote on how to proceed. Okay.
So that's my motion.
Okay.
Didn't I have a previous motion to just strike the one sentence?
Oh, I'm sorry, Janet. I didn't. Yes, if I overlooked a motion during discussion, I apologize. So you wanted to strike
Just that one
Just-
sentence, and then
just that sentence.
we can just
Okay.
see how that goes, and
Let's
Jenny
address
can
that and see how it goes, and then we'll go to the next one. Thank you. That helps. That's a more efficient way to do things. So we'll take this motion first. The motion for the committee from Member Cannon is that we strike the sentence that's highlighted that says teachers may refer to any student using the pronouns they, them, because they, them may be used as a singular non-binary pronoun, with the reference down below, which would also be stricken. Any discussion to that motion? Okay, if none, please go ahead and vote. Okay, that motion passes with 4 in favor and Member Hanson opposed. So we'll strike that sentence, for example, and the footnote. So the they, them, and then the footnote down below. Okay, now we're on to Member Earl's motion,
I would
which
just-
would now be to take, let's see, for example, is that
Yeah.
right all the way to her?
Yep.
Okay. So the motion for the committee is to strike the 2 sentences highlighted in blue from this paragraph. Any discussion to that motion? If not, please go ahead and vote. Nope, I think one of those disappeared. Let's see. We've got Member Straight. What's your vote?
Oh,
There we go. So that one passes with Member Cannon opposed and all other committee members in favor.
That's correct, Chair.
Okay. Thank you. That'll move us down to the next paragraph, which I don't see any. Let's see, we've just got something at the end of that. Jenny, do you want to talk to us about that?
Yeah, I just have, and once again, wherever this will fit fluidly, because I think we're right on that, it does need to fit fluidly. But it's no school official, faculty or staff member, counselor, nurse, or psychologist may report a parent to civil authorities for refusal of this parent to affirm a child's assumed gender identity. So if we need to fix any of that language, but I just think it's.
Yeah,
if
can we
parent
before
doesn't
we address
agree.
that?
Yeah.
Sorry, Jenny, before we address that, can we go up to the bottom of that paragraph? You had a
Did I
sentence-
miss something? Sorry.
Yep, you had a sentence that's stricken, and then you had
Oh,
an
I
ad
apologize.
on pronouns, and then let's hit that, and then we'll go to your next one.
Okay. Okay, sorry, I apologize. I didn't realize.
Yeah, that's okay. It's hard to follow on the screen.
So
but let's-
an educator may share their pronouns with students if the educator desires. Teachers and administrators are not required to identify their pronouns or compel others to use certain pronouns. I don't think we want to be compelling students, nor should teachers or administrators be required to post or put their pronouns somewhere. I think that should be a choice.
Okay. So let me ask, if we were to add the second sentence, would we also want to strike the first one, or would we want to make it clear that an educator can do that if they want to, but they're not compelled, they're not required to do it?
Let me see real quick. Let's see. Yeah, that I guess that's up to the group if they want to include that. I don't feel like it's necessary. I think we already covered that, but yeah.
Okay, and then one other question. When we say compel others to use certain pronouns, do we mean like other students in the class to compel them to use a preferred pronoun for another student in the class? Is that what you're...
I guess I'm thinking of making them write it on their paper when they put their name down. That's what I was envisioning with compel others. I think even with other students, I think it still needs to be a student's choice. I don't think it should be compelled when a student.
I just want to be clear. So when we're talking about compel others, is this using certain pronouns for themselves, referring to others by certain pronouns, or what's the compelling that we're not requiring them to do?
One more time, Scott, I'm sorry.
I'm sorry. So when I read compel others to use certain pronouns, is that we're not going to compel others to use certain pronouns referring to themselves or referring to other people who have preferred pronouns that may differ from their...
So are we going to ask other children that are not asked, but compel them to require other children to use pronouns? I can see an educator being asked to do that, but do we, and if so, then what is the, are we looking at some kind of a penalty or something for a child not referring to another person? And I'm not talking in a deliberate or unkind way, but that's what I'm asking is, are we going to be compelling other students? You have to refer to this person this way, or, I just think it's all in the way it's done and allowing choice versus compelled speech.
And I think we'll ask Brian to weigh in on this. My understanding is that teachers, as part of their responsibility as a teacher and an employee of a LEA, can be compelled, I guess, required to use preferred pronouns. I think there's several cases that are out there. Most of them are falling that way, that the teacher's rights are subservient to the student's rights in that regard. And Brian, keep track of this and make sure that I'm leading us the right way. But with regard to other students, I think that the other students would have, I don't know that we would compel them or that this would be any guidance to compel them to refer to other students in a certain way, unless it resulted in, unless it was bullying. And then, bullying certainly could be controlled or compelled not to bully. Is that where we are with this, Brian? Is that?
Yeah, I think what you're saying is teachers have different First Amendment free speech rights than students do. Teachers can be compelled to follow a policy and told to use certain pronouns of other teachers or students. Students, not so much. They've got more latitude for free speech. And I think that's kind of where you're going, or what I'm hearing from you.
Okay. But if it rose to the level of bullying or something like that, then there is a control that could be asserted. I can
see, you've got a transgender boy and people are making fun of him, intentionally calling him a her, mocking him as a her, then that would, seems to me to be bullying.
And we've got bullying rules and definitions of bullying that would, apply there. So let's work through this then.
So what policy, what rules are out there currently? There's a variety of lawsuits that have already been gone through court. I'm just saying I can see asking people to do it. This compelled, where is the compelled element to this? Do you see what I'm saying? And does a person's conscience or their free expression, what you're saying is there a case out there that says that this is, and I'm saying be going beyond discrimination, that kind of a thing, where it's deliberate or intentional or discriminatory practices. Sorry, I'm not getting my words out anymore. It's getting late. But
Okay, let me ask Brian to clarify. And I don't know if we have those cases listed in the back, Brian, but there are several cases with teachers who've asserted religious freedom or First Amendment rights. And I believe that they are on the losing end of those cases, at least the ones that I've seen, but help us understand.
Yeah, that's right. I do recall seeing some cases where teachers refuse to address a student by a preferred pronoun, and they sued to kind of to be able to identify a student by whatever pronoun that they wanted, and yeah, courts have sided in favor of schools and policies and against the teacher trying to assert that First Amendment right.
And then we've also cited in that paragraph just below the OCR guidance that I think we were looking for before, failure to address a student who is transgender by the chosen name and pronouns is an example of sex-based discrimination.
Yeah.
So that's spelled
That's
out there,
risky.
and the OCR document is pretty clear about that.
what law does that? Once again, I'm just trying to figure out any.
So OCR is regarding failure to use the preferred pronouns as sex discrimination.
Right, and that's
Title IX.
Typical discrimination. Yeah, just your generic.
Yeah, so we're back to the not interpreting it as sex, but gender identity. So
Yeah, it's a Title IX
yeah.
discussion there. So let's get back to where we were with the modification, and so I think we're down. Maybe you can move that up on the screen so we can see the area in blue. And Jenny, where are we with motion then? So would we still strike an educator may share and then say that they're not required to? And can we clarify this compel others? Or what would that look like if we're gonna have a motion here to change this paragraph?
I just, yeah, I guess there is a case out of Virginia, and it was anyways, where they couldn't compel the speech, but I guess I think we need to look at that in a broader way. Once again, I think there's a courtesy to ask people and that respectfulness versus compelling people to do things, compelling others. I don't know if you want to put just students there or something, because I don't know that we compel students to
refer to others by certain pronouns. Is that?
Can we? I think students can ask. I think there's a courtesy there, but should we be saying, I don't know that people should be compelling others.
Well, how would this play out in a classroom? We have some folks here, Brent, maybe where this has actually been in a classroom. There's just a request the teacher refers to the student by the preferred pronouns, informs the other students that they've requested that, and then asks for courtesy in the classroom. But how does that play out?
Well, in my experience, for me, the pronouns never really came into play because the pronouns often felt awkward to me as far as trying to communicate. And so I never even dealt with those because I didn't want to mess it up either, but I just called them by their first name. And, if it wasn't known and a student wrote a name, then I talked to them and we went from there through the process. But it wasn't that big of a deal for me.
Okay.
So I guess it is for others.
Okay, well, we've got to move forward here. We're on the bottom of the paragraph that begins with school employees. Jenny, do you want to put a motion forward? Do you want me to try to do something here, or how do we move forward with this one? Janet, maybe you can help us. You've got your hand up there.
I was just going to make a comment on what Jenny is proposing here. I think when we say an educator may share their pronouns with students if the educator desires, I'm a little uncomfortable with that because educators are role models for students, and educators are looked up to by students. And I would just feel better about striking that sentence and maybe just saying teachers and administrators are not required to identify their pronouns, period. If the end of that sentence is too difficult to deal with.
So help me, Janet, just with the other question. If I'm a teacher in a classroom and I want to have my pronouns, by my name in Zoom, how does that guidance help me?
It says you're not required to identify their pronouns, so you're not required to. It doesn't prohibit that possibility.
But we don't want to explicitly say that they may do it. I want this to be as clear as we can in their guidance document. I'm just wondering if we're saying they're not compelled to, why we wouldn't say that they may do it. I mean, if it's not prohibited, or if we want to prohibit it, then we should discuss that. But if we're going to give guidance, I'm all about clarity.
We can't prohibit it legally, but we don't have to require it.
Okay, so again, then what's the reason for not saying that they may do that?
Well, I will put forth a motion saying that we strike the sentence with an educator may share their own pronouns and insert teachers and administrators are not required to identify their pronouns, period. That would be my motion. You may want to come back, Scott, and amend it to say teachers and administrators may identify their pronouns, but that is not required, or something like that.
I appreciate you helping me with my amended motion, because I'll do that and we can vote on the amended motion, then we can come back to yours. Jenny, are you okay with that? You started this discussion.
No, I don't want my wording stricken at the end. So
Okay.
I don't think it should be compelling.
Can we go ahead with this
students.
motion and then we'll have a motion to add that wording? Okay.
Okay, so this
the
motion is what I'm seeing on the board. Is that
So
right?
the first motion is to say that it's an amended motion of Janet's. So Janet's motion is to add teachers and administrators are not required to identify their pronouns. My amendment to that would be that teachers and administrators may identify their pronouns, may but are not required to identify their pronouns. So let's vote on the amendment first. And then we'll go from there. Is there any discussion to that amendment? Brent, go ahead.
Yeah, I think the amendment accomplishes the same thing, but from the other direction. And I kind of like that. I like the idea of if you put your pronouns out there, that's your choice, but we're not going to tell you need to. It really is the same thing as you may, but it approaches it from a different way, which I think is impact. It feels better.
Okay. Any other discussion to that motion? Okay, seeing none, we're voting on the amendment that's shown in blue on the screen. Go ahead and vote. Looks like the amendment passes with member Earl opposed. and other committee members for. So
That's correct,
now,
Chair.
thanks. Thank you. So now we'll vote on so we've amended that. Now we're voting on to amend the paragraph to read as shown, not in the blue. Let's see. So we've stricken the part that's in red. That should come out. Okay, so now, Jenny, maybe it's time for yours. Is that?
Yeah, that's what
I think, Chair, wouldn't you place the motion as amended before the body?
Oh, yeah, you're right. I'm sorry. So we'll vote on the motion as amended, which is to revise the paragraph to read.
I think I
Teachers.
want an amendment to that, though.
Okay. Yep. So
You said I could.
the amended motion now, the motion before the committee is that teachers and administrators may, but are not required to identify their pronouns. Is there any discussion to that motion?
Yes, I would like to make an amendment that says, I don't want to go back over where my language is. It's gone now. So whatever was previous there, or compel, and I would put students, if we're got to be specific, students. Does that work still? Sorry.
Okay, there was something on the side there. So
Yeah. Teachers and administrators may, but are
not required to identify their pronouns. You wanted or compel
and may
students.
not compel students to.
And may not compel
Whatever,
students.
what did I have there before? I'm a little bit, may not compel students. To use
certain pronouns, or
I had certain pronouns, but
use preferred pronouns, and you wanted to change others to
no, not
student?
preferred pronouns. I would put certain pronouns because I don't want to get into what maybe another student is wanting, but they just, yeah.
Okay, and so is the others as students, Jenny? Did you change that?
Yeah, I would just put it as students.
May not compel students to use certain pronouns. So,
or maybe it's just, yeah, I don't know.
yeah, so help me understand what behavior we're trying not to compel. So give me an example.
That would not compel?
So we're saying that teachers can't make students
Well, for example,
do what?
For example, like requesting that they put their pronouns on on their working class, or requesting that they refer. I think even requesting that they refer to certain kids with certain pronouns. I think you can. It's the compelled part, not the a courtesy of asking is one thing, but compelling is another. For example, if you don't, then you'll stay after class. I don't know if there's a punitive measure to it. That is what it leads to. Compelling leads to. So.
Okay, I'm just trying to understand exactly what, because down below we say that school employees can't survey or shouldn't survey students to ascertain their gender identity or pronouns. I mean, that's laid out, right?
Right, but if you had someone that identifies in their class, and we're back into this is the way they want to be referred to, which is fine. You can ask that, I think, but you shouldn't compel students to engage in dialogue, and especially if there's a chance they'll forget or whatever. But regardless, there shouldn't be a compulsion element to it.
So this should not compel students to use certain pronouns when referring to other students? Or that's what I'm trying to understand.
It could be others in general. It could be.
When referring to others?
Yeah. We can vote on it. And you
Is
can
that
decide one or the other.
the motion then? So the motion before the committee is to add the language in blue to this paragraph.
So
that
Scott, I
it
think
would
you're
read-
right. When it does need to probably have referring to others. I can see what you're saying. You're saying in what circumstances, right?
Yeah,
because we-
just trying to understand exactly what
Yep.
behavior shouldn't be compelled.
We
So-
do articulate it down below about the surveys and such. So
So then it
yes,
should say, and may not compel students to use certain pronouns when referring to others.
yeah. Certain.
And is it?
Or
Okay.
self even, so they don't have, they're not compelled to have to refer to themselves. Unless they choose that. Once again, it's back up to the choice element and not a forced.
Okay. Okay. That's the motion then, is that we add and may not compel students to use certain pronouns when referring to self or others. Is there any discussion to that motion? Don't see any discussion, so we'll go ahead and vote. Go ahead, committee members. That motion passes with members Henson and Straight opposed. Other committee members voting for.
That's correct, Chair.
Okay, thanks, Norley. Okay, let's keep going. So no school.
And this may fit down in
add.
this, so it's more cohesive, as I've spoke before. No school official, faculty or staff member, counselor, nurse, psychologist may report a parent to civil authorities for refusal of a parent to affirm a child's, and I think we'll probably have to, the assumed gender identity isn't the term we've been using. So.
Is there a reference for that, Jenny? Is that somewhere in code, or is that just something that would say as part of the guidance document, or?
Yeah, I would think as part of the guidance document, although, you know, I mean, I don't think there's anything in code that talks about affirming a child's identity, and I could be wrong, but I don't think that's there anywhere. So.
Okay. So the place that I know in our document that is related to this is the this referral process, where if the student raises safety concerns, then the
Maybe it would
school-
be a good idea to come back to this as we work through this. If there's a place it fits, I'll make a motion there.
Okay, so we'll maybe park that in a note out to the side and pull that out for right now. That'd be all right?
Yes.
Okay. So now we're down to an educator refusing to refer, and so you've basically stricken the
Yeah, I wouldn't
paragraph.
include any of this. You can decide what you want to do. I just. I
Okay,
feel like
you want to raise a
the
motion?
process. So,
Do you want to raise a motion on that?
yep, I would make a motion that we remove this section.
Okay, any discussion to that?
No, not really. I just think that we can put it into the process here if there's something that needs to be in there.
Okay. And I think that we did discuss a little bit. I mean, I guess it's self-explanatory that the OCR has come out with a guidance document just last year that specifically, deals with this. Any other discussion to the motion? Committee members, please go ahead and vote. Okay, looks like that motion fails with member Earl voting in favor, other committee members opposed. We'll move down to the next one, which is the process.
Oh, just a second. Can we
Sure.
reference that actual, I don't know if that, I didn't see it referenced at the bottom, this supposed document, which it's probably there. I just don't know where that's at. If someone,
Okay, yeah, so it's
Reference that,
OCR's 2021 guidance document, but that does have a specific number and we should put a footnote to it. Can we do that? We'll direct staff to add that footnote. And I'm getting a thumbs up from Holly on that, so we'll go ahead and do that.
Sure, that completes that part. And if you want to,
This section, we'll take a motion on that to get down to the process. So I'll entertain a motion for the committee to adopt preferred names and pronouns down to the process. So the part that's highlighted in blue.
So
We'll
moved.
adopt that as amended. Thank you, Janet. Any discussion to the motion? Okay, let's go ahead and vote. And looks like we have that motion passes with members Earl and Belknap opposed. Other
That's
members
correct, Chair.
in favor. Thanks, Norley. Okay, the process. And boy, just to let you know, this is the last portion of this. We have the process and the examples to get through before we call it a night. So thank you again for sticking with us.
I think we're setting a new record for longevity.
We are just looking quickly at, we have 23 people watching us on YouTube still at 11:30 at night. So
Oh my gosh.
there are other folks sticking with us as well, and we appreciate your interest in education and in this process. So we're now at the process when a student requests to be preferred or referred to by an alternative name or pronoun. And Jenny, you've got an ad there with kind of a preamble to this.
yeah, I just think it's an important statement to make that it just says it's the public policy of the state that parents retain the fundamental right and duty to exercise primary control over the care, supervision, upbringing, and education of their children. Schools cannot presume that child and the child's parents are adversaries. And that's right from the law, but I just think there's a statement there that just, we can't assume just because someone may not or may agree or whatever, that there's some adversarial thing going on there, that primary care is responsibility of parents unless there's a just cause, and those are spelled out below too. So.
Okay, I know, just a comment. I know that we've already said that the presumption on the record should be, always to, involving the parents. And I wonder, is this Jenny, you think this is the right place to address this, or down further where it talks about, well, it does say that presumption should be in favor of parent guardian involvement. And then it looks like you had that in there down below and then you took it out. Is there a reason you moved it up?
Sorry, we could move it down. I felt like it's more of a just in general, this is it. We don't have to restate it, but it can be moved somewhere else.
Okay.
So,
Just a suggestion would be to, as we get through in the process, there's a place where we talk about parental involvement, and that might be a good place to discuss it if you're okay with that. If not, we can certainly, have a motion to put it in right here and go forward with that. How would you like to proceed?
I don't know that I have a preference. Sorry.
Okay. If you're okay, then I'd propose that we talk about this when we get down to C.
That
which
would be
is, where we have the parents part referenced, and then that's maybe just my personal preference that it flows, as a process. If we start with, here's the first step, second step, third step, here's where the parents, decisions regarding the parents are made.
Okay, that would be
So,
perfect. We'll do that.
Okay. Thanks. So we'll look then at A. Is there any discussion on that? I think just, to understand this process. So a student makes a request to a teacher to be referred to by an alternative name or pronoun. The teacher refers the student to the designated administrator. We still have that discussion to have about the wording on that, but the designated person in the school. And then a referral is made. So the administrator understands the needs and informs the students of the policies and privacy limitations, such as FERPA, that allow parents access to student records and that sort of thing. Each situation is handled based on the information from the student, case by case. And then with no amendments, the next portion would be to look at ways to have the parents involved. If the student, and to help the student to inform parents, even including school personnel, inviting parents to the school to help the students with the conversation. And then the last one is be supportive and document the interactions so that we can have consistency in the school and have proper communication so that the school recognizes its responsibilities, teachers know their responsibilities, and students are given the accommodations that they should have under the policies. So I think that's the way the process is laid out. That's D. On E, if the student does raise legitimate safety concerns, then there is a mandatory reporting process that our schools deal with all the time. And I think are pretty well versed in when reports should be made to Child and Family Services. And that's a legal reporting requirement. And then the last piece is about the alternative name and how that's implemented. So making a plan to make sure that the implementation is done properly. So that's the process. And then Jenny, you've got some tweaks to that process, I think, that you're proposing. So let's go back and look at those. Any questions, I guess, about the process that's in the base document? Is that clear to all the committee members? Okay, not seeing any hands. So Jenny, we'll go to you to help us understand.
I wonder if throughout the document we could refer to school designee, and then to create a definition of what that could be. So it could be what's on that first line, right? That could be a designated administrator, and then we don't have to always be wondering what that is. That was something we referred to, just simply that the person we've designated at the LEA, but just simplified so that we can refer to it throughout the document. And then use the language on A.
Done, and we can maybe have that quick discussion right now. This is
a
good time. I certainly don't have any objections to it being a counselor, a social worker, psychologist, or an administrator. Our schools, many of them won't have all of those people. All of them will have some administrator. So they'll just have to look at the capabilities of the school, decide, who's the best person to handle this, make sure that they're given adequate guidance and training and resources, and then make that designation. So if we wanted to define that, on the first usage, just say school designee and then have a footnote to who that is, and it includes all of those people. I think that would be appropriate. Would there be any opposition to that from anybody in the committee? If we just included administrator, counselor, social worker, psychologist? in there. And would that give all of our schools the ability to have that person? I think all of them are going to have an administrator at least. Some of them might only have part-time counselors or, social workers, psychologists. Are we okay with that? I don't know that we need a motion. We'll just thumbs up from everyone, or let me know if you're opposed. Okay, we'll direct staff to put that definition in on the first usage in the document. Okay, thanks, Jenny, for helping us to get that one taken care of. Let's go with your First Amendment.
Okay. I've added here that some students may experience gender dysphoria or gender incongruence and might require additional support or resources. So once a referral is made, the administrator designee will seek to understand the individual student's needs and inform the student of policies and privacy limitations that requires parental involvement. Each situation should be handled on a case-by-case basis, and then just indicating that there are some children who may need additional services, just an awareness for that.
Okay, so the change would be to add the sentence on gender dysphoria and then to strike the sentences about including parents and making the child feel safe, supported, included, and protect their health and safety.
Well, unless I'm misreading this, I think we just did that in the first line, didn't we? Do we have to articulate that again? And if so, we can do that. If you want,
I just at this point just need to know what the proposal is, and then we can discuss it and we'll vote and move ahead. But what do you think?
Okay, so leave in, I would leave in this, the request should be handled in a manner that seeks to include parents while working with child to improve communications, and strike the end of it.
Okay. So
although I do think we repeat this again, but leave it that. That's my.
Okay, so the motion that we have for the committee is that we add or make the amendments or make the revisions that are highlighted in blue on your screen. So adding the sentence regarding gender dysphoria or gender incongruence, and striking the language at the end about safe, supported, and included. Any discussion to this? Don't see any. Oh, Brent, please.
Did you say that the term gender dysphoria is coming back into play here?
That's the proposal by Member Earl, is to add that sentence.
Well, I just don't want to go over all that again, but anyway, I'm not.
Okay. Any other discussion?
Yeah.
Oh, go ahead,
right,
Jenny.
going over all. That's fine. I think we have kids who are needing additional services, and it goes beyond someone who just, I don't know, I guess we're throwing that into just transgender, but I think it's beyond that. These are individuals that might need additional counseling or services of some kind. Others may not. And I think to not acknowledge that really may be a disservice to students. So.
Okay. Any other discussion to the motion? Brent, you've got your hand up.
Well, my concern is the gender dysphoria has been used.
No, Brent, we're losing your audio.
I guess, can you hear me now?
Yes.
My concern is as we've discussed before, bringing that term back in, now it creates a whole definitional problem, because now we have to discuss the definition right here and now in order to put that back in, because it's used in different ways from my research, and many of them are political in nature, and we're trying to work on a document for students getting their education, and we can step out of our lane a little too much if we get into too much of the political side, because it's not a political document.
Okay. Member Earl, I'll let you have the rebuttal, and then we're going to go ahead
Okay.
and vote on this.
I
don't want to keep going all
Yep.
night on the same subject. So
No, I
please
don't
go ahead.
either. DSM-5 has a definition if that's what you want to use, so it doesn't supposedly get political. Most of this document is political in nature, one way or another, so.
Okay. Thank you for the comments. We'll go ahead now and vote. So the vote is to make the changes highlighted in blue on your screen. Please go ahead, committee members. That motion will fail with member Earl in favor and other committee members opposed. So that takes us to let me see. The next step in the process, C. So again, Jenny, we've got your suggestions for a revision.
Yeah,
here. Please explain to us what you've got there.
So how do we, I disagree with the wording on the previous one, B, with that in a manner that makes the student feel safe, supported, and included. I argue I don't know how we do that. We're always chasing something if we're always trying to make a student feel a certain way. That doesn't mean we can't create a safe environment, but when we're talking about feeling something, I don't think we can do that. We're always going to be chasing, okay, did we meet the need here? Did we meet the need here? Anyways, I would just, let's see.
Okay. Yeah, I think we're going to have to get down to
Okay,
C
so I would,
at this point. And
what's that? I would strike, I would just do, there's purple in my way.
yeah,
request
B,
in a manner that.
yeah, B has been adopted,
students.
right? So we voted
on my amendments, I thought.
we voted on B, I believe, with the
No, not
amendments in
yet.
place.
Not yet.
Did we not do
voted
that?
amendments. Mm-mm.
Okay, I apologize. Can we go back to what was highlighted there on the previous motion? I'm sorry, I should have read it all out.
Those were the three areas on the motion, was to add in the pink and then delete.
Oh, I see. Okay, so that motion failed. We're
That
back
motion
to
failed.
Yeah, we're back to that original paragraph then. And now we have another amendment to that. Is that right?
Yes, I would recommend that we strike, that we leave the request should be handled in a manner that protects the health and safety of the student. We strike makes the student feel safe, supported, and included. Strike that language. And I think I've already spoke to that,
Okay.
It's something we can't measure. We can definitely keep a child protects the health and safety of a student.
Okay. Any other comment to that motion? Okay, the motion then before the committee is to strike the words that are highlighted in blue. So that last sentence would read, the request should be handled in a manner that protects the health and safety of the student. Committee members, please vote. Okay. Looks like we're unanimous in, the motion passes unanimously.
Chair,
Yes,
to move us along, may I make a motion that we approve A and B?
sure. Okay, we have a motion before the committee that we
As amended,
approve.
yeah.
Yep, A and B as amended and as highlighted in blue on your screens. Any discussion to that motion? If none, please go ahead and vote. Looks like we're unanimous and A and B are adopted. We'll move to C. Okay, again, Member Earl, I think you've got some proposed
So
revisions. To that.
let me ask, yeah, because I'm trying to remember what the original was so that it's blended in, but you have the presumption should be in favor of parent guardian.
Yeah, that's where the original starts, is the presumption
Yeah.
should be in favor of parent guardian involvement. If needed, the designated person should support the student as they involve their parents. The student should be provided with the option to inform their parents independently. Could also be supportive for the designee to be present during the conversation with the student's parents to help facilitate. School personnel should proactively work together with parents and students to create constructive dialogue.
Okay.
So and the section of code about parental involvement, if we're gonna, you have it there, but this would certainly, I think, be the appropriate place to address that.
Okay, I think I was trying to simplify that language, and that's why I have a student should be given the opportunity, opportunity to open the dialogue with parents or seek support from designated administrator, trying to simplify that versus I felt like the language up here is a little bit messier. So I guess I would strike from the down to dialogue and then replace it with a student should be given the opportunity to open dialogue with parents or seek support from the designated administrator at the student's request.
Okay. So Jenny, up above, we have the public policy, and that's all stricken out now. Let's
So
get the motion.
Okay, I would make a motion to move that just at the end of this here. So it's at the end of request.
Okay, let's just get this formulated so that we have it the way that you would like it to read, and we can go from there. So the presumption should be in favor of parent guardian involvement, period, if needed.
I would strike if.
You're going to strike everywhere from if needed, or
Hang on, let me see. Yeah, I think students should give the opportunity to open the dialogue with their parent. Yeah, I think that should replace. I just feel like it cleans up that language.
Okay, so all the section in blue would be stricken.
Yes.
And then the section below where it says students request, and then there's a T and a period in there that look like they're not in the right spot. And then you've got the quote from the code.
Yep.
That would come up on the tail end of that. So that's the motion that we have to amend that paragraph as shown on the screen. Any discussion to that motion? I would like to divide that, if we could, and vote first on the the first part of it down to request. So I guess first the motion for the committee would be to divide. If we can just vote on dividing it into those two portions. If there's any comment or any discussion to that motion. If not, please go ahead and vote on a motion to divide. Okay, it looks like we're unanimous on that, so that motion passes. So then the first motion that we'll address is to make amendments to the paragraph as shown in blue. Is there any discussion to that motion? Don't see any, so we'll go ahead and vote on that. Okay, it looks like that motion passes with 3 in favor and members Cannon and Straight opposed.
That's correct, Chair.
Okay, thanks again, Nora Lee. Now, the second portion of that would be the addition of it is the public policy of the state that parents retain the fundamental right and duty to exercise primary control, and goes on and cites that section of the Utah Code. I wonder if we could just put a footnote to that first sentence where it says the presumption should be in favor of parent guardian involvement, and just footnote it to that section of the code. Would that be
I'm fine
Yes.
as long as you list the wording that's there in the footnote.
so put all that in the footnote?
Yep.
Okay, let's make that as, if you're okay, we'll make that as your motion.
That would be great.
Okay. So this
Did you
would
want that
read, the
footnote?
presumption should be in favor of the parent guardian involvement, and then the footnote would have that language in it. And then again, go to the student should be given the opportunity to open dialogue or seek support from the designated administrator at the student's request. Any discussion then to that motion? Not seeing any hands there. So we'll go ahead and vote. Looks like that one is unanimous, so that motion passes. We got that recorded, Nora Lee?
That's correct, Chair.
Okay, just a couple more votes, I think, and we'll be down to the end of this. So we are now on D. And looks like there were some suggestions there, suggested edits, Jenny? Nope. Member Earl?
Whoops, opposite way. It was really good too. I said something really smart there. Just that we've been using accommodations throughout the whole document, and then here we have interactions and support requests. Do you know what I'm saying? I just think we need to stay consistent with our language is all. So.
Yeah, I'm going to ask staff if there was any reason that we made that change in language, or is it just our editing not being consistent? Is there any reason that we changed up in this area? Or does accommodations cover?
I'm trying to right now process the difference between should document any requested accommodations, interactions, and support. So all teachers are, as part of good practice, when there's interactions that might be concerning, are requested to document in some way. And so to me, that might be what this part is, but I'm not sure if that was meant here. So accommodations is something to me that is more official, but if a teacher is just documenting a conversation, just to be able to have further understanding or to be able to document in case something else is happening after that. That's what I'm trying to process, is the difference between those two things.
Yeah, I'm trying as well to put this in context. So we're talking now about pronouns particularly, and requests being made, and those are certainly accommodations. We've defined those as accommodations. So I'm not sure if broadening it out in this context even makes sense. I don't know. Holly, you got to hit your mic.
Thanks. I think I said something before too. I know I did. Okay.
Okay.
So I don't remember this language, and I don't see any reason to not keep it consistent. I think it makes sense to keep it as requested accommodations.
So let's just put this one then up to a vote. The motion before the committee is that we change paragraph D to read as shown with the revisions in the blue highlight. Any discussion to that motion? Board Member Belknap.
Yeah, Chair, I'm just wondering if Board Member Earl would be willing to make a slight amendment to any requested accommodations, which puts a heavy burden if they've missed anything.
So strike the word any.
Like to just, okay.
Would you accept that? Board
Yeah,
Member
that would be
Earl?
great. Yep,
Thank you.
that would be great. Just trying to the language.
Okay, so restating then the motion, that would be to accept paragraph D as revised and amended on the screen. Any other discussion? Okay, please vote. And we are unanimous on that one. That one passes.
That's correct, Chair.
Okay, thank you. So now we are on E. And okay, I'm just trying to track what the revision would be and what the original was, Jenny, with what's written here. So you're striking out the first sentence that says that students may not have revealed their identity, non-conforming or transgender identity to their families, that they may have safety concerns or fear of rejection. And then, so we've got this separated into E and F, but really this is just one. This is all E, right? It just, okay, got it. So striking out the first part and then just saying that according to Utah law, if the student raises legitimate safety concerns, or if Utah law requires any person who has reason to believe the child's been subject. Okay, I think that that's fairly clear, the change you want to make. Do you want to explain that, Jenny, what you're proposing?
Yeah, I just at this, I just think we need to address what the law is here. There's clear areas where we can, where it violates law, and those are spelled out, and we need to do that. It just, kids have fears, adults have fears, but that doesn't, it doesn't lead to, a safety concern or whatever. That, the administration that's working with this student needs to, can work with them. I think we've already spelled that out above, address those those fears and those concerns. Those are legitimate and they should be addressed, but that's, if we're connecting that with this, we're going to call you on child and family services kind of a thing. There isn't a legal basis for calling in for that without a legal basis to do that. So just having those concerns should be obviously dealt with. Those are very real. And that's why we're working with students if they're, so anyways, that's why that recommendation's there.
Okay. Any other discussion to this motion? I'll state the motion, but any other discussion on this topic? So I think what I see is that the proposal would be to just drop the potential reasoning behind any fears that might be there, and just say if the student raises any legitimate safety concerns, that those should be reported according to the mandatory reporting requirements. Okay, so the motion before the committee is that we amend paragraph E as shown on the screen, not just what's highlighted in blue, but also the additions below. That reference to paragraph F would not be included in this amendment. Is there any discussion to that motion? If not, please go ahead and vote. That motion fails with members Earl and Belknap in favor and other committee members opposed.
That's correct, Chair.
Okay, thank you. It looks like we have F remaining. So if we can scroll down to paragraph F. Okay, and it looks like this one is just proposed to be stricken in its entirety. Is that right, Jenny? Oh.
Sorry, just 1 second. Let me read
Yeah.
back through.
Remember, it looked like everything was just taken out, like F was removed, but I'm not sure. Is that the proposal?
Yeah. So.
Okay, can you help us
It
understand?
just seems like, yeah. I guess we've already addressed this as well. I guess I'm looking at some of these things have been addressed in our previous elements of our document. So.
Okay.
I'm trying to simplify.
Okay, what I see in this F is really the implementation phase. So the student is requesting accommodation for names and pronouns. This instructs the school that there should be a plan to communicate the information to the people who need to know, and that it should be, the name or pronoun should be used consistently throughout the school. I see that as a key point, because if it's inconsistent, it creates some difficulties for the school with regard to compliance to the accommodation. So, for example, a student couldn't say, in these 3 classes, I want to use these pronouns, and in other classes, I want to be referred to by the pronouns that I have been using up to this point. So the consistency is a key point that I see. And then just the, implementation and any violations to the plan. The administrators would have to watch out for that and just make sure that things are being addressed as they go forward. So I'm speaking not in favor of striking this. I think there's some important content there. Jenny, your hand, I don't know if it's still up or if you wanted to
Well, I
comment?
raised it again, but we can vote on this first and then it would be relevant. So
Okay, so we're ready for a vote then on this one. So the motion before the committee is to strike paragraph F in its entirety. Any discussion to that motion? Seeing none, let's go ahead and vote. That motion fails with member Earl voting in favor and other members opposed. Okay.
That's
we
correct.
Thanks again.
Sorry.
No, I'm glad you're riding herd on me and make sure we get those recorded. It gets a little bit late. You don't want to get too sloppy. So we're down to the examples. And
we didn't vote on this and I
Nope.
have an amendment or
Okay,
I
I'm sorry.
have a
We didn't
question. Yep.
vote on the rest of these above. So, okay, go ahead, Jenny, and then we'll take that
So
vote.
can you
Thank
tell me what you're envisioning for these addressing any violations? Can you be broad on that and tell me how that plays out and how our LEAs are supposed to interpret that?
I don't know. Frankly, I think that the schools will have to take measures to ensure compliance because legally we're obligated, to grant these accommodations. So I don't have any.
Would not feel
anything-
comfortable just saying, hey, a free for all on this.
I don't
Yeah.
have anything to add to that. I think the LEAs are going to have to come up with policies about how to address that. Any other comment on that from staff or committee members?
This is Janet. I had just had the same question about addressing any violations. I don't think we talk about violations anywhere in this plan, and what would be considered a violation.
A teacher refusing to use a pronoun,
Okay.
that would be a violation that I think that administration would have to, counsel with the teacher and decide how to proceed on that, what part of teacher conduct, might be being violated or how to address that as an employment issue or, depending on what the violation was as a professional conduct issue.
Okay, thanks. That's helpful.
Okay, that might be something that needs to be fleshed out in the future. Right now it's left for the LEAs as I see it.
I just think it's unwise. I think there's an ensuring the plan is implemented element, but then I think that addressing violations opens the door for a variety of problems I see, including educator problems if they are, if someone interprets something a certain way and you're interpreting it different, then you would hope people would be open to, okay, well, we're going to work together, but I don't know that that's always the case sometimes on things. So I really caution about leaving that in. So
Okay.
as a matter of fact, I make an amendment that we strike and addressing any violations and leave it with ensuring the plan is implemented. Insinuates that. So that's a motion you make.
Okay, we have a motion before the committee that we strike and addressing any violations from paragraph F of the plan. Is there any comment or discussion to that motion? Seeing none, we'll go ahead and vote. Member Belknap, we're all in suspense.
She's asleep. You'll have to wake her up.
We're deadlocked, so the motion I don't believe can pass on a deadlock. We need Laura to break our tie. I don't know if she's stepped away. I know she's having some has had some difficulties there. Let's see. I guess we'll go back to
Chair,
Patty. I
she
don't
can't,
believe.
she's trying to get into the room.
Okay.
I'm gonna go ahead and have her do a voice vote.
Okay. That would be great if you've got her on your phone. Nope. You've got it. You're on mute, Patty.
Yes.
Okay,
Here we go.
one more time, Chair Belknap, or Vice, Board Member Belknap.
Alara.
Whatever you want to be, whatever you want to be.
Yes.
She votes yes.
Okay, so we have 3 votes in favor. The motion passes with members Hanson and Straight opposed. Got it, Norley?
That's correct, Chair.
All right, that was our most complicated vote all night. Laura phoning in. All
Sorry,
right.
Chair, I just found my link. I couldn't get it to work.
No problem. Stuff happens. We're kicked over into the next day anyway, so I'm glad the link still worked. We now, I'll entertain a motion to adopt all of the pronouns. Let's see what this is called.
The process.
Preferred names and pronouns through F. Does that cover all of it? Or we just, it's just the process that we're adopting. Thanks. Appreciate that, Janet. So I'll entertain a motion to adopt the process when a student requests to be referred to by an alternative name or pronoun as amended and shown in blue on your screens.
So moved.
Thank you, Janet. We have that motion before the committee. Any discussion? Laura.
Just making sure for clarity, we're passing this out to go out for public comment, correct?
Yes. Well, we're not to the end of the whole document. We'll do that.
I know. I know.
Final motion, but yes.
Okay.
So accepted to go out for public comment.
So I
Okay.
do have another question.
Okay.
Is this process the same for other accommodations, or is that not the case? I'm trying to. We've got just a process for names, but we don't have for other things.
This is
Isn't that what we were trying to do, is to kind of take some of those questions out of the classroom? So I guess I was seeking clarification because for some reason in my mind, I was thinking that this was process for working with parents. Is that not correct?
I guess my understanding is there's going to be a policy and procedure for requests for accommodations where parents or students can contact the school administration. I think this one is broken out because we do have frequent requests by students directly to teachers in this regard. So again, staff helped me understand why we've broken this out, but my understanding is that that is one of the situations that's arising frequently. And so there's specific guidance for that.
I don't disagree with that. I just was thinking we would have a process for, that was, I guess I'm asking that question. It wouldn't be just for this, even though that is the frequency.
I think we've talked about the process for facilities, the process for overnight accommodations. They're similar to this, but they're not laid out exactly the same way this is.
So those others would not necessarily be working with parents. Am I understanding that correctly?
I think that if you remember, we said that the presumption was in favor of parental involvement when we talked about privacy and school records. I'm trying to think on the accommodations for overnight trips. There was a notice that went out to parents on that one. So I believe that parents are involved in every step of these.
I'm just looking back. There was one where we did not.
I just did a words search, and parents are mentioned 87 times in the document. So we can go back and do a check to, you know, or if,
So I'm
to
looking
make
under.
sure they're within everyone.
I'll look over it just a second.
Okay, we got to remember where we are here. Do we
So I
still,
make a motion, Chair.
okay, we still have those examples, but what's the motion, Laura?
I can't see it on there now, but it's what you read before to approve the
approve
process.
The process, okay.
Yes, thank you.
As highlighted on the screen, have
Yes.
that motion before the committee. If there's no further discussion, we'll go ahead and vote. Okay. Looks like we're unanimous on the process then.
That's correct, Chair.
Passes, thank you.
Now,
Okay.
is that under Laura Belknap or is that under Janet Cannon? Because she had the same motion.
Yeah, you guys want to fight about this one? I
Miss
don't know.
Janet.
We
Hey,
started.
I'll take her on.
Miss Janet.
Okay. Thank you for the clarification.
Laura will defer, and I think you're right. We had some discussion, and we came back with another motion. Okay. Examples now. We have, let's see, the revision to biological male on example 1. Does that one match with the terminology that we've been
I just was trying to simplify the language that
before?
it
Yeah,
seemed to
I
be
don't.
wordy.
Okay. We can just take that one, or unless, I don't know if we can just make a technical change. Let's go ahead and have that motion come before the committee. Jenny, let me see if I can state that motion based on what's on the screen, that we accept example 1 with the revisions that are shown, which would include striking a student whose biological sex is male and revising that to a biological male. Is that your motion?
Yes.
Okay, for example 1 then, we have that motion before the committee. Any discussion? No discussion, please go ahead and vote. Okay, that one's passes unanimously. Tell me when you're okay, Norley. We'll move to the next one.
No, that's correct, Chair. We're good to go.
Okay, great. Example 2, I don't see any.
No, I
discussion
accidentally
there.
highlighted because I was trying to read it and I had to read it a couple
Okay,
times.
I'll move on then. Number 3, don't see any discussion there. Is there any other committee, any other discussion from committee members on example 3? Okay, we're down to example 4 then. Jenny, you have some revisions there.
Yeah, this is one of those times when we're talking about consistently held belief, but all of a sudden, a child or a student during class, from this example anyways, just in the middle of class instructions, asked for something. So then the question comes back to, what is a consistently held belief? And do we immediately, do you know what I'm saying? So there's some confusion here is what we're actually going to be terming that as. If someone just says something, is that considered a consistently held belief? And I know I'm probably not using that right terminology. Consistently asserted gender identity. And then should the teacher immediately alter practices, or should it just be referral? So that's what I'm just seeking some guidance on this. And I would strike the end of it.
Mhm. Okay, so the idea is that the student hasn't gone through the process at this point, and so the teacher shouldn't be obligated to refer the student by other names. Is that the idea, Jenny?
Yeah. And then it said, yeah. And at the end, it suggests a mistake or something like that. Well, there can't be a mistake if there's not an accommodation or a discussion or whatever about that. So I would strike that end.
Okay, what do we think about that? Committee members, any opinions? Staff? I'll ask you to help us weigh in on this if that. Okay.
Yeah.
No discussion? We can go ahead and vote on this one. So the motion before the committee is at example 4, be revised as shown on the screen to delete the portion shown with red strike through. Okay, committee members, please go ahead and vote. Looks like that one passes with member Straight opposed.
That's correct, Chair.
Okay, thank you. Jenny, there's some other text here at the end.
I just have a few items that I have questions or concerns with. And one of those is regards to, should I just take the first one? Is that the best thing? So students have, so this has
those one by one. So go ahead.
Yeah, curriculum and age appropriateness of certain topics. So students have a right to be free from curriculum materials regarding gender that are not appropriate to the age, maturity, or developmental level of the student. So.
Okay, can I ask of staff maybe a question on that one? Because I know we're addressing curriculum in several, we have specific rules for curriculum. And I wonder if it's not more appropriate to handle curriculum issues there. Can we comment on that? I mean, we get in situations sometimes where we try to deal with things in 2 different rules or a policy document and a rule, and then we have to make sure we're keeping up and that everything's in sync. I know there's also some legislation about some of this that's going on right now. Any comments on that?
Chair Hansen.
Go ahead, Sarah.
I was just going to say, so I represent in the Law and Licensing Committee where they're currently considering a board rule specific to requiring LEAs to have a policy in which a parent has the opportunity to, bring to question an individual material that might be used within a school setting. So that board rule hasn't passed yet, but it is kind of relevant to the conversation about curriculum.
Okay.
And then Chair Hansen, I was going to add to that, there's also the health standards, and those are developmentally the age appropriateness of what should be addressed when, and there's actually legal things that go along with that as well. So with those 2 things maybe combined.
And I think also R277328 has the elements
Age appropriate.
Yeah.
Okay. Jenny, does that?
We're focused. Yeah, I guess just because we're focusing on specific things here that it seems to me to be appropriate here. I don't think it takes away from our dialogue, but, and I don't know if they are addressing specific things at the library when it comes to gender. I didn't hear that when I listened to the discussion, but maybe I've missed something.
Okay. I mean, we've heard some comment. If other committee members have comment, certainly entertain that. Otherwise, I think if that's your motion, we'll just put it to a vote. Okay, the motion then before the committee is that we add language as highlighted in blue, that students have a right to be free from curriculum materials regarding gender that are not appropriate to the age, maturity, or developmental level of the student, to the gender guidance document that we're working on. Any discussion to that motion? Hey, committee members, please vote. It looks like that motion does not pass with member Earl in favor, other committee members opposed. Okay, Jenny, the next one there.
Okay, and I think I would change one word in here. Parents, I should, because since we're doing guidance, parents should be notified by the school of any changes in school or classroom policies under consideration concerning transgender. I don't know if issues was not the word we wanted to use. Maybe Holly can remind me what word we wanted to use there. If it was gender identity or transgender, anyways, whatever needs to go there. Including at any upcoming school board meetings, administrators shall solicit comment from parents on proposed changes.
Okay.
And if there's some word cleanup, I'm happy with that, but I feel like we need something in here that just says when things come before you with this policy that will notify the public.
Okay, and this, if I recall, relates back to, we talked about this before about the policies, and is that the same discussion, Jenny, or is that related?
Yeah, that would be accurate. Yep.
Okay.
And I thought we were moving it to the end for further.
Okay, yep. Yeah, we have it here, and we have the motion that I'll put before the committee, and we'll hear comments on it. So the motion for the committee is that we add language as shown on the board. Parents should be notified by the school of any changes in school or classroom policies under consideration concerning transgender issues, gender identity, including at any upcoming school board meetings. Administrators shall solicit comments from parents on proposed changes. Any comments or discussion from committee members on that? I would just, I guess, add that I think schools do have policies in place for implementing any policy changes that include public notice and being heard in school board meetings. And I personally feel that those are probably sufficient. Laura, go ahead.
You basically said what I was going to say. Thank you.
Okay. Let's go ahead and vote then if there's no further comment on this one. Looks like that motion fails with member Earl voting in favor and others opposed.
That's correct, Chair.
Okay. This last one here, Jenny, I believe.
Yeah, you know, I actually wonder if this could just be referenced in the just under our speech area. Just referencing Article 1:15 and Article 1:4, if we can reference the actual language there for just the religious liberty components and the
maybe
speech.
I can suggest without a specific reference necessarily, maybe we could consider this when we look at the legal part that we're not going to send out for comment right now, that we're the relevant law. Could we maybe defer that to our discussion on the relevant law portion, or would you like to vote on it?
I think I would like it referenced specifically at the top of page 9.
Okay.
And just
page 9 is hard because I think we played with our pages. So what's
sorry, I'm trying to just go up what we hear here. Patty, if you want to go up a little bit more.
Just show us where that would show us where that
I can show you exactly where that would be if you go up a little bit more. Keep going, I'll tell you when. Right, a little bit more, right. One more scooch. Okay, right there where it talks. So nope, you're right. We did play with it. It's right above the process that we talked about with names and pronouns. A little bit more. Okay, now come back up a little bit. Sorry. Right.
Okay.
Oh, up. Yep. Up. You're going down. Oh, I don't know who's driving. One
Did
more.
I get it right there? That's where your cursor's at. Is that where you wanted it?
Oh, no, sorry, right
Oh.
here. Sorry, I would have put my cursor. I didn't know I was watching. You were watching that
Oh.
right here. just because it references the.
Is that where you'd like it?
Up a little bit further.
I see where she has it and I already have it copied. I can paste it.
Yeah, but it can just be referenced down below.
Yeah,
if that
I'll
makes
just insert a footnote right here.
Okay,
All right.
that would be my recommendation.
So it'd be like that.
Okay, so a footnote coming from, where's the reference up in the body? Sorry, I didn't.
Yeah, it's up at the top of the page.
Okay, so not requiring them, not compelling them.
Yeah.
Mhm.
Okay.
I-
Yeah, I'm not unfortunately exactly sure what that language says on religious liberty and freedom of speech, but we can go ahead and take the vote on this one. So we do have a motion before the committee to
I can read it to you if you'd like.
add this one. Yes,
Yeah.
please.
I can read the exact language. So Article 1, Section 4 says it says religious liberty, the right of conscience shall not be infringed. The state shall make no law respecting an establishment of religion or prohibiting the free exercise thereof. I think there's another component to that, but that's the part, and I included that down in the law section as well, but that's part there. And then the other one is Utah Constitution, Article 1, Section 15, which provides that no law shall be passed to abridge or restrain the freedom of speech. And I think that one has another piece to it, but those are the two parts that I would include.
Okay. Let's get the motion up and then we'll take comment. The motion before the committee then is to add a footnote, number 12, that would reference Utah Constitution, Article 1, Section 15, and Utah Constitution, Article 1, Section 4, dealing with religious liberty and freedom of speech. Are there any discussion from the committee? Brent, please.
Yes, I'm absolutely agree with this. I'm trying to figure out how it applies. Are you referencing something specific by this?
Yeah, just when you talk about compelled speech, it's reference to our actual constitution in the state of Utah regarding speech, both for religious reasons and also for the freedom of speech when it comes to compelled speech.
Oh, okay. So it's specifically referenced to that. It's not reference to an educator.
No, it isn't referencing an educator.
Yeah, if we go back down to the footnote, I think this says the freedom of speech of both Utah students and educators will be respected. I think we had a discussion about the relative, I guess, First Amendment rights of students and educators, and those being different because of the employment situation. I'm personally not going to vote to include this, not because I'm certainly against religious liberty or freedom of speech, but just because I am not sure at this juncture how the interplay between the Utah Constitution and some of the federal interpretation of federal law and all that would work out. So I'm just a little bit cautious about including that right now without a little bit more study. So
we say, you mean federal guidance? Is that what we're referring to?
yeah, well, there are federal cases that deal with religious liberties and freedom of speech. Students and educators, we talked about those a little bit before. I just haven't done enough study, I guess, on this particular part to vote to include that at this point. I think that, as we talk about relevant law, certainly we could look at this, but that's just my comment. I think we can go ahead. Brent, you've still got your hand up. Is that from before, or do you have another comment? Okay. Is there any other discussion to the motion? Seeing none, we'll go ahead and vote. That motion fails with members Earl and Belknap voting in favor. Other committee members opposed.
That's correct, Chair.
Okay, we are at the moment you've all been waiting for.
Chair Hansen?
Yes.
We did not approve number 2 and number 3 at the bottom.
Oh, I'm sorry.
But if we want to
Examples?
just include that all
Yeah,
conglomerate.
examples 2 and 3, is that?
Yeah. But it's okay
Okay.
because we didn't change anything that was there before. So I just wanted you to just be aware of that.
Okay, I was going to entertain a motion, see if this covers it, to adopt the gender guidance document as amended up and through the section on preferred names and pronouns, which would not include the relevant federal law section, but approve that to be sent out for public comment for, I believe we decided on a 10-day period. Is that right, staff?
Yes.
For a 10-day period, and to be brought back to committee to consider public comment and to make any revisions that we deem necessary as a committee at that time before sending it on to the board. That is a tough motion that I hope somebody kind of got the gist of. But do you want to put that on the screen for us, Patty? Brian, go ahead while we're
Chair, while
typing
she's
that up.
typing it up, 10 days will put us into next Saturday. And if the goal is to get this back before this committee on February the 4th, it's actually, I think you're looking at 9
Yeah,
days.
no, that's not going to work. And so we're anticipating having another special session in February and bring this before the board in March. So we anticipated that because our meeting was delayed in January, so we had a short month and we couldn't find a way to get the public comment period in before the February board meeting or February committee meeting. So I don't, oh, go ahead. I don't anticipate that this will be posted tonight for public comment. I think that it will go out tomorrow or the next day.
It'll be today.
We'll have a 10-day period. Oh, that's true. It may be today or tomorrow. Go out for a 10-day period. Staff will need some time to accumulate all the and consolidate all the comment and then bring that to the committee. So we'll have a chance to review it before we meet again to discuss any changes. So it won't come before the committee in the February meeting with that timeline.
Chair, could we give a specific date rather than a 10-day period on this? I don't know. Staff can help us there.
Yeah. Well, timeline wise, if it starts, if we can get it out tomorrow or the next day, the 10 days would still work for us to have another special meeting, which we've asked board leadership for in February to consider the feedback. And I think we have a tentative day for that meeting. But Sarah, you've got your hand up. We'll hear from you and then we'll go to board member Straight and board member Earl.
Yeah, so my recommendation for board members to consider would be opening the tool tomorrow, which you're right, will happen in the afternoon, just in terms of getting a clean document and then getting the survey complete along with the link document and getting the press release and all of those items out. With all of that noted, my date suggestion was Monday, February the 7th at 5 p.m. is when we close it. We try not to close it on a weekend just because it is a weekend. So if we can go through Monday, February 7th at 5 p.m. Mountain Standard Time, that would be our recommendation for you to consider.
Okay, I appreciate that, Sarah. Thank you. And then, let's see, Patty, could you remind me of the date that we had suggested in February, just so we put that out? I think that was
February 23rd.
February 23rd is the date that we had penciled in for another special session of the meeting that would give staff from the 7th some time to consolidate again all of the comment, and then allow committee members to consider that and give us some time to look at that before that February 23rd special session. If we're able to make any revisions in the 23rd, then the timetable would be to forward that to the entire board for the March meeting. So that's kind of the timetable that we've been thinking of. Let me hear from Brent, and then we'll go to Jenny.
So Chair Hansen, could I offer a motion?
Yes, you could. Please go ahead, and then we'll hear comment to that motion, Jenny, so we won't vote on it before we hear from you. Go ahead.
Okay. I move that the committee approves the gender identity guidance for Utah Public Education to be sent out for informal public comment on January 28th for a 10-day period ending Monday, February 7th at 5 p.m. At that time, the comments will come back to the committee in a special session on February 23rd for committee review and consideration.
Okay, we have a motion before the committee that the committee approve the gender identity guidance for Utah Public Education. I think we might add through, I don't know what page we're on, but through and including the preferred names and pronouns section. Would that be a friendly amendment, Brent?
Absolutely.
Okay, to be sent out for informal public comment on January 28th for a 10-day period ending Monday, February 7th at 5 p.m. At that time, the comments will come back to the committee in a special session on February 23rd. Okay, for committee review and consideration. Any comments to that motion, Jenny?
Yes, we didn't vote on the facilities section when we completed it. I'm just asking that we vote on that. And I can ask that we divide or whatever, that we vote on that separate from the rest of the document.
Okay, did we not do that? I'm sorry, I thought that I was taking care to do that. Can staff confirm that we didn't vote on the facilities section? And I certainly may have missed that.
Regardless, I'm asking if we can just divide the motion to those two pieces. But I'm pretty sure we didn't, so.
Okay.
I don't have a firm.
Okay, I will, without objection, then go ahead and put a motion before the committee to adopt the facilities section as amended and shown on your screens. Is there any comment to that motion? Seeing none, we'll go ahead and vote. Okay, I have the motion passing with members Earl and Belknap voting in opposition. Other members in favor?
That's correct, Chair.
Okay, thank you. And now I believe that we're ready to go back then to the motion, Member Straight's motion, which I can read again. The motion before the committee is that committee approves the gender identity guidance for Utah Public Education document through and including preferred names and pronouns section to be sent out for informal public comment on January 28th for a 10-day period ending Monday, February 7th at 5 p.m. At that time, the comments will come back to the committee in a special session on February 23rd for committee review and consideration. Any comments or discussion? If not, please vote. And it looks like we'll finish the night or morning on a unanimous vote. So
That's
that
correct,
motion
Chair.
passes.
But
Thank
we
you,
do
Norlene.
have one more very, very exciting part, which is the survey. So we just want to make sure that we're doing the right thing. And we have Sarah, who's very entertaining, to just do this last 5 minutes of this part, if possible.
Okay, help me. We've already referenced the public comment here, so this is just information for the
This
committee
is
and
just
the public.
information. So yes, this is
Okay,
just information.
Thank you. Sarah will
Sarah, I
ask for a
promised entertainment.
speed presentation to show us what format this will go in to go out for public comment.
Bet it looks like I don't have screen sharing privileges. Let me check. Oh, I do now. Thank you so much. Okay, here we go. So the survey itself is pretty clean in terms of, let me give you a quick preview of what this looks like. It's just, name of the document, feedback, date due by, and then next. We did ask individuals to identify their primary role. They're welcome to select more than one, just to give us a sense of who has responded to the survey and what lens they were using for that response. In addition, we did copy kind of the intro material that comes directly out of this document, just to give a framing. And then this is where we will link the current document, so folks have a chance to download it and review it before going into the survey. The individual survey is broken up into sections in alignment with the document headers. We ask 2 questions. Do you feel this section is necessary in terms of the guidance document? And then do you have any suggestions? If the answer is yes, I do have a suggestion. I have the opportunity to enter any text I have related to commenting on the language, making edits, feedback, providing all of that so that board members can consider that feedback. Section by section, it's the same process, background, and we kind of make our way through. There is nothing that compels any individual to respond to every question. So if they skip, that's fine. We will still collect the information that they provide. Finally, so currently, my apologies, it does have the state and federal law as well as definitions. I'll remove those 2 pieces. And then we do leave an open-ended, please share any additional feedback or suggestions for improvement that you have not previously mentioned. Before the conclusion of the survey, they have an opportunity to go back and make any edits before they hit submit. At that point, it just takes them to a closing page that will clarify the date of the special meeting and where they can go to find more information about that meeting should they choose to attend. That is the current design. I'm happy to make any changes if those are requested or would be beneficial to you in getting the feedback you need to take the next step with this document.
Okay, any comments, suggestions, requests from committee members?
I love that it can go back and forth, because sometimes you get caught in these things and you can't do that. So I think this looks great.
And I appreciate staff putting together something that will allow us to kind of segregate and compartmentalize the responses so that we can put those in the right areas and deal with them maybe more efficiently, and give people a chance to make narrative suggestions and requests for revision and comments so that we can understand what's out there. Appreciate everyone who's hung with us for so long tonight. Appreciate staff for sticking around. I know it'll be an early morning for all of us tomorrow. So thank you for your help and support. Appreciate members of the public who stayed up with us tonight, and those
Good night.
Scott's gone.
those who will look at this maybe at more everyone, and we'll sign off. Good night.